Hello everyone. We are pushing 2 videos a day with little to no budget. You can help with Buy Me a Coffee or Patreon. Link in the descriptions. Chapter 15, 26 Smashing Noses. While Ves showed off his tricks to his girlfriend, something significant was about to happen elsewhere. Within the Nyxian Gap, nuclear fury engulfed a massive fortification built into a cold and frozen mountain range. A tide of doomed crawlers advanced across the rogue planet's dark and desolate surface in an implacable tide. Hundreds of broken enemy pirate mechs lay fallen in their path. None of them had managed to dent the heavy armor of the Spire Helix Annihilators. The performance of the Annihilators exceeded the expectations of their owners. They managed to advance fast enough to catch the occupying Pirate Alliance off guard while at the same time unleash a prodigious amount of ordnance towards the fortification. With each volley of missiles or cannons, the fortifications cracked or vaporized. No matter how deep the fortification reached, the immense amount of firepower arrayed against it rendered nearly every barrier meaningless. Plenty of pirates managed to escape the attacks by the skin of their teeth. Some of them had been tasked with defending the fortification against the advancing doomed crawlers, but after seeing hundreds of their fellow pirates being struck down by immense volleys of high-energy gamma lasers, the subsequent waves all turned tail and left. Elsewhere in the Nyxian Gap, Ves Larkinson sensed something amiss, but she couldn't quite tell what was wrong. Her diminutive body rose as she interrupted her meditation. "We need to move! The Nyxian Gap is about to erupt." Though her husband didn't know what was going on, he trusted her judgment. He sat up from his desk and affixed his crude helmet onto his head. "Where to?" he asked. "The border to the Sentinel Kingdom. Opportunities await us there, but we should be careful not to stick around for long." Upon the Dark Cleaver's orders, the growing fleet of the Oblivion Hand moved out. As dark mercenaries, they earned their keep by offering their services to the highest bidder. Though Cynthia and Wrinkle Larkinson were both being pursued, they still needed to play by the rules of the Nyxian Gap. It was time for the Oblivion Hand to earn their keep. As an enormous conflict sparked in the Nyxian Gap, elsewhere in the Komodo Star sector another major event took place. In the border between the Ilvain Protectorate and the Starfaith Collective, 6 different strategic border systems suddenly became host to 6 massive fleets. Alarms immediately rung at one of the listening posts installed by the Star Worshippers. Though nothing more than a tiny artificial satellite parked in an asteroid belt in the outer system, the handful of Star soldiers manning the stations looked in shock as they took in the readings. "It's the alien lovers! They've all gone mad!" The sensor readings returned by the outlying sensors painted an increasingly more frightening picture. 10 combat carriers, 20 combat carriers, 30 combat carriers, 40 combat carriers. The sensors kept detecting more vessels, all of them packed to the brim with military mechs. The Protectors of the Faith committed multiple mech divisions to a surprise attack on the Crane's system, a strategic star system of the Starfaith Collective. The worst part about it was that none of the Star Worshippers had an inkling that the Ilvainans were mad enough to launch this attack. "Warn headquarters! Transmit all of the data as we can!" the Star Worshipper in charge commanded. The listening post scarcely managed to transmit the first batch of highly detailed sensor data before a missile struck the well-hidden listening post. Though situated a distance away from the translation point of the Ilvainan fleet, the Cronins already prepared this operation for at least a year. They knew the location of every listening post and already put assets into place to take them out and deny the enemy detailed readings. Despite taking out the listening posts and other vulnerable sensor sites, headquarters still received enough information to know that something was amiss. A fist banged against a planning table. "How can those alien lovers sneak at least 3 mech divisions into our star system?" a mech general raged. An intelligence officer looked apologetic. They misled our observers we've placed in their border systems. We all thought the recent movements signified that the Cronin dynasty directed their mech divisions to the other side of their state to bolster their defenses against the Sandmen. How can you miss something as obvious as their direction? We failed to track the progress of their fleet movements. Our current guess is that they traveled to a minor star system before turning around to cross into our border. The gravity of the situation became more evident as the Star Army's other bases along the border transmitted distress as well. Mad. The Ilvanans have all gone mad. They must have committed at least a fourth of their mech militaries to this mad venture. The mech general in charge of the Star Army of the Crane system simply couldn't fathom why the Ilvanans launched an unprovoked attack on 6 heavily fortified star systems at once. Though the Cronin dynasty committed a great number of mech divisions to their invasions, the Star Army fortified their positions at the border well. Their numbers roughly matched their opponents, but they possessed a vital defensive advantage. As soon as the mech general thought about the defensive turrets and orbital platforms, his panic subsided. Why are they launching this attack? Another mech officer asked. They can't hope to dislodge us from our star systems as long as entrench ourselves. This isn't an invasion, the general mulled. It's a raid. The Ilvanans can't possibly mean to invade us while the Sandmen are about to crash into their territory. I believe they intend to inflict as much damage as possible in order to shock us into paralysis. As long as they manage to destroy our infrastructure, we won't be able to pose a realistic threat to the Protectorate for at least a year. They can rest easy and devote most of their attention to repelling the Sandmen. That was exactly what the Star Worshippers didn't want to see. The Star Army built up a significant presence in the Crane system and the other star systems under assault as launching points for a future invasion into Protectorate space. Destroying and crippling the infrastructure, supply depots and bases on Crane's 4 and other occupied planets made a future invasion much more difficult, to the point where the Star Army would certainly choose to waste valuable time in rebuilding what they lost. 3 Cronin mech divisions numbering at least 30,000 mechs bore down on Crane's 4. Half of them consisted of space-borne mechs, which took the lead in escorting the massive raiding fleet to the garden-like planet. The Star Army responded in kind by deploying their space-borne mech regiments in a defensive posture. Yet even as they hugged their orbital defense platforms, the extra firepower and defensive cover barely made a difference. Hundreds of huge, identical mechs deployed in front of the Cronin invasion fleet and put their huge tower shields in front of vulnerable ranged mechs. As soon as a defensive platform fired a laser at one of the Ilvanan defensive mechs, a shimmering layer of energy appeared over the surface of the shield and withstood most of the energy. For the Prophet! For the Cronin dynasty! For the bright martyr! Though the new mechs withstood a bit less damage than the heavy space knights deployed by the Cronins, the appearance of these strange new mechs strangely invigorated all of the Ilvanan mech pilots. Upon closer inspection, the Star Army managed to identify the new model as the Aurora Titan, a commercial mech model. Despite its inadequacies compared to proper military mech models, its protective aura along with the significance of its designer firmed the hearts of every Ilvanan mech pilot on the battlefield. They just won't fall. No matter how much we fire at them, they aren't showing signs of faltering. The Ilvanans struck the first blow. Each and every Cronin taking part in this surprise attack had mentally prepared themselves to fight for the Protectorate and the Ilvanan faith. They knew that so long as they let the Star Faith Collective watch the Protectorate fend the Sandmen off by themselves, the Star Army would inevitably take advantage and take the final prize. Therefore, the brightest strategic minds of the Cronin dynasty decided upon a very bold course of action. Smash the noses of the Star Worshippers before the Sandmen invasion arrived at their doorsteps. With the Aurora Titans serving their vital function, the fanatical Ilvanan mech divisions managed to get close enough to destroy the defensive platforms and push back the space-borne mech regiments of the Star Army. We shall grind the stars beneath our boots. The Star Worshippers had genuinely been caught by surprise. The short amount of time since the arrival of the Ilvanans into the Crane system hadn't been enough to firm up their resolve. Every Star Worshipper thought that they would be the ones to invade their enemies, not the other way around. These differences all proved pivotal as the space-borne mechs of the defenders continued to give ground until they lost orbital supremacy over Crane's 4. While the Star Army's space-borne mech forces managed to retain most of their strength, they could barely keep their Ilvanan counterparts busy while they desperately tried to reconsolidate their disarrayed units. The Cronin fleet inflicted such a shock that they easily managed to make enough room to land half of their combat carriers to the surface of Crane's 4. All over the planet, several combat carriers landed at each local site. Nonetheless, most of the combat carriers landed near the capital city and the site of the main base and headquarters of the Star Army. The combat carriers muscled their way through a torrent of anti-air fire. Some of the vessels opened their mech bays and released hundreds of aerial mechs, which quickly started to shoot fixed emplacements. Most combat carriers managed to land on the ground intact. As soon as their hatches slid open, entire landbound mech companies and mech regiments started to form up into loose ranks. Though the Cronins predominantly fielded their own mechs, some mech regiments were different. They decided to form entire mech companies out of two distinct commercial mech models: the Black Beak and the Crystal Lord. When paired together, their effective performance did not fall short compared to regular military mech models, especially when piloted by highly trained Cronin mech pilots. What was more, the collective auras they exuded overlapped to such a great degree that they began to encompass every Ilvanan mech committed to the invasion. Bright Martyr! Bright Martyr! Bright Martyr! Before the landed mechs proceeded to assault the main base on Crane's 4, one last combat carrier landed amidst a throng of mechs and ships. Different from the other combat carriers, the latest vessel exhibited a different coating from all of the mech regiments deployed for this assault. The vessel also lacked the standard Cronin heraldry affixed to every mech and ship. The Inquisition. The hushed whispers rang through the calm channels of the Cronin mech regiments. Once the hatch slid open, a single, resplendent mech stepped forward. One of the 6 transcendent messengers of the Ilvain Protectorate made a personal appearance. Zeal. Another series of whispers propagated through the channels. This time, they all sounded reverent, as if the Zeal deserved nothing less. The 3 leading dynasties constantly argued over committing all 6 transcendent messengers to this risky operation. Yet the approaching Sandmen threat convinced the radicals that the Protectorate had to succeed. Not a single assault could fail. As long as the Star Army still retained one of their forward bases, they would always be able to press a knife into the back of the Protectorate. Facing 2 existential crises at once, the leaders of the Protectorate decided that they needed to pull out all of the stops. Ton Mellon glanced at the thousands of Cronin mechs forming up on the local plot. His mech, the Zeal, raised its sword arm upwards and pointed the tip of the weapon in the air. The Great Prophet is watching over us. The Bright Martyr is watching over us. Will we allow these degenerate star worshippers to trample over the Protectorate our ancestors worked hard to build? No. Will we allow our faith to fall in front of the Great Prophet? No. Will we disgrace ourselves by allowing the great works of the Bright Martyr to come to harm? No. Then fight. You are the protectors of the faith, and it is time for you to embody your titles. Attack! The Zeal chopped its sword towards the Star Army's fortifications with force. At the same time, Melon's conviction resonated with the intense faith and zeal of his hero mech, amplifying its aura. Its reach and intensity expanded considerably, causing every Cronin mech pilot within range to feel unprecedentedly sacred. Ilvain shall prevail! Chapter 1527 Halifax Base. The status of the Bright Martyr became considerably contentious after his arrival and departure in the Ilvain Protectorate. Some believed he was a charlatan. Others couldn't get over the fact that a foreigner became the next martyr. The upper ranks of the leading dynasties did their best to temper everyone's worship of the Bright Martyr. They became fearful of what might ensue if their flock demanded a new shepherd. Though the three leading dynasties managed to reduce most mentions and calls to revere the Bright Martyr in the media, it had already gone out of control. Practically every Ilvanan became aware of the Bright Martyr's existence, and his rise was the most exciting incident to happen in the last 400 years since the founding of the Protectorate. Unless they relied on more coercive measures, there was no conceivable way to erase the name of the Bright Martyr from the lips of the Ilvanans. Having been raised from birth to worship the great prophet and his hand-picked martyred followers, the rise of a new martyr became an unquestionably alluring focus of their devotion. Prophet Ilvain has never left us. Look at the Bright Martyr. His appearance is proof that the prophet is still with us. Just look at his works and you will know the truth. While the Poxco dynasty made numerous proposals to enact such measures, the Kirin dynasty always opposed the attendance of Ilvain. Even the Cronin dynasty refused to entertain such means. As the protectors of the flock, it had always been their duty to protect the Ilvanans. They were not about to allow anyone to harm them in such fashion. The belief in the Bright Martyr therefore managed to spread among the lower classes of the Protectorate without too much hindrance. It became so expected that others shared in this belief that those who were skeptical stuck out like sore thumbs. What do you mean you think the Bright Martyr is fake? That's absurd. You're no longer my friend if you believe in this slander. One of the most influential factors that reinforced everyone's worship of the Bright Martyr was the existence of the transcendent messengers. Anyone who witnessed the divinely inspired hero Mechs in person unquestionably believed that the Bright Martyr had been touched by the great prophet. Even the middle and upper ranks of the leading dynasties started to become swayed. The more faith they possessed, the more the transcendent messenger demanded their acknowledgement. The Ilvain Protectorate slowly but surely started to change. Among the many societal changes and reforms, the Cronin dynasty began to shift their stodgy traditions as well. Having stagnated for so long, the Bright Martyr's rebuke prodded them into action. Military officers became more daring and started to act with more autonomy. Outfitting some of their mech regiments with mechs from the LMC had been among their more presumptuous actions. Since when did a mech military resort to commercial mechs to fill up their mech roster? Yet how could the critics rebuke the officers who made the decision to outfit their units with LMC mechs? Wouldn't that be affronting the Bright Martyr? Any word against the LMC mechs earned near universal condemnation from the lower ranks of the Cronin dynasty. Having basked in the auras of so many mechs of the Bright Martyr, the Cronin mech pilots became fully convinced that their machines were special. After a lot of internal turmoil, the Cronins from both sides reached a tentative compromise. The proof is in the pudding. Let us see the LMC mechs in action. Only a success in battle will those who support adopting these commercial mechs be vindicated. The adoption of LMC mechs occurred sporadically as only the most enthusiastic believers in the Bright Martyr embraced them at a wider scale. The mech pilots and mech officers who worked with the LMC mechs happened to have the most to prove in their first major action. Their fervor to battle and win against the Star Worshippers was among the highest in the 6 raiding fleets. This was the first time so many Black Beaks, Crystal Lords and Aurora Titans had been deployed at once. Spread over 6 different strategic star systems in the territory of the Starfaith Collective, the initial stages of the incursions proceeded better than expected. The Ilvain Protectorate managed to hoodwink the Star Faith Collective and surprise them with their sudden assaults. Yet as time went by and the Protectors of the Faith managed to land their ground forces on the surface of the fortified planets, the Star Army finished readjusting themselves. The Ilvainans weren't the only people around who could whip up their men in religious frenzy. Aware that the future of the Star Faith was at stake, the Star Worshippers ceased to be consumed by shock and began to ready their ground defenses. Crush the alien lovers! The Ilvainans worship alien gods! Let us show them how little their gods care about their lives. On Cranes 4, a lot of infrastructure dispersed throughout the planet started to get overwhelmed or destroyed. However, the Star Worshippers concentrated most of their assets and vital infrastructure at Halifax Base. The Star Army already gave up on defending the outlying facilities in favor of consolidating their mechs at Halifax Base. Half underground and half above ground, it took an immense effort to establish this base. The Ilvainans would never be able to destroy it by sitting back and letting their artillery mechs bombard the base from a distance. The only way to destroy Halifax Base and render the Crane system useless as a staging point for the Star Army is to get up close. The Protectors of the Flock only had a limited amount of time to do their damage. They never intended to invade and occupy the star systems of their foes. With the Sandmen breathing down their necks, they simply couldn't afford to fight on two fronts. For this reason, speed was of the essence. The Ilvainan mech pilots deployed on Cranes 4 did not enjoy a significant numerical advantage, so they had to rely on other factors to overwhelm the entrenched Star Worshippers. Though the surprise factor had already faded, the Star Army had still been caught with their pants down. Many assets were still stored in containers piled up in warehouses, as the Star Army always expected that they would be the ones to make the first move. The base commander of Halifax Base had never taken into account that the Ilvainans would be crazy enough to take the fight to them. Now, every Star Worshipper frantically started to deploy as many mobile and immobile assets as they could to reinforce the defenses of Halifax Base. We won't give you that time! Attack! Storm their fortifications! More than a dozen land-bound mech regiments spread out and advanced towards an immense walled fort city shaped like a stylized star. Halifax Base was more than a city and more than a military base. It concentrated the might of the Star Army and represented their people's hopes of conquering the stars. The stars are lifeless balls of plasma. Ton Mellon scoffed as he piloted Zeal in the middle of the largest concentration advancing Cronin mechs. Only life deserves worship! A momentous aura of zeal and faith washed over his fellow Cronin mech pilots. As long as they stayed within range, their fervor and motivation to fight on behalf of the Protectorate and the Ilvainan faith reached astronomical levels. The mechs under the influence of zeal advanced considerably faster towards Halifax Base, as if they were the most eager among the Ilvainan ground forces to prove their devotion. Already, artillery mechs and ranged mechs started to fire at the huge walls and the mechs hiding behind them. Numerous stationary turrets spat out deathly fire, but they served little more than a distraction. The walls of Halifax Base lie before us, Ton transmitted to all of the ground forces. Our victory is ordained from the moment we have crossed into the collective's territory. Let us herald the ascendancy of our faith by crushing the Star Army's ambition. Though his military rank wasn't high, his status as Zeal's chosen transcended the hierarchy of the Cronin dynasty. When the chosen spoke up, every Ilvainan listened. Follow your orders and advance. Know that victory is assured as long as you hold the great prophet in your heart. Ilvain shall prevail. Ilvain shall prevail. Every Cronin mech advanced towards Halifax Base, forcing them to endure a prodigious sea of fire. Thousands of defending mechs and turrets fired at the approaching Ilvainans, taking full advantage of the fortifications in place. Over the air, Cronin aerial mechs tried their best to bombard the fortification from above, but the Star Army's aerial mechs successfully kept them entangled. Fighting far beyond the range of any LMC mech, the aerial duels taking place above entered into a stalemate. Neither side was willing to take too many risks. In contrast, the assault on the ground had become a lot more heated. Affected by zeal, hundreds of mechs stormed forward with little regard for their lives. Among the vanguard, the Black Beaks led the charge. When entire mech companies consisted solely of this offensive knight model, the sheer amount of overlapping auras affected the mindsets of every mech pilot to a much greater degree than anyone anticipated. Not just the mech pilots of the Black Beaks, but also the mech pilots of the machines following behind them became swept up with the desire to close in on their enemies. Burn the star worshippers to ash! Let us show them what happens when they embrace their stars. The Black Beaks possessed enough armor to withstand most of the defensive firepower pouring in their direction. They also moved fast enough to give the defenders little time to take potshots. As offensive knights, the Black Beaks were never designed to sit back and act as mobile shields for vulnerable ranged mechs. No. The Black Beaks performed best when they were put to their intended use, which was leading the charge towards the enemy. A metaphorical collision occurred once the Black Beaks reached the fortification. Despite the storm of fire pouring in their direction, their Veltrex armor system held up admirably, as it was not inferior to the armor system used by military mechs. Other mechs, specialized for demolition, moved in and started to breach the tall walls using various means. "We're in! Go! Though many Black Beaks already sustained severe damage, they succeeded in their primary goal. As the Ilvanans poured into the interior of Halifax Base, the more intact Black Beaks kept fulfilling their functions by moving forward. Halifax Base was both a city and a military base, so the fighting had just as far as both sides were concerned. Nonetheless, propelled by zeal, the Cronin ground forces continually poured through the breaches while pushing back the Star Army. Despite the latter's defensive advantages, the differences in fighting will prove to be more decisive than the Star Army thought. This was because just as zeal's massive aura motivated the Ilvanans to fanaticism, it also pressed down on the hearts of the Star worshippers within range. Every time a unit of the Star Army became affected by zeal, the mech pilots became a little less confident, a little less certain, and a little less convinced. Some even started questioning their faith in the middle of an intensive firefight. Oftentimes, such distractions proved fatal. In the complex urban environment of Halifax Base, the Crystal Lords began to shine. These domineering, uncharacteristically resilient laser riflemen mechs danced in the streets and gunned down each and every mech in their way. Their auras blended together and expanded across other friendly mechs, infecting them with the desire to defeat every enemy mech in order to prove their dominance. Our Crystal Lords are the kings of this battlefield. No other mech can withstand our fury of lasers. Just as in the case of zeal, the overlapping auras of the Black Beaks and the Crystal Lords depressed the morale of the enemy mech pilots by a small but very noticeable margin. Not a single Star worshipper within range felt comfortable as they resisted the Ilvanans. With the attackers emboldened and the defenders quaking in their boots, resistance fell much easier than even the most optimistic Cronin strategists anticipated. The Star Army continually gave ground and more districts of Halifax Base started to fall under enemy occupation. Ton Mellon witnessed all of this at the center of the action. Zeal moved forward with implacable momentum. So long as Zeal was with the Cronins, they would never stop their advance. Of course, the Star Army wasn't stupid. They studied their opponents well enough to realize the significance of Zeal. Zeal stepped to the right just half a second before an extremely powerful laser beam burned through its former location. Expert mech! Just as the Star Expert mech adjusted its aim, it suddenly rolled to the side as a powerful kinetic shell smashed the reinforced building it was hiding behind. "Your opponent is me!" A Cronin Expert mech stepped from the side. As a national treasure, Zeal enjoyed the highest degree of protection. Chapter 1528 Foreordained. The Star Army stationed many mech regiments at Halifax Base. Almost every mech regiment fielded at least one expert mech, and some were even luxurious enough to field more. Yet the Cronins were no less blessed with expert mechs. Having planned this attack in advance, the Ilvanins made sure to bring at least an equal amount of expert mechs as their foes. Amidst the thousands of standards fighting and dying for their state and beliefs, the expert mechs dueled each other with fire and fervor. The primary objective of the Star Army's expert mechs immediately became obvious. They all identified Zeal as one of the primary force multipliers on the side of the Ilvanins. Even if the Star worshippers weren't aware of its aura, its symbolic significance alone made it worth diverting their top assets to take it down. Yet each time a ranged expert mech tried to take a potshot of Zeal, it always danced aside at the nick of time. Famed Star expert marksmen who never failed to land their shots against regular targets somehow saw their skill and intuition fail them during this pivotal battle. How can this be? Is the person inside an expert pilot? The Inquisition mech isn't an expert mech. Its pilot isn't an expert pilot. There's an expert candidate inside. We have to strangle this expert candidate in the cradle before he matures. The Star expert pilots became more determined than ever to take down Zeal and annihilate the supposed expert candidate inside its cockpit. Something that only happened in major battles between states began to take place. The Star expert mechs, normally assigned to cover their mech regiments, consolidated in squads and started to fight together in coordination. The Stars are finally taking this battle seriously. Consolidate! The Ilvanin expert mechs followed suit. A large area in the center started to form as the standard mechs of both sides started to veer away. In the face of a struggle between so many experts, regular mech pilots would only get in the way. Both sides started to stare at each other. While the Star Army's vaunted expert mechs had come within range of Zeal's massive aura, their strong-willed expert pilots outright disregarded it. As esteemed individuals regarded by many as demigods, their conviction never faltered from the influence of gods and transcendence. The same was not the case for the Cronin expert pilots. Each of them were sincere believers in the Ilvanin faith, and none of them ever looked down on Zeal despite its inferiority in comparison to expert mechs. The strong faith and zeal radiating from Tan's transcendent messenger did not clash with their wills at all. Instead, the aura empowered their conviction, as each of them dedicated at least some portions of their force of will around their faith. Ordinarily, a low-ranking mech pilot would never dare to speak to expert pilots as if they were under his command. Tan Melon was different. He was chosen. As he spoke to the Cronin expert pilots, he wasn't speaking with his own voice. He was speaking with the voice of the great prophet. Zeal is with you, venerables. The fate of the Protectorate and our faith will be determined by our victory here today. Our opponents don't know it yet, but they are already doomed to lose. The transcendent messenger raised its sword yet again. The rays of the local star that the occupants of the Crane's system worship so much gleamed across its blade. The Protectorate shall rise after this day. Our people will vanquish the Sandmen. Our beliefs will propagate across the stars. Ilvain shall prevail. Ilvain shall prevail. The battle between experts commenced with fire and fury. Empowered by their will and faith, both sides fought as vigorously as possible. Expert mechs glowed with energy and radiance as their expert pilots resonated with their expert mechs to achieve impossible effects. One Star Striker mech, for example, attempted to fend off the light skirmishers attempting to pass it by and attack the more vulnerable ranged mechs in the rear. The muzzle of its massive shotgun glowed before blasting out numerous shards empowered by resonance. The sharp and deathly shards cut through the reinforced buildings like butter, but when they raked against the surface of the light skirmishers, they only left shallow scratches. Even the lightest expert mech was far more resilient than any conventional mech. Some of the normal rules governing standard mech combat no longer applied at the expert level. The Star Striker mech expected this result. Even as it unleashed another spray of shards, it jumped backwards with rapid speed. Normal Striker mechs moved as sluggishly as night mechs, but this one managed to keep up with ordinary light mechs. In the air, a trio of ranged aerial expert mechs from the Star Army attempted to take advantage of their commanding height to take down Zeal. Nonetheless, Zeal unflinchingly dodged each and every laser beam and kinetic round propelled in its direction without fail. In fact, it not only managed to dodge every shot with preternatural intuition, it also started to counterattack by lifting its rifle arm to shoot its exposed attackers. Though the powerful laser rifle wielded by Zeal failed to inflict serious damage on the fantastic armor systems of the aerial mechs, the problem was that the hits never stopped. No matter how much one of the three expert mechs tried to dodge, Tan Melon always managed to land his laser beams at a specific joint in the Star aerial mech's flight system. What's with this guy's aim? Of course, more Star expert mechs focused their firepower on the Zeal. Knowing that the fate of the battle between standard mechs depended on the presence of Zeal, each and every Star mech pilot set their sights on this hated Ilvanan mech. Even though Zeal came under an increasing amount of fire, Tan never retreated. It held its central position as if the fate of the Protectorate rested on his shoulders. Just when it became too much to bear, an expert night mech interposed its resonating shield in front of the beleaguered Transcendent Messenger mech. Zeal shall never fall as long as my armor and shield of faith still hold. The Star expert mechs focused so much of their attention on taking down Zeal that their preoccupation proved unfortunate. Most of the Ilvanan expert pilots had faith that Zeal would never fall. They devoted their full attention to taking down their Star counterparts. With their faith and zeal supercharged by the presence of Zeal, their will for battle had never been stronger. With the Star expert pilots becoming dismayed at their failed attempts to take down their eye-catching target, the crucial mental difference between the two sides widened to a dangerous degree. Though Zeal did nothing else but take potshots at expert mechs while hiding behind the shield of a night mech, its outsized presence on the battlefield quickly delivered results. One Star expert mech faltered first. A Cronin light skirmisher snuck up unnoticed on a Star ranged mech armed with a high-powered laser rifle from a flank. Taking advantage of the enemy's momentary preoccupation with Zeal, the light skirmisher sprinted forward with incredible speed as its legs and frame resonated with the will of its expert pilot. Die, you Star scum! Though the light skirmisher approached quickly enough to catch the nearby Star mechs off guard, the rifleman mech under threat jumped up in the air as it hastily activated its leg-mounted boosters. Nonetheless, the ultra-sharp knives wielded by the light managed to score 2 serious hits on the rifleman mech's legs. Its flight upwards immediately destabilized, forcing the damaged mech to land back onto the ground. The light skirmisher immediately pressed the advantage and launched forward with resonance empowering its entire frame and blade. Within the blink of an eye, the light skirmisher slid across the ground on the other side of the rifleman mech. Its entire frame glowed in heat and exhaustion as both its mech and mech pilot expended a considerable amount of energy for this single attack. As for the target in question, the expensive and exquisitely designed machine collapsed. A glowing knife had pierced straight through its chest plating and embedded its tip through the cockpit, killing the vaunted expert pilot inside before he could eject. Even expert pilots were ultimately mortal when exposed to mechs. The star worshippers are weak. They fight with imaginary gods by their side. Press the advantage. The sudden loss of a single expert mech on the side of the Star Army only slightly jolted the defenders but invigorated the attackers to an even greater frenzy. The small number disparity slowly widened even further as the Ilvanan expert mechs never relented on their foes. The battle on land and in the air slowly began to tip in the favor of the aggressors as their expert pilots fought just a bit more ferociously. Ilvain shall prevail! Zeal transmitted in the open. Ilvain shall prevail! The expert mechs and the standard mechs on its side echoed across the battlefield. The thunderous chorus did not affect the Star expert pilots, but it was an entirely different matter when it came to the other defenders. The Star Army constantly gave ground since the start of the incursion. They never gained the initiative and failed to stabilize their lines. The constant retreating did not come without a cost. Surrendering so much precious ground continually pummeled the confidence and conviction of the Star mech pilots. How could the Stars be certain of victory when they failed to stall the advance of the Ilvanans time and time again? How could their mech pilots fight with confidence if their venerables were being picked off one at a time? As the battle at Halix Base gradually turned into a catastrophe for the defending side, the Star mech general made the unthinkable decision. He ordered a retreat. The Star Army will stand, but we must not fall. Venerables, please retreat. Our brave men will cover your retreat as much as possible. No! They will all perish! Orders are orders. Regular mech pilots can be replenished in years, but expert pilots like you are needed to resist your Ilvanan counterparts. The hierarchy within the Star Army was strong. Not even the expert pilots possessed the authority to resist the orders of their higher-ups. With great reluctance, the Star expert mech started shaking off their opponents and evacuated from the battlefield. The Star expert mechs are running. Go after them. Each Star expert pilot dead is one less they can employ to threaten our people. Though the faith of the mech pilots of the Star Army failed to match the faith of their enemies, many of them fatalistically obeyed their latest order. They threw themselves at the Ilvanan expert mechs. Stop them! Even if we stall them for a single second, that is one additional second our venerables can escape. Though the Ilvanan expert mechs each slew the Star standard mechs with ease without giving most of them a chance to eject, the fanatical Stars still proved they were willing to die for their beliefs. Sol will punish your cruel tyranny, Ilvanans! Beetlejuice will rain down thunder and doom upon your traitorous stars! The Ilvanan combatants took no notice of the curses of the dying and fleeing Star worshippers. With the departure of the surviving Star expert mechs, the Ilvanans gained free reign of Halifax Base. Within Zeal, Tan did not relish in the euphoric mood that had overcome his comrades. He had already celebrated this victory long before it had been achieved. His head turned as if he was glimpsing at 5 more stars in the sky. Not only had he been certain of victory on Crane's 4, he was already assured that the other transcendent messengers led the mechs under their watch to victory. He was right. The Ilvanans succeeded beyond their wildest dreams. The Stars suffered serious losses without exception. Ilvain has prevailed. A new future awaits us all. The works of the bright martyr will lead us to victory. Chapter 1529 Mutual Intimacy. The moment he infused his desolate soldier and holy soldier designs with their design spirits, their remarkable character intensified. The design schematics looked exactly the same to her eyes. Gloriana nonetheless widened her eyes as a part of her sensed the enormous significance of what just happened. VS smiled when he witnessed her fascination. Delighting her always warmed his heart and gave him a sense of fulfillment. Only now has our project come to an end. My mech designs aren't finalized until I breathe life into them. Can you feel the difference? Gloriana nodded as she continued to admire the mech designs. Though nothing appeared to have changed about their physical makeup, the trick that Ves just pulled somehow changed her entire perception of them. If the Desolate Soldier and its variant were already noteworthy before, now they had become incredibly remarkable. Did you just put a proto-god into a design? Ves grimaced a bit. I keep telling you, they're not gods. They're spirits, I like to call them. You can refer to the ones I put inside mech designs like earlier as design spirits. Where do the proto-gods come from? She asked, as if she completely hadn't heard about his umpteenth complaint about her terminology. His girlfriend could be incredibly thick-headed about certain matters. Still, he felt very good about trusting her right now, so he decided to tell her a little more. They don't come from nothing. The weakest ones are formed from nothing but my imagination, but they tend to be rather weak. The stronger ones all come from the exceptional minds of sentient human or alien minds, whether dead or alive. Smart exabeasts are also great sources. I can either take pieces of their spirits or capture them entirely, though their physical bodies will die if I resort to the latter. Gloriana looked up at him with increasing admiration. You can capture gods as they are being formed from the phases of life and death. His spiritual techniques had nothing to do with hexism. His girlfriend was just slotting his explanation in the framework of her beliefs. Whether it's expert pilots of exceptional exabeasts, each of my recent mech designs carry at least a portion of their spirits. The design spirits essentially function as a spiritual component that is invisible to everyone except me. Only I am fully aware of the spiritual components imparted to each of my mech designs, and in turn the mechs derived from them. I've never told any other mech designer this much, so I hope you can keep it a secret. Ves, thank you for revealing this to me. She happily leaned into him. Learning about this divine component you add to your mech designs has been an extraordinary revelation to me. I never viewed your specialty in this way, but now that you have opened my eyes, I've realized that all of my previous mech designs have always lacked this essential component. They had never been as close to perfect as I thought. Though it sounded as if she suffered a mental crisis, the glee on her face signified that she was anything but unhappy. To a mech designer, discovering a shortcoming was not necessarily damaging to their development. Instead, they became more aware of what they lacked, allowing them to come up with a way to remedy the flaws in their previous methods. Ves sensed a storm raging through Gloriana's mind. This time, it was far greater than anything he sensed before. Though Ves became incredibly concerned at what kind of mental shift was taking place in her mind, her will proved to be exceptionally strong. She quickly gained control over the storm and made sure that it only changed the parts of her that she wanted to change. The storm only subsided once she fully incorporated the new insights she gained. From now on, her idea of the perfect vessel could no longer be devoid of a spiritual component. Having witnessed much from his spiritual fragment stuck in her mind, Ves looked at his girlfriend with shock. Even if he didn't possess a glimpse into her mind, he could still deduce that Gloriana readily shifted the direction of her design philosophy in light of his revelation. Gloriana! What have you done? Ves. I told you that I love you. I always believed your design philosophy perfectly complements mine, and you've just proved me right. Before I met you, I've always believed the most perfect vessels I could design and make for my customers would merely take the form of exquisitely crafted shells. Now that I know that it is possible to imbue them with gods, the perfect vessel in my eyes must always include a divine component. But you won't be able to make these perfect vessels yourself. If you follow this direction, you'll become dependent on me. Think of what it will do to your future progression. She hugged him tighter. I know! I don't care! I already told you that I can't imagine living without you. No matter what my mother or anyone else thinks, you are the man I wish to spend the rest of my life with. Binding my design philosophy to yours is not a heavy to price pay if I already enjoy your company. I simply can't ignore this option if it means I will forever be resigned to designing incomplete mechs. Though Ves collected abundant proof that Gloriana did not possess any ulterior motives towards him, not a single shred of doubt remained in his mind. As a mech designer, and as a woman, Gloriana decisively bound herself to him to the point where she could no longer realize her design philosophy without him by her side. Ves couldn't imagine the sheer level of dedication required to make such a decision at the spur of the moment. He already thought he formed a measure of her adoration towards him, but this recent development showed him that he still underestimated her love. As Ves and Gloriana both stared in each other's eyes, he voiced his deepest, heartfelt emotion. I love you, Gloriana, he whispered to her with affection. A brilliant smile appeared on her. I have waited so long for you to say those words. I love you too. The two instantly crashed their lips against each other. They fell onto the bed and started making out with incredible passion. His calm automatically switched off due to the movements, removing the two recently empowered designs from view. Ahem! Stop this instant! Don't go too far! It took an enormous amount of physical effort for Melody to physically pry Gloriana off Ves. So passionate were they about their affection to each other that Melody almost resorted to calling in the guards of the Glory Battalion. Even though Melody interrupted their intimate moment, they still smiled and laughed at each other. Both of them felt so connected to each other that merely being in each other's presence was enough. Meow. Meow. Even their cats responded happily to their affection towards each other. The coming days proceeded smoothly. Now that they both completed their project, Ves transmitted the final design schematics and documents to the LMC. Fabricate the best copies that you can of the Desolate Soldier and the Holy Soldier and send them to the MTA for validation, he ordered Calcy over the comm. Try and see if you can hurry up the process. Don't worry, Ves. Due to the recent changes, many mech designers have stopped flooding the MTA's branch on Bentheim with irrelevant mech designs. Their testers are much less busier now. They've already explicitly stated that they will fast-track the validation of any mech design that fares well against the Sandmen. They've also curtained much of their certification processes to the absolute minimum. He became a little reassured at her response. That doesn't sound like the MTA. They have no choice, really. If the MTA puts up too many administrative delays on the release of mechs the Bright Republic and other states solely need, the mech industry will simply bypass the onerous steps entirely. No one really cared whether a mech is technically sound or not as long as they can be built and put to use immediately. Good. Even if the validation process is shortened, don't wait for the MTA to make their judgment. Get the mech nursery to start churning out as many Desolate Soldiers as possible. Included in the documents I've sent you is a full step-by-step plan on how to optimally fabricate the Desolate Soldiers with our current equipment. Send this plan to our chief technicians. My latest product is already easy to produce, but we don't have any time to spare on ascending the learning curve. What about our current production orders? They're not important. Ves waved his hand. Halt or cancel as much as you can without getting the LMC in trouble. Right now, producing as many Desolate Soldiers is a huge priority because the Sandmen invasion will reach the Bright Republic any day now. It'll be too late if we just start to roll out the Desolate Soldiers when the initial battles are already in full swing. His priority was obvious. He wanted at least some of his Desolate Soldiers to be present in the footage of the opening battles. As long as his mech was recognizably present in the footage broadcasted by the news, then his new product essentially enjoyed an enormous degree of free publicity. It was not just about boosting the profile of his desolate soldier model. He also wanted to take away the space reserved for competing mech models. As the caretaker of the LMC, Kalsi keenly understood this dynamic. "We'll do as you say. It is not as if we intended to do anything different. We have more than enough fixed customers to ensure that we won't be lacking in demand. Remember to focus solely on the desolate soldier. The LMYC and the Ovane Protectorate will handle the production and sale of the Holy Soldier. In fact, if demand happens to exceed supply for any reason, then I'll allow you to approach third-party manufacturers to produce additional copies. Achieving volume should be our overarching priority." "That is different from what you usually prioritize, VS." Kalsi looked confused. "What about quality?" "Times are different. We all have to lower our standards when our state is at stake. Unlike my previous works, the Desolate Soldier is not a premium mech model. Not only that, it's far easier to produce, so even dysfunctional workshops can make adequate copies. As long as they aren't too shabby, they're good enough to resist the Sandmen. I'll see what I can do. There are many mech manufacturers that are under threat because their usual products are no longer in demand. They'll be easy enough to persuade to produce your Desolate Soldiers, but..." "What are you concerned about?" VS asked. "If we resort to this method to boost our production, it's doubtful we can earn adequate profits. The third-party mech manufacturers will still insist on getting a cut, which means our margins for the Desolate Soldiers will shrink even further." VS did not expect much profit to begin with, which meant that allowing third-party manufacturers in on the action would barely put them above break-even territory. "It's fine," he said. "Why should we worry about profits when the survival of the Bright Republic is not a sure thing? We should do our duty and support the mech pilots sent into battle as best we can by supplying them with decent mechs. Besides, the performance of our Desolate Soldiers will lay the groundwork for the LMC's resurgence in the mech market." As long as the mech market embraced the Desolate Soldiers, it would certainly embrace his other products. The stigma the LMC acquired would naturally start to fade once everyone realized the benefits of using his products. A day after VS spoke with Kalsi, he found out about the wildly successful raids conducted by the Ilvanans on their star arrivals. The notable appearance of his transcendent messengers and the widespread use of the LMC's commercial mechs had temporarily supplanted the news on the Sandman invasion in the Bright Republic. "VS!" Gavin called him the moment he received the news. "Have you heard what those religious nutjobs have just done? They've gone crazy." Chapter 15:30 Overwhelming Proof. Shock. VS became shocked. As Gavin sent him a bunch of news articles reporting on the successful attacks launched by the Ilvanans. While the Ilvanans enjoyed the advantage of surprise, that shouldn't have been enough to give them a decisive victory on all 6 incursions. Yet the Cronins fought as if they were possessed, exhibiting much greater battle frenzy than what a stagnant, unbloodied military mech force ought to possess. Unlike the Bright Republic Mech Corps, the Cronin dynasty never fought any major battles since the founding of the Protectorate. Their state's isolation gave them very little chance to showcase their prowess, and they had largely been considered paper tigers by foreigners. From the propaganda footage transmitted by the Ilvanans and the sporadic footage leaked by civilian stars on the ground, the battles proceeded very unevenly from the start. "The Star Army isn't some pushover," Gavin told him over the comm. "The Star Faith Collective is a fairly belligerent state, and they've had scuffles with most of their neighbors due to their hunger to take over powerful star systems. They are crazy for stars. They just can't help themselves. Well, this time, they barked up the wrong tree. Despite possessing a considerable defensive advantage, their battle lines crumbled far too quickly against the Cronins. According to the judgment of the analysts, the Ilvanans should have gotten stalled in at least 4 of the battles, but instead they overwhelmed the Star Worshippers through pure ferocity. The Ilvanans shouldn't have won so easily at all 6 battlefields. The Star Army was not a vegetable, and the Star Worshippers who fought on the defense were just as faithful in their beliefs as their opponents. Both sides should have fought with an equal amount of religious fervor. Yet the mech pilots of one side exhibited much more enthusiasm, while the mech pilots of the other side fought as if there were weights pressing down on their hearts. A lot of analysts who interpreted battle footage for a living began to study the underlying reasons why the Ilvanans crushed the Star Worshippers so heavily. What they discovered was fairly shocking. The decisive factor turned out to be the mechs designed by Ves. The difference became clear when the analysts compared the battle performance of units that contained LMC mechs and those that did not. The former fought as if they were blessed. Entire mech companies worth of Black Beaks and Crystal Lords fought with much greater aggression than their regular Cronin counterparts. Not only that, but whatever influence affecting the fervor of their mech pilots also extended to the area around them. Friendly military mechs in close proximity fought just as aggressive and domineering when they kept up with the LMC mechs. While this boost in morale and battle spirit should have only imposed a modest on the battlefield, the strangest part about the LMC mechs was that they intimidated their immediate opponents somehow. Every Star Mech company that faced the LMC mechs in battle suffered greater casualties and broke faster. And this didn't just happen once or thrice. On all 6 battlefields, the Cronin units fielding Black Beaks and the Crystal Lords all encountered measurably less resistance than units fielding regular military mechs. The data on this is so clear that there is no doubt your mechs is the deciding factor, Gavin noted with glee. Ves nodded with numb shock. Although some of my customers have fielded my mechs in large numbers, few have gone as far as outfitting entire mech companies with my products. His mechs worked best in large numbers because their identical auras overlapped with each other. Yet even if he knew this truth, others might not know about it or have the money to spare to outfit an entire mech company to put this notion to the test. Out of all of his fans and customers, only the Ilvanans were fanatical enough to commit so many resources on fielding so many of his mechs at once. To field them in a major action in such great numbers was simply unthinkable to anyone else. Only those who believed in the bright martyr were willing to take the plunge. Perhaps the Ilvanans had already bought a sufficient amount of Black Beaks, Crystal Lords and Aurora Titans to discover and ascertain their strengths when fielded together, because the Cronins mainly grouped them together for maximum effect. A smile inadvertently bloomed on his face. The Ilvanans are the first customers who really get it. While my mechs mostly work fine when they are fielded by themselves, they work best when deployed together. He had often made this claim, but without any proof to back up his assertions, the mech market mostly brushed it off. Who was willing to invest billions of bright credits outfitting entire mech companies with the same LMC mech model? This was why Ves banked on the avatars of myth to set an example. If not for its slow growth, its need to field a rounded mech roster, and his various distractions, his personal mech force should have been the first ones to showcase the might of his mechs in unison. Ves did not begrudge the Ilvanans from stealing his thunder. The authentic footage of their battles against the Star Army served as much more powerful proof than he could ever manage on his own. This was because the Ilvanans fielded well over 1,000 of his mechs at once. Ves hadn't even realized that the Cronins managed to procure so many of his commercial mechs. The protectors of the flock must have been responsible for virtually all of the demand for his products on the Protectorate's mech market. A wry smile appeared on his face. He sensed the invisible influence of Calabas behind this major procurement by the Cronins. She wielded a large amount of influence on the mech market in her cover identity, so it was impossible for her to remain uninvolved. He mentally tipped his hat at her. Influencing the Cronins to buy and field his mechs in large numbers must have been one of her initiatives to empower Ves. He had to admit the timing of these attacks couldn't have come at a better moment. Gavin recognized the fortuitous timing as well. All the analysts agree that your mechs have made an outsized influence on morale. The Ilvanans under their influence fought like they were possessed, while the star worshippers who fell within their sway fought as if they were haunted. There are so many data points from all of the footage that have been released that our critics simply can't refute the facts. This was important. While an abnormality in a single instance could have been passed off as a fluke or a difference in leadership or something, there were far more instances where the same took place. Overall, hundreds of different clashes between LMC mech companies and Star Army mech companies took place across all 6 ground battles. The only other way to explain the vast differences was to dismiss the Ilvaeans' battle fervor as a collective delusion. Yet calling this phenomenon a placebo effect could only explain the raised morale from the side of the Ilvaeans. It was plausible to dismiss their fanaticism in battle as a side effect of their misguided belief in the Bright Martyrs products. But could that explain the measurably worse performance of the Star Mech companies arrayed against them? The Star worshippers didn't believe in the Bright Martyr. It was doubtful if they ever even heard of this figure. There was no reason why they should feel fear just because they faced mechs produced by a particular mech company. If your Black Beaks, Crystal Lords, and to a lesser extent your Aurora Titans already have this effect, then the effect of your Transcendent Messengers is on a whole different level. Gavin gushed. The effect of gathering 40 Black Beaks at once was much less drastic than the effect of fielding a single Transcendent Messenger. Though every Ilvaenan mech pilot entered the battle with high morale, the ones who fought within a broad range of the hero mech fought particularly well. The Cronin mech surrounding the Transcendent Messengers all pushed forward with unstoppable momentum, while the Starim mechs all failed to muster more than 80% of their usual strength. The differences in performance had become noticeably more stark, causing lots of people to pay very close attention to the Transcendent Messengers. Just its symbolic value to the Ilvaenans couldn't explain the vast gulf in performance. The Star worshippers who believed in the stellar gods shouldn't have fought so poorly to the point where it seemed as if they questioned their faith. Proof. Ves spoke up after his shock at the Ilvaen Protectorate's insane decision to attack the Star Faith Collective had subsided. All of this is proof. Yes. Our marketing department has already gone into overdrive to edit the footage into compelling ads. The only problem is that demand for our existing mech lineup won't change. With the Sandmen bearing down on us, no one is stupid enough to buy a Black Beak. Though that was a huge shame, neither of them showed any dissatisfaction. That was because they could still use the proof to raise the fame of the LMC. Not only that, they could also use all of the material they obtained to boost their next products. We should take advantage of the buzz the Ilvaenans have generated to promote your Desolate Soldier and the Holy Soldier models. Even if the mech models are different, all of your mechs exhibited the same effect on morale. We can put much more strength to your claim that your Desolate Soldier is perfect for shoring up everyone's sense of duty. Both Ves and Gavin were of the same mind on this judgment. With the dramatic success achieved by the Ilvaenans so fresh on everyone's minds, the LMC needed to take immediate advantage of the favorable publicity. Once the Sandman invasion reached the third line of defense, the news of the dramatic raids would quickly fade. The mech nursery should hurry up and pump out as many Desolate Soldiers as possible. Don't hesitate in partnering up with third-party mech manufacturers to expand our initial volume. With all of the publicity my products have received, it's more vital than ever to make my mechs visible on the streets. Ves instructed Gavin. They hashed out a plan to field large numbers of Desolate Soldiers on the streets of Bentheim. Even if they did nothing but stand around or move back and forth, their strong duty-focused auras would fascinate every mech buyer in Bentheim. To the LMC, there was no better way to convince hesitating mech buyers of the unique value of his Desolate Soldiers than to verify their effects in person. Ves had no doubt that the curiosity generated by the successful Ilvaenan raids would be satisfied in this fashion. Once Gavin ended the call to convey the altered marketing plans to the LMC, Ves sat back and fell into a moment of contemplation. He viewed the first mass use of his mechs as a turning point in his career. Along with the imminent release of the Desolate Soldier model and its variant, the LMC's fortunes would inevitably experience an incredible boost. From now on, the sales of my mech models won't be limited to thousands. Ves held especially high hopes for his Desolate Soldier model. While its product margin was very thin, if he managed to sell tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of copies in the next year, then the profit he earned would amount to a considerable figure. Yet more important than the profit would be the boost to his products. With the LMC products fielded in such large numbers, more and more proof of how beneficial they could be would spread among the mech community like a wildfire. He had no doubt that many of his customers aside from the Ilvanans would soon come to know how formidable the LMC mechs performed in battle. My limelight has come! He grinned. At the dawning of the next mech generation, a brand new future awaited him upon his return. Chapter 1531 for the best. Ves lamented that he wasn't back in the Bright Republic to promote his newly released Desolate Soldier. Yet the gift given to him by the Ilvanans was so much better. The publicity of a carefully planned product reveal event was so much more modest than the organic buzz generated by the successful Ilvanan raids. Mech companies could hardly ever ask for a better publicity boost, especially since the difference made by the mechs designed by Ves was so incredibly obvious. Even expert pilots on the same side became affected. Ves ruefully chuckled to himself. If my mechs are able to damage the confidence of hostile expert pilots, then the galaxy would have truly gone mad. He understood that expert pilots possessed a force of will that was just as strong if not stronger than the auras of his mechs. If both of them complemented each other, then the expert pilot wouldn't reject the influence. That's the best I can hope for the moment. It was too soon for him to think about affecting expert pilots. He was still too far away from designing expert mechs, though Gloriana's tutoring sessions already started to cover some of this ground. Due to her specialty, she had already been preparing to design expert mechs ahead of time. In addition, third-class expert mechs shared a lot of similarities with second-class standard mechs. The quality of their materials and their price ranges heavily overlapped. In many cases, a third-class expert mech was equivalent to a second-class mech customized for expert pilots. When a mech pilot from a third-rate state like the Bright Republic reached the expert level, second-class mechs no longer confounded them. Their broadly improved piloting skills easily enabled them to master the added complexities of piloting complex, higher-performing mechs. If any of my subordinates advances to expert pilot, then I can already save a lot of effort to retrain them. They're already good enough to master them by themselves. He scoffed. Of course, how easy was it for him to get his hands on an expert pilot? For many people, it was impossible. For Ves, it depended on if he could apply his theories about spirituality in a special way. After arranging his business affairs, Ves no longer felt the need to meddle. The LMC was more than capable enough to market his Desolate Soldier and Holy Soldier models on its own. While he supposed he could help market his product by conducting remote interviews of press events, his personal involvement would hardly make a difference. He decided to spend his time on the return trip to the Bright Republic on something better. When Ves next met with Gloriana at the lounge compartment of the Stellar Chaser, he made his proposal. You want us to collaborate on designing a customized version of the Desolate Soldier? She puzzlingly frowned. Why would you ever want to do such a thing, Ves? Even in your third-class mech market standards, your Desolate Soldier is hardly worth the effort to customize. While I admit that my other mech models are better candidates, they are not immediately relevant under the current circumstances. For the coming year or so, my desolate soldiers will be the only LMC mech that people will witness in battle. Even so, it's better to collaborate on a much higher quality custom mech that is worth our attention. Gloriana showed intense dislike towards any idea of using a mech model with a market price of 20 million bright credits as the base of a custom mech. It sounded just as absurd as employing a top-class chef to prepare a dish made out of reconstituted nutrient packs. Nonetheless, Ves did not set out to torture his girlfriend or push her design philosophy to the brink. He had a very good reason to suggest this unusual project. Remember when we first met on Centerpint? Of course I remember. I recall it every day. It was love at first sight. I already knew back then that you were the perfect boy for me. No other boy in the hegemony has ever made me feel that way. If only you didn't run so soon, she sighed in a wistful manner. Well, before I met you, I inadvertently fell into a hole and entered some kind of trial conducted by the Rim Guardians. Oh. So that's why I couldn't investigate all of your movements on Centerpoint. The Rim Guardians are very influential throughout the Galactic Rim. For you to come under their attention is a great thing. How did it go? The short version is that I've managed to pass the trials and earn their initial recognition. I knew it. You're such a good mech designer to stay unnoticed. It's not as impressive as it sounds, Gloriana. I only managed to get my foot in the door. If I want to enter into their circle, I need to prove myself in a much more difficult way. They issued me an assignment. What does your assignment entail? Turn a coward into an expert pilot, Ves responded morosely. He briefly introduced William Urbish to his girlfriend and explained the progress they made so far. Ves had put him under the care of Melker and the Larkinsons to see if they could apply their famed training to transform Urbish into a capable mech pilot. So far, the exile from the Slicer tribe hadn't changed at all. Though all of the intensive training succeeded in increasing his proficiency in piloting mechs, the moment William Urbish faced an opponent, he instantly buckled. Without addressing his crippling psychological fear of battle, there was no way Ves could make any progress in fulfilling the request of the Rim Guardians. Gloriana frowned. So let me get this straight. The Rim Guardians expect you to turn one of the most unsuitable mech pilots that I've ever heard of into an expert candidate. Are they setting you up or something? To be fair, if not for this psychological affliction, Urbish's chances of becoming an expert candidate is as good as any other. I think the Rim Guardians really wants me to solve this problem. As for turning him into an expert candidate, they've expressed so little confidence that it's fine if I fail. I'll just have to complete another assignment to prove my commitment and earn their approval. So why don't you do that instead? She asked. I don't want to wait. Who can guarantee that the next assignment will be any easier? The reason why I want to take a serious shot at reforming Urbish is because I think I can succeed where others failed. How? I'm not sure. He shrugged. He was partially honest this time. I have some ideas, and I'm not sure how they will work out. I think it would definitely help if I can get Urbish to pilot a custom mech. Are you plotting some kind of plan to throw Urbish into the crucible by forcing him to fight against the Sandmen? Yup. What better way to stimulate his potential than to put him in a life-or-death struggle? Expert candidates always emerge during these instances. From the information you've given me, Urbish doesn't specialize in piloting ranged mechs. That's no problem. The Larkinsons have attempted to train him into piloting ranged mechs on account of his reluctance to face enemies in battle. While they've failed, Urbish has at least become competent enough to wield ranged weapons. Besides, the Desolate Soldier model is not a very demanding mech in the first place. It's very fragile though. Aren't you afraid that the Sandmen will kill him with one of their pinpoint laser strikes? Ves shrugged. That's the risk that we have to take. I know that I'm playing with fire here, but in the worst case someone else's hands will get burned. Mine will stay untouched. Yeah, but the Rim Guardians won't be pleased at all for failing this assignment in such a fashion. If they truly cared, they would have directed more effort into reforming him. Instead, the Rim Guardians dumped him into the care of a stranger. I don't think the Rim Guardians will take much issue with Urbish's death. I don't have anything to fear from the Urbish clan from the Vicious Mountain Star sector either because they're already in decline. William's untimely death would be the nail in the coffin for them, so in a way this outcome isn't so bad at all. He felt much more free in taking risks if he could get others to pay the bulk of the cost. Though Gloriana kept expressing her reluctance, she quickly swallowed her objections. I'll do anything for you, she whispered softly to him. If you really want me to become involved in this project, then I'll do so. Just make sure it's worth it, Ves. We'll both gain from this project. It will be the first time we pooled our design philosophies together in a project where you'll take the lead. Unlike before, you will call the shots. Ves already fixed most of the parameters of the original Desolate Soldier design before Gloriana came along. Though he officially credited her as a contributing designer to the Desolate Soldier project, her involvement at the later phases did not allow her to make any drastic changes. It was different now that they no longer worked on the assumption of adapting their mech design to as many mech pilots as possible. Now that they played by Gloriana's rules, Ves expected their collaboration to yield much more substantive results. The outcome of this project would reveal how effectively their design philosophies really amplified each other's strengths. It's better to see if we can work together on a smaller and simple project like adapting our existing Desolate Soldier to a single mech pilot, he reasoned to her. There is still more than a month to go before we reach the Bright Republic. This should be more than enough time to complete our project. Aside from that, working on this project will also help you adjust to working with third-class mechs. After contemplating Gloriana's situation for a long time, Ves believed it was better for her if she became more open-minded towards mechs. As her boyfriend, he wanted her to succeed, and he suspected that she would stand a better chance of realizing her design philosophy if it wasn't so overly narrow. Perhaps it was presumptuous of him to steer Gloriana's development. However, Gloriana was just as smart as him. As long as he gave her some hints, she could form the same conclusion. She frowned at him. Don't think I don't know what you are trying to do. You want me to become more flexible, is that it? You want me to be able to work with even the worst third-class mechs. That's something that I've never contemplated in my life. I think the distinction between third-class, second-class, and first-class mechs is artificial, he stated. As mech designers, shouldn't we tailor our products to the demands of the market? It just so happens that every customer has adopted this paradigm, but that doesn't mean that we should stick to it so closely. In the end, regardless of the differences in tech and materials, a mech is a mech. While it is all well and good to design the perfect vessel out of the best possible tech and materials, it takes true skill to do the same when your starting point is the Desolate Soldier. This was a lesson he learned during the time he occupied Axlar Strion's mind and body during a past mastery experience. Having worked firsthand with fantastic first-class tech and materials, he long lost his fascination towards this height. Ves believed he was doing Gloriana a huge favor by imparting a similar lesson towards her. If she stopped turning up her nose at cheaply constructed mechs, then her design philosophy no longer became so reliant on the materials and tech at her disposal. This ought to be a good development because that meant she wouldn't need to depend on designing astronomically expensive first-class mechs to progress. His continued persuasion started to take effect in his girlfriends' minds. Another mental storm surged in her mind. A small part of him felt a little guilty. It would have been best if she made this decision on her own. Ves had deliberately altered her path forward. Even if he had the best of intentions, it still didn't change the fact that he influenced her away from her original principles. "It's for the best," he whispered to her as she became lost in her own thoughts. Chapter 1532 Combook. Gloriana was in no mood to dive into their new project after she finished adjusting her principles. Before, she willingly embraced the incorporation of a spiritual component to her conception of the perfect vessel. The insights she received back then slotted in her mind as if she was adding an important piece to the puzzle in her design philosophy. This time was different. Under his deliberate manipulation, her design philosophy, which formerly followed a straight direction, suddenly took a crooked turn. Such a major shift in her future progression was so impactful that she still wasn't quite sure what she was getting into now. Her previous ambitions no longer matched her current direction. She needed to spend some time to process all of the changes and alter her prior goals. The shift she went through reminded Ves of the time the system forced him to develop a gamma laser rifle to upgrade his physics skill to senior. Just like how the system prodded him to become less rigid in his principles back then, Ves had taken on a similar role to guide Gloriana towards a more open and adaptable mindset. Ves didn't question whether the system was even a good role model for him to emulate. Even though the system liked to make things difficult for him, he always thought he benefited from its lessons. He would have never become the mech designer he was today without its guidance. A few minutes passed by as both mech designers remained silent. Eventually, Gloriana recovered and directed a resentful glance at Ves. She lightly punched his arm. "Sometimes I wonder what I'm getting into by binding myself to you. Not even my teachers have impacted my design philosophy to this extent. If I didn't trust you so much, I would have ordered Clixie to claw off your face." "Mel?" The Robarthan sentinel cat looked up from the cat bed placed next to the love seat. "Meow." Lucky pawed at Clixie, causing her to stop paying attention to their owners and get back to grooming each other. Having anticipated Gloriana's response, Ves smiled apologetically while he retrieved something from his pockets. "I have a gift for you. Why don't you try them out?" He handed over the pair of cosmetic cat ears made out of Zygra's fur he reserved for Gloriana. As his girlfriend accepted the accessories with confusion, Ves retrieved his own pair and placed them atop his head. "Come on. I think you'll look cute." That convinced her. She summoned a mirror projection from her comm and admired how well the black fur complemented her appearance. Her eyes instantly sparkled. "Thank you, Ves. I love them. Come closer, let's take a snapshot together." She stretched out her arm and dragged Ves closer until they pressed their shoulders against each other. They smiled at her comm, which recorded a high-fidelity three-dimensional image of them sitting on the love seat. "Let's bring our cats into the picture as well. Come over here, Clixie." After they called over their pets, they took another snapshot with their two cats resting on their laps. Gloriana loved every image they took of themselves and even recorded a few seconds of footage. Hi. This would look lovely on my combook page." She quickly manipulated her comm to upload the best and wholesome-looking image on her combook page. Peering at her comm, Ves watched her actions with bemusement. "You have a combook page?" "Of course. Why wouldn't I? It's the largest social network in the galaxy." Backed by the comm consortium, Combook's reach spread far and wide. Wherever the galactic net reached, Combook inevitably held sway. "It's also accessible for junk and conspiracy theories. It brings out the worst of humanity," Ves scoffed. "I still use it to stay in touch with my friends and colleagues. What about you?" "I stopped fooling around with Combook a long time ago and closed my page. Whatever can be gained from virtual reality is inconsequential compared to what I can gain from physical reality." In the past, he started practicing his skills by designing virtual mechs. However, that was just a phase in his life. While the LMC still published his mech designs in virtual form to allow the public to experience his products without a significant cost, Ves no longer paid much attention to it. A mech designer never progressed by relying purely on virtual mech designs. "That's such a shame," Gloriana remarked. "No wonder you didn't accept my friend invite. I thought you blocked me. Well, it's no big deal. After all, having you by my side is much better." They quickly shoved the matter aside after Gloriana uploaded a cute image of them together. Their new cat ears made it seem as if they were intimately together, which was probably the biggest reason why she felt so eager to put it on her comic page. In any case, Ves succeeded in distracting Gloriana from what he did to her. She was a much more pleasant person to be around as long as she was happy. She was so happy with her gift that she even snuggled and kissed Ves for a time. Of course, she also kept a watchful eye on Melody, and stopped just short of provoking another intervention. "Let's discuss our project," she chirped. Ves nodded. "Let me lay down my requirements." He briefly explained what he desired from the end product. He wanted the customized Desolate Soldier to fit William Urbish as best as possible. The most important demand he posed was that it had to be as comfortable and fitting to him as possible. Though it sounded simple, Gloriana slowly frowned as she realized an immediate problem. "You told me that Urbish specializes in piloting land-bound axeman mechs. Even with extensive training, I doubt he feels comfortable in piloting a space-borne rifleman mech. Is it even possible to design a mech that fits him perfectly?" An inherent contradiction emerged that faintly started to trouble her mind again. She had never experienced so many paradigm shifts before she hooked up with Ves. Fortunately, Ves had already thought of this issue. "We are not aiming to achieve perfection. It's good enough to get close to perfect as possible while adhering to our limitations. This is a good test for you. Unlike your previous projects, you won't have access to your usual luxuries. You need to rely on your own skill to make the most out of limited means. This is what third-class mech designers like myself face every day. That's why my other demand is that we shouldn't rely on better materials or parts to improve our custom mech." Second-class mech designers were capable of designing amazing mechs, but their efficiency was always a bit lower than their poorer counterparts. Every class of mech designer possessed their own strengths. Gloriana regarded the new project as a challenge and a test. "I'll do it. It's not what I'm used to, but I feel kind of excited now that I think about it. Without distracting myself from chasing after the best tech and exotics I can get my hands upon, the outcome of our efforts will mainly rely on our skill. It's the best opportunity to see if our design philosophies can complement each other. We can make a direct comparison between our custom mech design and the standard Desolate Soldier design." Just like Gloriana, Ves looked forward at the results as well. He always sensed that Gloriana withheld a lot of strength when she worked on the Desolate Soldier project. Now that he appointed her as the lead designer of their custom mech project, she was free to unleash some of her repressed design urges. They called up the design schematic of the Desolate Soldier and studied it for a moment. "One of the first things we need to alter is the structure of the mech. The body proportions of the Desolate Soldier should match the proportions of the mech pilot as closely as possible." "Is that necessary?" Ves questioned. "Not entirely. A large person can pilot a light mech just fine. It's just that there is always an element of dissociation at the start. As the mech pilot practices with the mech over time, they will slowly develop new reflexes and muscle memory adapted to the mech frame. Urbish doesn't have the time to spare," Ves commented. "It's best if he can get the hang of his new custom mech as fast as possible." "Right, and adjusting the body proportions of the base model is a good way to shorten the adjustment period," Let me show you how it's done. Since William Urbish was under the complete care of the Larkinsons, VS had already obtained very detailed medical data on his body. He transferred them over to Gloriana, who studied them for a time before beginning to morph the desolate soldier's frame. Overall, the altered proportions caused the desolate soldier to look a little shorter and stockier. It lost its sense of litheness typical to budget mechs and ranged mechs. If the altered mech wielded an axe instead of a rifle, then it would have looked a lot more natural. This reflected William Urbish's physical fitness. Even though he was a complete coward, like any mech pilot, he maintained a physically intensive training regime, which included practicing with handheld axes. If there was one benefit that he derived from his stay with the Rim Guardians, it was that they had tuned up his body. "I didn't think you would go this far," he said. "With such drastic changes, we'll have to overhaul the entire internal structure of our mech." It was one thing if Gloriana lengthened the arms by a centimeter or something. Such a change only forced him to make some extensions and fill up some extra space. Yet changing the proportions of the torso and all of the limbs of the mech in so many aspects meant that the existing internal architecture had broken down entirely. There was no way the mech would be able to function with so much rejigging. Gloriana waved away his concerns. "It's not that bad. The desolate soldier is not a complex mech, and many of the design choices you've made can still be applied to this altered version, which saves us lots of time." This was just the start. She outlined many more alterations to the internal structure. She had developed a vast array of methods to make a mech fit a mech pilot like a glove, many of which VS had never even conceived of before. In some cases, he no longer kept up with her train of thought as she started to draw upon the unique theories and principles of her design philosophy. The more Gloriana showed off her ingenuity, the more VS felt ashamed at his prior custom mechs. All of his earlier machines designed for single mech pilots had never truly been adjusted to their mech pilots. It was more apt to say that VS simply designed a mech like usual, but only produced a single copy. Aside from abiding by the rules of a competition or meeting the demands of his client, he did not expend a lot of effort into figuring out how much better a mech could fit a specific mech pilot. Gloriana held nothing back and confidently explained her methods as if she had nothing to hide. VS soaked up as much as he could. Even if he only understood a portion of her theories and methods, he still gained an enormous improvement in his ability to design a custom mech. This not only came handy if he was designing a custom mech on his own. The reason why Gloriana explained so much was that she wanted him to become familiar with her design style. The more he became familiar with her way of working, the better he could integrate his own design style with hers. Only when both knew what the other was capable of would they be able to combine their strengths without stepping on each other's toes. "Did you get it?" She happily clapped her hands together. "No matter. Once we begin to work, we will see how it goes. I'm confident we can turn the desolate soldier into something special. As our first true collaboration, I won't allow it besmirch this special moment of ours." Chapter 1533 Sales Projections. As the LMC and LMYC began to produce the first batches of Desolate Soldiers and Holy Soldier, the MTA approved the designs only days after receiving the first copies. The LMC did not expect the MTA to approve the mech designs so fast. With the mental influencing effects of the mechs designed by VS becoming more and more evident, how could the MTA not investigate? Yet they barely took any notice of the complaints submitted by the critics. The Mech Trade Association existed for several hundred years and spanned the breadth of the galaxy. What weird mech hadn't they seen before? Knowing more than most, VS never doubted that his mech would get approved. The MTA wanted an endless variety of design philosophies to bloom. The more interesting, the better. Unusual design philosophies that achieved unprecedented results earned far more appreciation than the stale ones that overlapped with known and highly studied specialties. As long as I don't cross the bottom line of the MTA, they are more inclined to see how far I can go. VS grinned. Nobody except VS knew that the MTA asked him some questions before they issued their judgment. They were curious about how his design philosophy made his desolate soldier and holy soldier so remarkable. The testers of his mechs very clearly noticed the influence they exerted over people. Even though they were just silver label mechs, the mech radiated such a pure sense of duty that it couldn't be explained with common sense. Even if the LMC somehow tampered with the neural interface, it couldn't explain how the people around the mechs became affected as well. VS merely shrugged when he read the message sent to his comm. A bright idea came to him. Since both VS and Gloriana designed the mechs, why not let his girlfriend compose the answer? That's a brilliant idea! Compared to VS, Gloriana possessed a much better relationship with the MTA. Not only that, but her weird belief in hexism would probably cause the evaluators to go crazy. Gloriana, can you do me a favor? Can you reply to the MTA in my stead? Sure, she chirped. She eagerly accepted his request and rapidly wrote a deluge of answers to the questions posed by the MTA. Words and phrases such as divinity, proto-gods, 6 phases of existence, and other nonsense suffused her written replies. To VS, all of it sounded like crazy talk. She interpreted his design philosophy through the lens of her own beliefs, causing her to couch all of her explanations in a way that only hexers understood. Even if the MTA employed hexer mech designers, they would probably scratch their heads at the outlandish claims that Gloriana made. Ha! VS laughed as he read his girlfriend's reply over her shoulder. Excellent! I should let you write up all the submissions to the MTA from now on. You make so much sense. Thank you, VS. I've made sure to be as thorough as possible. The MTA will surely recognize your brilliance after this. You deserve so much better. Gloriana turned her head to VS with a loving smile. The cat ears atop her head made her 10 times cuter right now. In fact, they both started wearing them permanently. VS wanted to cultivate a certain image of themselves, while Gloriana just wanted to tie VS closer to herself. In any case, once they sent Gloriana's exhaustive reply, the MTA did not inquire again. VS had the impression that the mech designers on the other side merely threw up their hands and hastily put their stamp of approval on the desolate soldier and holy soldier designs in order to move on to evaluating saner designs. What could they do? Question Gloriana's beliefs? Insult hexism as a whole? It wasn't worth it for such a small issue. The only complication that occurred was that the MTA issued a minor warning and advisory on the desolate soldier and holy soldier. These mechs exert a noticeable mental influence on people through unknown and potentially hazardous means. Caution is advised when fielding these mechs. The MTA tested the mental influence much more thoroughly than VS expected. They even verified that the effects were selective depending on the perspective of the mech pilot. Anyone deemed friendly and neutral received a positive influence, while anyone deemed hostile received a negative influence. Of course, the MTA also cautioned that positive and negative influences did not necessarily equate to beneficial and detrimental effects. For example, if one of his mech designs caused mech pilots to fight harder to the point of disregarding their own lives, then was it truly a boon? Many people would probably argue that it was a bane instead. The market had to make its own judgment. One point in the LMC's favor was that the MTA put a surprisingly high valuation on the standard 10-year licenses of the two designs. 10 billion bright credits for the desolate soldier. 7 billion bright credits for the holy soldier. That was far more than his Aurora Titan design, which possessed some insane if uneven performance parameters.
Is that a lot?
Gloriana asked.
It probably falls in line with other comparable mech designs published in the Bright Republic, Ves admitted. It's still a considerable achievement for me. The standard license for my Aurora Titan design is worth only 6 billion Bright credits.
License valuations did not necessarily correlate to the performance or quality of a mech design. Instead, the MTA made their determinations according to the commercial value of a product. If they believed a particular mech model sold well, then they should be worth more. The MTA basically expressed their confidence in the success of the Desolate Soldier when they priced its license at 10 billion credits. As for the lower valuation of the Holy Soldier, Ves accepted it without a blink. Its tacky exterior and the plethora of religious iconography limited its market appeal to just a specific group of people. Due to the minute influence of Prophet Ilvain's spiritual fragment, the Holy Soldier's X factor gained a fraction of its character. Those who didn't believe in the Ilvainian faith would always feel a vague sense of rejection when they piloted a Holy Soldier.
Let's see if the MTA is right to value them so highly.
Ves carefully paid attention to the initial sales of the LMC's newly released mech models. Would the official warning issued by the MTA deter too many buyers? 3 days after releasing the Mechs, Gavin called Ves from the Barracuda.
How is the market reaction, Benny?
Good. Initial demand largely fell within our expectations. Due to recent events, the Ilvainans all snapped up our Holy Soldiers in an instant. In fact, they just can't get enough. Demand for our Holy Soldiers is so great that the LMYC is forced to partner up with dozens of more mech manufacturers to even begin to meet the insane demand for our Holy Soldiers. Though Ves expected such a wild reaction, he still became delighted now that it actually happened.
How many mechs?
Gavin brought up a data pad and studied the numbers.
With our current pace of ramping up production, our most modest estimate is that we'll be able to sell over 5,000 Holy Soldiers in the first month.
5,000? Ves gasped.
Are you kidding me? Many Ilvainans blindly believe in your products. They don't need to see the Holy Soldiers in action. They're willing to buy them straight away, especially when your new mech directly addresses the Sandmen threat. Every other mech model competing against yours in the Protectorate mech market has become much less popular as soon as the LMYC started selling the Holy Soldiers. We don't even need to conduct a marketing campaign because the Ilvainans are already talking about them all day.
Selling 5,000 copies of the Holy Soldier in the first month was just the start. Gavin proceeded to reveal the sales projections for the subsequent months. 10,000 sales. 20,000 sales. 30,000 sales. The figures kept growing so much that Ves began to doubt whether the Ilvainans could even scrounge enough mech pilots to put all of the Holy Soldiers to use.
This is insane. Ha! I know, boss. The Ilvainans are crazy, but it just so happens that they are crazy for the Bright Martyr. As long as you don't disappoint them, our sales in this market will always be crazy. That has already been the case with the Black Beak, Crystal Lord, and Aurora Titan to a lesser degree. It was just that their high prices impeded wider adoption.
The Holy Soldier was completely different from his older commercial mechs. As a mech designed from the ground up to be affordable and very applicable, Ves precisely aimed to achieve high sales volumes. Still, as much as it pleased Ves immensely to spread his influence so dramatically through the widespread adoption of his latest mech model, there was one major caveat to the good news.
Even if our Holy Soldier model will sell incredibly well, our profits won't be as high as we'd like, right?
Ves asked with a grimace. Some of the enthusiasm dropped from Gavin's face.
Your sight, boss. It costs about 16 to 17 million bright credits to produce a Holy Soldier or Desolate Soldier. The bronze label editions sell at a list price of 20 million bright credits, while the silver label editions sell for 22 million bright credits. While the profits of the latter are much more healthy, practically all of the holy soldiers sold in the Protectorate are bronze label versions. The LMC adopted a strict standard when it came to labeling their products. The LMC was unable to guarantee the quality of mechs produced by third-party manufacturers. VS did not allow any external partner to produce silver label mechs no matter how many guarantees they made. How much profit are we actually making? Not much. The profit for the bronze label Holy Soldier is around 3 million bright credits. The third-party manufacturer takes a hefty cut out of this profit, say, 1 million bright credits. That still sounded decent considering how much Holy Soldiers they expected to sell, but there was more. The LMYC had to pay various fees and taxes per fiscal year. The LMC owned a 50% stake in the LMYC, so they only received half of the profits in the end. Calabas Holding Company received the other half of the profits. VS became a little sour when he thought how easily she stood to profit from his success, though he had to admit that she contributed considerably to the smooth expansion of the LMC in the Protectorate mech market. After every party involved received their cut, the LMC only received around 700,000 bright credits per sale. That doesn't sound so bad. VS rubbed his chin. That is only the case when the cost of raw materials stays the same. Don't forget that the supply of raw materials will become more strained as more and more states begin to fall. The longer this invasion goes on, the more damage the Sandmen will do. Many states are no longer exporting the materials they extract and are instead reserving them for domestic suppliers. VS did not worry too much about this trend. He already took it into account when he made sure to incorporate the most common materials available in the region in his latest mech designs. Still, even a modest increase in the cost of raw materials would have a drastic effect on the profitability of his holy soldiers. The profit the LMC made per sale could easily dwindle to 300,000 bright credits, or even worse. You know, we could remedy this situation if we increased the list price of our holy soldiers, Gavin suggested all of a sudden. We know demand for them is insane, to the point that we're simply unable to meet most of the demand. In this situation, it makes a lot of sense to raise our prices. Those who are more conscious of their spending will wait for it to drop, while your more devoted fans will easily swallow the added costs. VS immediately shook his head. No. Let's not play that game. The Ilvanans trust me, and I don't want to exploit that. Our primary goal should be to assist our customers in fighting the Sandmen and spread our reputation in the process by selling as many mechs as possible. Making a profit is secondary. We'll earn much more money once the customers we've gained during this crisis begins to recognize the value of my products. This fell in line with his plan to earn broad acceptance from the mech community. He especially kept his products cheap in order for them to become an attractive choice to the movers and shakers of every state under threat. Chapter 1534A Wild Bee. The wildly optimistic projections for the Holy Soldier already came as a shock to VS. This was the first time one of his mech models would surpass 10,000 sales in the second month. As for the Desolate Soldier model, the circumstances were different and more complex. His assistant dutifully explained the situation. Unlike the Holy Soldier, the demand of the Desolate Soldier is much more modest. The good news is that the LMC's reputation for quality and reliability, along with the positive attitudes of our existing customers, has generated a lot of initial interest. The shenanigans of the Ilvanans have been particularly helpful in publicizing our latest product and putting a positive spin on its effects. How has the warning issued by the MTA and the efforts of our critics affected the initial reception of my Desolate Soldier model? Pretty bad, at least at the start. The Bright Republic's mech market is a lot more sober when it comes to our mechs. Most interested customers outside of our existing fans have adopted a wait-and-see approach. Has that changed? Gavin grinned. Well, opinions are quickly beginning to turn around as soon as we adopted your plan to place the first batch of desolate soldiers across Bentheim. The duty they inspire from bystanders is so remarkable that the Bentheim Planetary Guard is actually the first major client to place a major order on our new product. The Planetary Guard? Ves sat up straight. Don't they normally operate on the surface of Bentheim? It's a nightmare to fight the Sandmen on land. The Planetary Guard would much rather dispatch a bunch of mech pilots to space in order to help resist the Sandmen that will be flooding the Bentheim system soon. As a port system, it's a certainty that it will become a magnet to these accursed aliens. It would be an absolute catastrophe if even a single Sandman vessel reached the surface of Bentheim. Due to the planet's high population density, a Sandman vessel could quickly spread out and harvest hundreds of thousands lives within minutes. His cousin Melinda happened to be a mech captain in the Bentheim Planetary Guard. Perhaps he should get in touch with her in order to find out if she would be the ones deployed to space. Her Larkinson training meant she likely possessed a basic proficiency in space-borne mech combat, so she might very well be assigned to pilot one of his mechs. The thought of Melinda facing a flood of Sandmen while piloting a mech that was only worth 20 million bright credits almost gave Ves a heart attack. If possible, he wanted her to pilot a much better mech. How many desolate soldiers do you think we'll sell? Our current estimate is 3,000 sales. We're actually partnering up with more third-party manufacturers to produce more mechs in anticipation of meeting future demand. We're betting that once the mech market recognizes that our desolate soldiers are good value, people will no longer hesitate and flood our company with orders. What's our projection for the second month? 50,000 mechs. What? Ves practically jumped out of his seat. His shock was so drastic that even Lucky and Nita became alarmed. The first Sandmen fleets will almost certainly hit the third line of defense by this time. Gavin spoke as if he hadn't dropped a bombshell. Once the desolate soldiers perform as well as we think they will, demand will skyrocket. The widespread use of the holy soldiers in the Ilvain Protectorate will also prove that our mechs can give defenders an edge. Even so, Ves still thought that selling 50,000 desolate soldiers in the second month of the model's release was rather exaggerated. Don't forget that this accounts for sales in every state we maintain an active presence, Gavin added. While much of our sales will still come from the Bright Republic, we expect to do very well in mech markets like the Reynald Republic that have most to gain from a mech that inspires duty. Ah, I see. While Ves mainly designed the Desolate Soldier for the Bright Republic, a state with much less internal stability would likely value his new mech model much more than usual. If his Desolate Soldiers succeeded in affecting the moods of the citizens of the Reynald Republic in similarly unstable states, then selling 50,000 mechs was not out of the question. This is why we think it might be possible for us to reach 100,000 in the third month. The shock of this immense sum had lessened after Ves digested the sales projections for the second month. After all, unlike the competition, his Desolate Soldier was the only mech that possessed the additional function of inspiring duty in everyone. The dual-purpose nature of his mech would probably come as a godsend to many faltering states. Of course, with such an insane level of popularity, copycats and counterfeits would quickly begin to flood the market as well. While Ves knew that many of them would come with defective or absent auras, many consumers who weren't familiar with authentic LMC mechs probably didn't know the difference. This problem will mainly impact distant mech markets where we don't have a presence, Ves determined. In the short term, it doesn't matter if unscrupulous mech manufacturers flood those distant markets with our products. Gavin nodded. The Bright Republic's mech market is well aware that only authentic mechs will deliver the best results. Foreign mech markets will quickly follow suit once we become more known there. Since our margins are already so low, There isn't much of a difference in the price of a counterfeit and an authentic copy. Mech buyers will definitely opt for the genuine products so long as they are available. After the third month of release, the LMC could no longer make any confident predictions of the sales projections for the Desolate Soldier. It depended heavily on how the Desolate Soldier actually fared against the Sandmen, and how much their customers appreciated its aura. Unless the Desolate Soldier performed disastrously in combat, the LMC did not expect its sales figures to subside. Selling more than 100,000 copies a month was a very realistic prospect so long as no other competing mech model was able to steal its thunder. The insane numbers sounded rather surreal to VS. Of course, the mech markets became saturated, sales would quickly fall to saner levels. Even if that didn't happen, once humanity repelled the Sandman invasion, the Desolate Soldier no longer had a purpose. "Let's see how it goes," he spoke, forcing himself to calm down. "Keep track of the market reception of our Desolate Soldiers and inform me as soon as sales begin to spike. Also, make sure to allocate some funds on resuming construction of our second manufacturing complex on Bentheim. We're going to need it if we want to produce more Silver Label mechs." After a long and extensive discussion with Gavin, VS finally ended the call. He took a couple of deep breaths to calm down his wildly beating heart. "All of this hinges on whether the market values my Desolate Soldier highly. If the LMC overestimated its market reception, then we can forget about reaching 100,000 sales per month." VS had already compared his Desolate Soldier to the works of other mech designers. Its performance was good enough to surpass most rifleman mechs designed by journeymen. However, its performance in some aspects was noticeably worse when compared to mechs designed by seniors. Seniors whose design philosophies excelled in raising the performance of specific aspects of their mechs possessed the greatest advantage in this area. Their products always captured significant chunks of market share, and VS expected no different this time. "At least we don't have to worry about competition from mainstream mechs this time." It was impossible for the huge, transgalactic enterprises to take notice of a tiny incident taking place in the Komodo Star sector. All of their master and senior mech designers had better things to do than spend all of their valuable time and effort into designing a ludicrously optimized mech that fit the current circumstances of a single region. This was also one of the major reasons why the LMC and every other mech company revised their sales projections upwards. Mainstream mech models ordinarily took up a lot of space in open mech markets. Now that they had become irrelevant, local mech companies eagerly filled in the void. "That reminds me, I still need to check something." He went to the bathroom and activated his usual security precautions before activating the system. Design Evaluation, Desolate Soldier DSA-01. Model Name, Desolate Soldier DSA-01. Original Manufacturer, Ves Larkinson. Weight Classification, Medium Light. Recommended Role, Ballistic Rifleman Mech. Armor E. Carrying Capacity, C. Aesthetics, B+. Endurance, C. Energy Efficiency, C. Flexibility, D. Firepower, C. Integrity, A. Mobility, B. Spotting, C. X Factor, A. Cost Efficiency, A. Project Involvement, 80%. Original Component Composition, 17%. Overall Evaluation. The Desolate Soldier is a simple space-borne rifleman mech designed for cost efficiency and ease of use. It does not possess any other strengths aside from its mobility and duty-oriented X factor. This mech is primarily meant to be employed against the Sandman race. You have received 1,000 design points for completing an original design that has no other equivalent. You have received 50,000 design points for designing a mech with a high presence of X factor. Most of the scores didn't look very flattering to Ves. As a cheap mech, there was no way it would score well on armor and firepower. That was not a big deal to Ves. The Desolate Soldier scored well in the areas that mattered. Its cost efficiency, integrity, and mobility were the two main selling points of his product, and in that regard it could hold its own against the competition. Of course, Ves knew his mech design well enough to be able to come up with these scores on his own. What he truly cared about was how the system evaluated the X factor of his mech. This was the second instance in which he made use of a spiritual product as his design spirit. Though Ves believed that the Solemn Guardian had reached a respectable amount of strength, he still needed confirmation. A is better than I expected. The Solemn Guardian did not match the strength of Kalankso. In fact, it was only a little bit stronger than Ilvain's spiritual fragment at the beginning. Ves knew that this was just the start. Ilvain's spiritual fragment experienced a considerable amount of growth for some reason, and Ves expected the Solemn Guardian to grow even faster if the Holy Soldier and Desolate Soldier actually realized their ludicrously high sales projections. The only regret he had was that the urgency of the situation didn't allow him to shape the upbringing of the Solemn Guardian as he wished. Ves only hoped that his initial customers served as good role models for the maturing design spirit. Oh! The Solemn Guardian occupied both the Desolate Soldier and Holy Soldier design. Since the initial market demand for the Holy Soldier was much more drastic, the Ilvainans would likely become the dominant influence. Well, it's too late to do anything. Ves shrugged. I can hardly withhold sales for my product when demand is so high. He resolved to check up on the Solemn Guardian frequently and step in if it developed a desire to convert mech pilots to the Ilvainan faith. In fact, Ves did not even wait. He dismissed the system and concentrated his mind on the Desolate Soldier design. As soon as he made contact with the Solemn Guardian, he already noticed that it had grown much more turbulent since last time. This signified that his infantile spiritual product was rapidly learning and maturing under the influence of the first people who piloted his new mechs. Though the Solemn Guardian appeared very active and chaotic right now, Ves believed there should be a way for him to influence its growth. I'll need to prune out some unwelcome developments. The drastic shifts taking place in the Solemn Guardian reflected its nature as an artificially created entity. It lacked the maturity of naturally grown spiritual entities. If Ves hadn't gotten the idea of checking up on the Solemn Guardian so early, who knew how it would turn out in the end? It would have been too late to steer its growth once it matured and internalized its lessons. Chapter 1535 Spiritual Foundation. Since Ves was the parent of the Solemn Guardian, the spiritual product trusted him a lot. While it already started communicating with hundreds of early adopters of the Desolate Soldier and Holy Soldier model, none of their voices weighed as much as the voice of its creator. Ves didn't have to resort to drastic measures to influence the Solemn Guardian's development. He merely instructed the Solemn Guardian and prodded certain aspects of his spiritual makeup. Of course, he held no illusions that he would be able to exert total control over the Solemn Guardian's development. It was already good enough to discourage it from developing a couple of undesirable habits. Hopefully, it's enough to prevent it from converting to the Ilvainan faith. That would be a true disaster. For now, sales of his new products were already on track to smashing the LMC's previous records. The production of his mechs reached an even higher figure as Ves and the LMC made a very costly bet. They bet that the demand for Desolate Soldiers would take off. They bet that the market would quickly order the mech in such large numbers that the LMC could never possibly contract enough third-party manufacturers to keep up with demand. Though Ves possessed a lot of confidence in his work, he still doubted whether the market would be able to recognize the merits of his mech design. The LMC already blatantly promoted the Desolate Soldier's ability to inspire duty to mech pilots and bystanders, but would everyone else believe this outlandish claim? When Ves met with Gloriana at the workshop compartment, he voiced some of his concerns. I'm not really familiar with third-class mech markets, but in the hegemony it's not unusual for journeymen to sell hundreds of thousands of copies a year. Our mech market is much bigger, but our market is also more competitive. When you are forced to compete against master mech designers, only the most exceptional mech designers are able to surpass this threshold. Why would a mech buyer opt to buy a mech designed by a journeyman as opposed to a master? Ves curiously asked. They're not irrational, if that's what you're thinking. There are perfectly rational reasons to buy a mech designed by a journeyman. In general, every master abides by the unwritten custom to price their products in relation to their value. The better they perform, the more expensive it is to buy them. Journeymen are still able to achieve considerable sales figures by severely discounting the prices of their products. Sure, their profits aren't anything to boast about, but proving your ability to sell lots of mechs opens up a lot of opportunities. Is that the only reason? Well, sometimes the specialties of masters can be rather peculiar. Not everyone needs a mech that is able to absorb a huge amount of shock or can transform into an alternate configuration. Lesser mech designers are able to fulfill thousands of different niches that masters don't bother with. Do you understand now? Ves nodded. That was similar to the situation at home. Do you think the sales projections of our Desolate Soldier design are overblown? Nope. It's clear to me that our work is incredibly valuable, she replied with absolute confidence. If the mech market doesn't accept our Desolate Soldiers, I will make people appreciate them. No one gets away with disrespecting our precious mechs. Her words alarmed Ves. Let's not do anything drastic, Gloriana. I think it's best to wait and see how it goes. The LMC and by extension Ves claimed total ownership of the Desolate Soldier and Holy Soldier designs. Even though Gloriana contributed considerably to their designs, she was already satisfied with receiving credit. As a result, Gloriana did not even earn a single credit from the sales no matter how high they reached. She simply didn't care about the amount of money she stood to earn this time. She knew that the margins of the Desolate Soldier and its variant were already low. If she claimed a 20% share of the profits, which she rightfully earned, the LMC would be put under more pressure. Of course, not even Gloriana foresaw that the sales of the Desolate Soldier and Holy Soldier could reach the hundreds of thousands. At such a height, the monthly profits reached a figure that even Gloriana could no longer remain impassive. Still, she did not show any signs of wanting to claim any share. She knew that Ves and his mech company needed the money more. The only thing she could do with her share was to put it into a pot reserved for funding their expeditionary fleet. While the money required to fund the fleet was incredibly high, they still had a decade to go. At this stage, it was much better to invest the LMC's current profits into expanding its reach and production capacity. The greater the LMC's capabilities, the more impressive Ves became in the eyes of the Woden family. While selling lots of third-class mechs was not enough to earn their approval, his success at least increased his resume. Besides, it was not impossible that the LMC earned so many profits one day that it could cover a considerable share of the cost of their expeditionary fleet. Even if the money the LMC made could only lessen the burden by a tenth, that still made life a lot easier for the pair. They set aside their speculation for the time being and moved on to their current design project. Ves knew that he wouldn't be able to do much to influence the sales of his Desolate Soldier model. He might as well distract himself by working on another mech design. As for Gloriana, she simply enjoyed collaborating with her boyfriend.
Ves had the impression that she was happiest when they worked together on a mech design where they could both express their specialties to their fullest. As they went back to overhauling the desolate soldier designed to fit William Erbish, both of them learned from each other's specialties. Just as Gloriana taught him some of the basics on how to customize a mech to suit a specific mech pilot, Ves reciprocated by teaching her some of his tricks of the trade. "You're not concentrating enough." He frowned at her. "I thought we agreed on adopting the prior vision design method. Why is your mind beginning to wander off?" She sighed. "I just can't help it, Ves. I've dreamt about working together on a custom mech design project for almost a year. How can I not enjoy this precious moment of ours?" This prompted Ves to pause his work and turn towards his girlfriend sitting next to him. He grasped her soft and slender fingers and squeezed them. Gloriana let out a delighted squeal. "I love you, Gloriana. It's all well and good to revel in your emotions, but you should take care not to put too many inappropriate thoughts into our mech design." "Why so? I'm happy. I enjoy working like this. Whenever I design a mech with you, I can't contain my excitement." "Try as best as you can to temper your excitement. Your thoughts will reflect on your mech design. While it's not very obvious, it's highly related to my design philosophy. Each mech we work upon carries an imprint of our thoughts and emotions." "Why does this imprint matter?" "Because it sets the foundation of my specialty? Remember how you feel when I imparted our designs with their spiritual components? The truth is that we attach this spiritual component to the spiritual internal frame I've formed by applying my mind while I worked on a design." The explanation started to make sense to her. So the quality of the spiritual internal frame will drop if we add too many distractions. Right. In truth, Ves still needed to test this assumption, but he had a strong hunch he was right. In any case, the spiritual foundation of his mech design still played a role even if his design spirits often stole the show. "So what do I have to do?" "If you want me to give full play to my design philosophy, then you should concentrate your mind on the vision we formed for this project. By direction the bulk of your mental attention to our vision and all of the thinking that is necessary to realize it, you will mentally be able to imprint it onto our mech design." "What is the purpose of this? Does it have to be done during the design process?" "It's very important, Gloriana. It's too late to shape the spiritual foundation of our mech design once it's complete. The reason why we want to do this is manifold. Even without adding a spiritual component, the foundation can still exert a modest influence on the mech pilot. Its most important function is to form a bridge between the mech and mech pilot." "I see." She happily clapped again. "So we are actually setting up the divine foundation of our mech design. In order to make them as compatible to the mech design and accompanying protogods, all of their domains need to align with each other." Ves wanted to palm his face. He knew he should be grateful that she got the gist of his explanation. If there was one benefit to her weird beliefs, it was that she never exhibited any skepticism as long as she found a way to fit his lessons in her religious framework. He decided to move on. "It's fine if you are thinking about me while you are working. I'm pretty much the same when it comes to you. It's just that we need to maintain the majority of our focus on our vision and on our work. Our mech design will absorb some of our focus in a coherent manner as long as our thoughts are pure enough." "What about emotions?" "As far as I know, passion and heated emotions can be a wonderful boon to our mech designs. The more we care about our work, the more pronounced the foundation we are building. As long as you take care not to impart too many irrelevant thoughts, it's fine if you are very happy for some reason." "What happens if our thoughts aren't as pure as you'd like?" "Then we end up with a foundation that resembles a mud pool. Since it lacks a strong and focused direction, it ends up achieving nothing. Do you understand the importance of holding on to a single vision now?"
She tentatively nodded. I'm not used to concentrating my mind in this way. Just try it out. You don't have to maintain perfect concentration. I can use my own mental strength to smooth over any wrinkles in our mech design. They got off on a bumpy start. Unlike Ves, who could observe and get a feel for the spiritual foundation of their work, Gloriana had to act blindly in maintaining what she thought was a sufficient amount of concentration. Gloriana only possessed average concentration, so her focus frequently slipped. Nonetheless, this result was a lot better than before. Ves could easily clean up her messes this time, unlike before where her wandering mind produced too many distractions for him to keep up after some time. As Gloriana continued to follow his instructions, she became a little more adept at maintaining her concentration in this fashion. She no longer let her whimsies and impulses disturb her work, though she frequently demanded breaks in order to cuddle up to him and enjoy his company. I love these moments when we are together. She smiled as she leaned on his chest. Ves noticed that she worked better and put more feeling in her work whenever they shared these breaks together. What was more, her happiness was infectious. Each time she became happy, Ves felt the same way. Happiness not only fueled their passion, but also brought them together. When both of them felt the same way, much less friction occurred during their work. Chapter 1536 Early Adopter. Over the past several months, Bentheim experienced a major transformation. As the economic center of the Bright Republic, the planet always focused most of its efforts on expanding its industry and trade. Even with the Ves kingdom casting greedy eyes at Bentheim, the economic engine kept running at full tilt. The vast amount of money flowing through this trade nexus was vital in keeping the rest of the Republic aloft. The Sandman invasion changed everything. Unlike the Vesians, the Sandman race mobilized so many Sandman vessels that they could easily overwhelm a fifth of the Komodo star sector at the same time. The might of the Bright Republic alone was not able to withstand such might, especially not after consuming a considerable amount of strength during the recently concluded war against the Ves kingdom. Even if the Sandmen race attacked without any coordination, a state that already exhausted half of its strength could not withstand the deluge of Sandmen ships alone. For this reason, under the leadership of the Bright President and the Bright Senate, the entire Bright Republic mobilized to a degree unprecedented in its history. Not even in the worst days of the Bright Ves Wars did the Bright Republic mobilize such a high proportion of manpower and resources to war. The drums of war beat throughout the entire state, calling everyone to war. Peaceful pursuits and idle pleasures no longer became available. The Mech Games circuit, which had run continuously even during wartime, finally shuttered for the first time since its formation. Different from the wars the Bright Republic waged before, the state conscripted a vast amount of norms. The Sandmen relied on brute force and persistent attacks to overrun their opposition. Against such a simple foe that did not employ any sophisticated battle tactics, sheer firepower could play a key role. For this reason, an incredible proportion of industry on Bentheim had switched over to mass-producing turrets and defensive platforms. All of these fixed defenses needed to be manned, hence why so many citizens became soldiers. Of course, even if turrets and defensive platforms could play a major role in repelling the Sandmen, the Bright Republic did not neglect its mech forces. Mech athletes, mech champions and mech duelists of every stripe no longer performed in front of a crowd. Instead, they either enlisted in the Mech Corps or joined one of the many mercenary corps and other outfits contracted by the state to deploy against the Sandmen. Though many outfits thought about leaving, the rewards issued by the Bright Republic were too attractive to ignore. The state no longer hoarded its vast wealth and promised rich payment to any mercenary brave enough to resist the Sandmen. Of course, to some mercenaries, no amount of money was enough to compensate for their lives. They only had to keep track of the news of the states in the first
and second line of defense to know how horrible it was to resist the Sandmen onslaught. An unavoidable amount of outfits and individual mech pilots left the Bright Republic. Though the state imposed a fair amount of restrictions on travel, the outflow couldn't be stopped. When those who remained behind watched the cowards leave for better pastures, their sense of urgency increased. The Bright Republic's total combat strength decreased with each mech pilot leaving. Of course, an incredible amount of normal people started leaving as well. They saw what their fates might be if they stayed around. Once the Sandmen completely took over a planet, they had no use for their human population. Each and every settlement would be washed away by a tide of sand that was powerful enough to crush the lives of those who were cowering in their homes and bunkers. For this reason, every state under threat suffered from an outflow of people, capital, and mechs. Compared to less cohesive states like the Reynald Republic, the Bright Republic fared much better in this regard. It bled much slower than others on account of the confidence of most of its citizens. Whether this state of confidence could be maintained was another question. The most senior leaders of the Bright Republic observed the fall of the border states extensively, and knew that everything they built was like a house of cards. As long as a state suffered one major setback, the confidence of the people might falter, thereby sparking an unstoppable tide of fear. To bolster the confidence of its citizens, the Bright Republic pulled out all the stops. The government blanketed the media space with patriotic and uplifting propaganda and sent forth a vast amount of people into society to bolster their confidence. Under this broad and overarching initiative, the Bentheim Planetary Guard employed a completely novel method. As the first major client to order a batch of desolate soldiers, the Planetary Guard did not deploy them to space as Ves expected. Instead, the Planetary Guard immediately deployed the first 100 desolate soldiers on the streets of Bentheim. The cities of Durham, Haston, Ansel, Mayerling, and more became host to a brand new model of mechs. Among the mechs already patrolling the streets, the new mechs did not look impressive at first. Hastily coated in the colors of the Bentheim Planetary Guard, the size and quality of the mechs left much to be desired. In addition, its peculiar flight system made it obvious that the mech had been designed to operate in space. On land, its weak legs only allowed the rifleman mechs to walk at a steady pace. Has the Planetary Guard gone crazy? Even if the Guard desperately needs to replace its peacekeeping mechs with ballistic rifleman mechs, why are they opting for something so bad? Yet as soon as the observers entered into a certain range, their faces drastically shifted. As long as anyone came close enough, they immediately became subject to the auras of the new mechs. Not a single person could remain impassive. What was more, the auras carried a strong and relatively pure sense of duty. Anyone who became impacted by this aura could not help but become affected. Each Brighter carried a sense of duty ingrained in their minds. The Bright Republic paid a lot of attention to instilling loyalty and patriotism to the state in their early upbringing. Under the stimulation of the auras of the desolate soldier, these buried values grew stronger, causing everyone's sense of duty to amplify. The effect of the auras couldn't be underestimated. In terms of X factor, the desolate soldier design was a little bit weaker than the Aurora Titan design and roughly matched that of the initial Transcendent Messenger design. However, unlike the expensive Aurora Titan and the highly exclusive Transcendent Messenger, the desolate soldier possessed one great advantage. It was cheap. The desolate soldier was so cheap and easy to produce that many third-party manufacturers immediately started producing batches of them without any adjustment period. The technical design of the desolate soldier was so simple and elegant that its learning curve was nothing to speak of. Most of the sophistication of the desolate soldier lay in its X factor and its profound but hidden design principles, both of which did not negatively affect the production process. Of course, one major caveat about the desolate soldiers was that they were virtually all bronze label mechs.
The mixed and unfocused production processes employed by third-party manufacturers weakened the X-factor of the mechs rolling off their production lines, but even then they still retained considerable auras. If one of these mechs aren't enough, what about two? If two aren't enough, what about four? After a bit of experimentation and a lot of mathematical modeling, the Bentheim Planetary Guard finally came to the conclusion that it was best to group them up in fours. 4 desolate soldiers patrolling side by side strengthened their auras to such an extent that even the most selfish individuals started questioning themselves. While grouping up more desolate soldiers strengthened their auras even further, the law of diminishing returns had already come into effect. The difference in impact became so marginal that the Planetary Guard was better off focusing on spreading out the groups of 4 to as many places as possible. As more and more days passed by, the Planetary Guard received more and more desolate soldiers. The mechs became more ubiquitous on the streets. The confidence of the previously fearful citizens had stabilized. In fact, many Bentheimers even became more optimistic about their future. Captain Melinda Larkinson could hardly believe how profound the desolate soldiers affected the moods of the locals by their mere presence on the streets. As a Larkinson and a cousin of the mech designer of the Desolate Soldier, she received the privilege of piloting one of the few silver-labeled Desolate Soldiers delivered to the Planetary Guard. This mech. How can VS possibly design such a fearsome mech? Melinda patrolled the streets in her brand-new Desolate Soldier long enough to recognize how strong it affected the moods of the surrounding people. If the MTA hadn't issued their verdict on it, she would have thought that her mech was outright brainwashing the people that fell into its range. In truth, Melinda and the rest of the Planetary Guard concluded that the effects were a little bit more mild. The Desolate Soldier roused certain thoughts and emotions, causing them to become more pronounced. As soon as someone walked out of range, those thoughts and emotions quickly went back to normal. The person affected by the Desolate Soldier would only be left with the memories and impressions of their moment of inspiration. However, this was enough to change their original trajectories. The sense of duty that they felt was so sublime and fulfilling that many people no longer viewed their lives the same way. Not everyone discovered their sense of duty. Some, like Melinda, already performed their duties. The Desolate Soldiers only strengthened what they already possessed. Others were too unrepentant to reform. Their blackened minds completely rejected any notions of duty. Most people came away with something extra to think about. While they didn't change their lives to a drastic degree, they became a little bit more inclined to answer the call of duty. This was sufficient. Compared to the government's propaganda efforts, the impact of the Desolate Soldiers on the moods of the citizens was much more immediate. The short-term stability produced by the disgustingly cheap mechs was incredibly valuable. So much so that the planetary guards of other planets in the Republic started to take note. The LMC received more and more orders. Driven by the actions of the Planetary Guard forces, other outfits began to take note of the Desolate Soldier. Aside from their ability to inspire duty, the Desolate Soldier was still a functional combat mech. Its primary purpose was to offer the market an affordable means to field lots of mechs in battle against the Sandmen. This mech is not half bad. Did mercenaries care about duty? Not necessarily. Yet even mercenary corps saw value in the mechs. If nothing else, their mech pilots wouldn't cut and run so easily if they piloted the mechs. It had already become known that the Desolate Soldiers affected their mech pilots most of all. For this reason, the private sector began to order Desolate Soldiers as well, though only single copies or small batches at a time. Under the backdrop of this major movement, a single young man stood on the sidewalk as a patrol of Desolate Soldiers walked past. The man admired the mechs with a heated glance, and his entire mind and body vibrated with excitement as he basked in the auras of the mechs. Mr. King. A man in uniform walked up to the young man. The visor on the newcomer's face looked incredibly distinctive. The younger of the two immediately stood at attention. Avatar Commander! It's an honor to meet you in person! Melcher Larkinson smiled. There is no need for that. The Avatars of Myth is not a military mech force. Ah, sorry. No need. It is a pleasure to witness your enthusiasm. While I can guess that you received some attractive offers from the Mech Corps, we will not treat you wrong. Normally, Melcher never bothered to travel to Bentheim to greet a new recruit of the Avatars of Myth. Only a few circumstances compelled him to move out in person. The recruitment of a top graduate of the Mayerling Advanced Mech Academy definitely qualified. I'm ready to go, Commander Larkinson. Good. Our shuttle awaits, Joshua. Joshua obediently followed after the Avatar Commander, knowing that he was close to fulfilling one of his most cherished dreams. Chapter 1537 Supreme Existence. Our attempt to push our desolate soldiers onto the Bentheim Planetary Guard has succeeded. They're so enthusiastic about our new mechs that they'll soon be fielding thousands of them across the planet and in orbit. The LMC deliberately courted the Bentheim Planetary Guard due to its strong authority and heavy presence on Bentheim. Any mech model adopted by this pivotal peacekeeping force would doubtlessly attract a lot of attention. Once the Planetary Guard adopted the Desolate Soldier model, they practically marketed it on behalf of the LMC. Not only did they field the mechs everywhere, allowing many people to experience their auras, their authoritative status lent a lot of credibility to the products they used. It was no surprise to Ves to hear from Gavin that other Planetary Guard forces followed suit. The auras of the Desolate Soldiers simply met their needs too well for them to ignore. As for the potential accusations of brainwashing or improper mental influence, who cared? The Bright Republic was on the precipice of destruction and needed to pull out all the stops. The authorities couldn't care less about the potentially dangerous repercussions right now. In any case, they could always revisit this issue after they repelled the Sandmen. Ha! You should see the tears of the Snaube Ansel mech designers! Gavin laughed over the calm. Professor Pendleton and their ilk has been leading the wave of criticism directed at the LMC's mechs. Even though he published a long diatribe that warns against the dangers of the Desolate Soldier, his influence is not as great as before. Ves smiled as well. As long as the Bentheim Planetary Guard uses my mechs, they're effectively vouching for them. The biased opinions of a couple of snooty seniors simply can't compare to the weight of a seemingly neutral institution. Was the Bentheim Planetary Guard devoid of politics? No. It took sides like any institution run by humans. It was just that their political character wasn't very obvious. In order to maintain its reputation, the Bentheim Planetary Guard did its best to appear neutral and fair. Now, the LMC essentially piggybacked on the Guard's stellar reputation to legitimize their Desolate Soldier model. This deliberate strategy effectively mitigated most of the controversy surrounding the LMC's products. Gavin and the LMC believed that enacting this plan was incredibly pivotal to the wider adoption of the Desolate Soldier. Unlike the Ilvanans, who exhibited no misgivings about the Holy Soldier, the Brighters were much more cautious and sober. The LMC could still work with that as long as they published a mech with an X factor as strong as the Black Beak or the Crystal Lord. Yet the Desolate Soldier was different. Its X factor put it in the same range as the Aurora Titan and Transcendent Messenger, but its affordability meant that it became much more widely available. If people started fearing the Desolate Soldiers, their ubiquity might provoke a very ugly backlash. The hardest part is behind us, Gavin continued. Now that so many planetary guards have adopted our Desolate Soldiers, there is no way this trend can be reversed, at least in the Bright Republic. Recently, our marketing focus has shifted to foreign markets. The Common Federation, the Reanaud Republic, The independent state of Pilis and the council stars of Lisv are all fertile ground for our desolate soldiers. The LMC already possessed a moderate presence in those states. They only left out the Vesia kingdom for obvious reasons. As Gavin transmitted some reports for him to peruse, Ves started thinking deeply. He initially found it hard to believe in the LMC's rosy projections. How could his mech company suddenly take a huge leap from selling a couple of thousand mechs a year to selling more than 100,000 mechs in a single month? It sounded far too unrealistic, yet as more and more orders poured in, Ves began to waver in his assumptions. What if the LMC estimated correctly? What if the LMC really managed to sell so many mechs? Ves could scarcely imagine the consequences. It's too bad that we've outsourced most of our production, Ves sighed. If we possessed greater production capacity, we could have profited more from this trend. In the last week, the LMC resumed construction of its second manufacturing complex on Bentheim. This time, the planetary government even lent some assistance to hurry up construction. The faster the site went up, the sooner it started churning out mechs. We may be missing out a bit this time, but we'll definitely be in a better position next time. Ves and Gavin talked extensively about the market reception of the desolate soldier over the comm, though Ves always put his guard up towards his assistant. That did not change their current working relationship. So what if Flashlight hooked their tentacles into Gavin? He was still a very capable and insightful advisor and attendant. In any case, the current crisis transcended any friction between Ves and Flashlight. After Ves finished receiving his daily update from Gavin, he ended the call and met up with Gloriana. They briefly enjoyed their breakfast before heading to the workshop compartment of the Stellar Lancer. By this time, their combined fleet had already reached the territory of the Reynald Republic. Even if he was passing by, Ves had the feeling of entering a familiar stomping ground. In fact, after crossing the Reynald Republic, their route ran straight through the Vesia kingdom. Normally, Ves would never dare to enter this state on his own accord. Yet everything was different now that he traveled together with Gloriana. There was no way the kingdom would have the guts to stir up trouble against a prominent hexer escorted by a powerful second-class mech unit. It feels good to shelter under Gloriana's umbrella sometimes, he mused. As Ves and Gloriana continued to work on their collaborative design project, they both got to know each other better on multiple levels. Not only did they learn from each other's specialties and adjusted their design styles to each other, they also got to know each other better as a person. For example, Ves asked a very important question that had been nagging at him for a while. Gloriana, what do gods mean to you? Sometimes I have the feeling you don't view them with as much reverence as I think. Though both of them had been seriously working on an increasingly more sophisticated custom mech design, they also looked rather silly together. The identical cat ears atop their head made them look as if they were a couple on a date. Haven't I told you about the 6 phases of existence before? Yeah, but I don't understand the significance of these phases. Gloriana patted his forearm. It's not that hard to understand. Adherents of hexism believe that existence can be expressed in 6 phases, each of which are interconnected. One flows to the other. A god is simply someone who has ascended to power. We consider god pilots and star designers to be among that level, but they are only the most obvious gods in existence today. Is a living god pilot a man or a god? Both. A person can encompass multiple phases at once. That's how interconnected they are, Ves. Is there a ranking? Of course. Women fall under the most supreme phase of existence. Every follower of hexism believes that it is better to be a mortal woman than a male god. What? What kind of nonsense was this? Hexism doesn't call for worshipping gods. We merely respect them, that's all, and only if they're female. Does that mean you would rather be an average female mech designer than a powerful male star designer? Yes, Gloriana replied without hesitation. Women are supreme. We are the wisest and most enlightened half of humanity. I know it sounds hard for you as a man to learn that you're inferior to us, but that's what we're here for. Under our guidance and protection, we make sure that men behave and know their boundaries. She spoke with so much conviction that Ves had no doubt that she believed what she said. Her subtle green eyes radiated such intense focus when she spoke about her beliefs. There was no way that Ves could ever talk some sense into her. He would have to break her mind in order to get rid of this aspect of hers, but that was far too cruel for Ves to ever contemplate. For better or worse, his girlfriend was an unrepentant hexer. So how do you view my so-called proto-gods? Ves shifted the topic. They're very interesting, she answered admiringly. Though I have no idea how you're able to manipulate them, the ease in which you do so shows just how interconnected they are to us. Gods aren't necessarily aloof or immortal, and they aren't condescendingly watching over us from some higher plane. They're merely special. Though her answers surprised Ves, he rested a little easier now that he knew her attitude on gods. He was afraid that she might have been inclined to worship them or something. She differed from the Ilvanans in this regard. What do you think about the design spirit I created for the desolate soldier? It's adequate. I think it does a good job fulfilling the role it is meant to fulfill, but, she grimaced, it's very masculine. In fact, most of the proto-gods I've sensed in your design are male. That's very bad, Ves. She playfully swatted V's cheek as if he was a naughty boy. Gloriana! Gender doesn't matter. A god is a god. It does. Don't think I haven't noticed that the proto-god residing in the Aurora Titan is more powerful than the rest. She's the only female among your little collection of proto-gods, so that proves that female gods are more powerful than male ones. Her warped explanation made Ves sick. How could she possibly use Kalanxo's strength to justify her beliefs? The most powerful spiritual fragment that he managed to get a hold of just happened to come from a female sacred god. It would have made no difference if Ves obtained a spiritual fragment from a male sacred god. As for his other design spirits, most of them were men because Ves was a man. He never really consciously thought about the genders of his images and spiritual products, so they all defaulted to men because that was what he was familiar with. That they happened to be weaker was because it was too difficult for him to replicate Kalanxo's spiritual strength. Though her strange beliefs weirded him out, Gloriana was mindful enough to keep them to herself. According to her, she had all the time in the galaxy to convert Ves to hexism. You'll see the light one day. Hi hi. Ves could only respond to her claim with a brittle smile. He would rather let his mother suck his spirituality dry than to convert to a religion that blatantly discriminated by gender. At least the Ilvanans kept gender differences out of their beliefs. Nonetheless, Ves wasn't sure if he could maintain this equilibrium with Gloriana. As their intimacy grew, a difference in beliefs might become an obstacle. How much hexism was Ves prepared to tolerate? How long could Gloriana keep up her indulgence towards his rejection of her beliefs? As if guessing what he was thinking, Gloriana swatted his head again. You're thinking too much, Ves. Regardless of what we believe, we are meant to be together. Our differences won't pull us apart so long as we value things we share in common. We're far from the only couple with differences. You're right, he sighed. His parents came to mind. We should get back to work. We're making very good progress right now. Both of them had poured a lot of effort into transforming the desolate soldier from a standard mech design into a highly customized work of craftsmanship. While Ves excelled in shaping the custom mech's spiritual framework, Gloriana showcased her ability to elevate its technical aspects. When both of them combined their strengths to the fullest, the outcome reached a level that neither of them had ever managed to reach on their own. So far, the progress they made proved Gloriana's assertions right. Their design philosophies complemented each other. In fact, Ves also spotted signs that their design philosophy cooperated with each other on a deeper level. Chapter 1538 Self-Inters. As Ves and Gloriana kept improving their ability to work off each other's strengths and specialties, a minor incident interrupted their travels. As their combined fleet almost left the territory of the Renaud Republic, they inadvertently transitioned into a star system under attack by a Sandman fleet. Both Ves and Gloriana entered the bridge of the Stellar Chaser upon the sounding of the alarm. "What is the situation?" Gloriana immediately took charge. "The local star system is under attack by a single Sandman fleet, ma'am." "Composition?" 1 Sandman capital ship. 6 Sandman escort ships. Ves recognized that as the standard Sandman fleet composition. Only the young and inexperienced Sandman admirals adopted this stale and highly exploitable formation. Having met them in battle before, the sight of the Sandmen fleet did not arouse any fear in him. In any case, the Sandmen fleet was many light hours away from their current position. "What are the Sandmen doing?" "They're about to engulf the rural planet," Ves answered grimly. "The Sandmen are attracted by energy. While the power generators of a thinly populated planet don't amount to much, they're easily digestible to the Sandmen. The aliens love that." Gloriana gasped with horror. "Those poor people! How come there aren't any mechs protecting the planet from the Sandmen?" "Look over there." Ves pointed at the side of the local plot. Faint signals flew towards the edge of the star systems. "Those 2 light carriers are running as fast as possible. I'm guessing that they're the ones that are tasked with defending the local population." "Are they running?" She frowned. "Yup. Wow, the sensors of your ship are really good. I can even tell they never even attempted to fulfill their mission. See how they're completely undamaged? Look at how many mechs are orbiting them. I don't think they've lost a single one in battle." His cynical-sounding description painted a bleak picture. Based on the distances traversed by the Sandman fleet and the fleeing light carriers, the outfit hired to defend this star system ran as soon as the aliens appeared. Even if the mercenaries signed a contract and received some rewards, they never appeared to take their mission seriously. When faced with an actual Sandman fleet, they would rather run than fight. Ves understood their reluctance. A single Sandman fleet consisted of so many masses of sand that 2 mech companies would have a hard time wearing them down. The only way they could defeat the Sandman fleet before it reached the planet in the inner system was by pestering the Sandmen over a long period of time. Such a strategy came with inherent risks. The Sandmen possessed the sporadic ability to fire incredibly strong lasers. Their firing rate was slow, but their firepower was enough to take out a mech in a single shot. The longer a battle dragged on, the greater the chances the Sandmen scored a hit. Every successful hit signified a dead mech and very likely a dead mech pilot. In fact, the power of a laser beam fired from the Sandman capital ship was so powerful that it could even threaten the light carriers. Faced with a situation where the mercenaries would suffer severe, guaranteed losses, it was no surprise that they had opted to run. "Does this mean the people on the planet are defenseless?" "The people living on the planet are likely doomed the moment the mercenaries decided to abandon their mission. Perhaps they have a bunch of land-bound mechs to defend themselves, but once the Sandmen land on the surface of a planet, it's 10 times harder to resist them. It's unlikely that this planet can field so many mechs." Gloriana studied the data on the planet. 7 million people live on the surface. Will the Sandmen really kill all of them, VS? Every living human is a threat to the Sandmen. They're not in the habit of taking prisoners. Melody decided to step forward this time. Gloriana, don't get any wild ideas. I was just considering, that's all. Isn't the Glory Battalion strong enough to repel the Sandmen? If we want to help, we'll have to reach the inner system first, VS noted. The Sandmen will have reached the planet at that time and begin to engulf every energy source and human on the surface. If my Glory Battalion hurries up, they can make it in time to save the survivors who are left. VS shook his head. Forget about it, Gloriana. I'm with your assistant on this. It's not our business. Even if we reach the planet in time and manage to repel the Sandmen, we're not going to get anything in return. In fact, we'll be paying a price for this by delaying our arrival to the Bright Republic by 3 to 5 days, depending on what happens. His current priority remained returning to the LMC as fast as possible. He already anticipated that their fleet might encounter a situation like this where a populated planet came under threat. Unless there was a compelling reason for them to dispatch their mechs to assist, VS would rather leave as soon as the FTL drives of their starships finished cycling. I don't know, VS. I don't feel so good about this situation. It's none of our business. So many planets and star systems have already fallen to the Sandmen. Trillions of people who were unable to obtain passage on a refugee ship have died at the hands of this alien race. More will die in the coming months. I know that. I just find it hard to accept doing nothing when a tragedy like this plays out right in front of my eyes. VS sighed and embraced Gloriana with his arm. You're too soft, Gloriana. The galaxy is a cruel place, and people die all the time. As mech designers, we are indirectly responsible for much of the killing that goes on in the galaxy. The primary function of the machines we design is to fight. Due to her privileged upbringing, mechs had always been a technical marvel to her. She never actually experienced a lethal battle up close in her life. The closest she ever came to seeing mechs in battle was when she attended mech duels or something. Fortunately, after VS hugged her a bit, she became swayed by his argument. I guess you're right. It's the Reynald Republic's responsibility to defend its citizens when you think about it. They should have been more thorough in allocating mercenaries to defend their star systems. VS chuckled darkly under his breath. He doubted whether an honest Reynaldan mercenary even existed. He had a very poor impression of Reynaldan culture and military readiness. Their so-called honored ones were so unfit for war that VS doubted the Reynald Republic would even be able to survive the crisis. As the pair exited the bridge without issuing any orders to save the beleaguered planet, VS tried to console her as best as possible. We are mech designers. We don't solve our problems by dispatching mechs at them. We design mechs that are suited to tackle the problems. That is why I came up with the Desolate Soldier. If the mercenaries fielded our new mechs, they probably wouldn't have run as fast. She nodded. I guess you're right. To be honest, I'm grateful you've convinced me out of it. I wasn't acting like a proper hexer back then. It's just that I've never been in a situation where so many humans were under threat. Now that I've calmed, I realize that those people aren't actually worth my attention. VS wasn't sure whether he should be pleased at her words. We all have a bit of selfishness. The MTA refuses to save the border states and all of the people who live there despite possessing an abundance of power. The CFA isn't doing more than sending out a single war fleet towards the source because they're obligated to. The Friday Coalition and the Hexadric Hegemony have both decided to stay put and stare at each other instead of lifting their hands to help. In every case, those who possess power prioritize their own interests above everyone else's. As far as I'm concerned, we're no different. You're right, VS. You're so right. I'm so glad you're so understanding. I love you, VS. I love you too, Gloriana. He smiled back.
Their fleet quickly transitioned out of the star system just as the Sandmen fleet was about to reach the defenseless planet. By the time they reached their next star system, another 7 million people lost their lives to the heartless alien race. Fortunately, they didn't encounter any similar incidents along the way. Right now, the Sandmen were still in the process of battering the second line of defense. States such as the Bright Republic, Ilvain Protectorate, Vesia Kingdom, and the Reynald Republic only met with sporadic leaks. As Ves kept track of the news, he noted that these incidents started to become more and more prevalent. That was a sign that the second line of defense was starting to fail. The news emerging from the second line of defense took on an increasingly more fatalistic tone. Most relevant to Ves was the fate of the Common Federation. As the state that stood in the way between the Sandmen and the Bright Republic, Ves hoped that the Common lasted as long as possible.
How worthless!
Ves shook his head in disappointment after reading the latest news.
They're already starting to break.
The Common were anything but weak. They were very open about augmenting themselves to the point where they worshipped transhumanism. The Common Federation also possessed a strong military culture that had given the Bright Republic plenty of headaches over the centuries. Yet no matter how conceited they were, the sheer quantity of Sandmen fleets battering their star systems was too much for them to bear. While their fortified star systems withstood the waves of Sandmen without consuming too much strength, their lesser star systems fared much more poorly. Though the Common mercenaries and outfits hired to protect these locations fought bravely, their numbers were ultimately insufficient. There were too few mechs to adequately cover every star system. The loss of insufficiently defended star systems meant that a crack had formed in the Common Federation's armor. The Sandmen fleets that arrived later no longer bothered stay around and conquered star systems, and instead directed their attention elsewhere. This basically meant that more and more Sandmen fleets began to batter a smaller number of star systems. The increase in intensity meant that more star systems started to get overwhelmed. This in turn meant that the besieged star systems became host to even more Sandmen. This was how pretty much every state in the second line of defense started to fall. Even though they received some advance warning, their preparations turned out to be insufficient. Already, many Common had seen the writing on the wall and fled to the Bright Republic or beyond. Of course, since starships were in short supply, only a fraction of the population managed to make it out. The rest were destined to become crushed in a tide of sand.
Hasn't the Bright Republic done anything to assist the Common?
Ves suddenly frowned. He searched the galactic net and found out that the Bright Republic deliberately withheld any aid. They even issued a warning to mercenaries not to lend their assistance to the Common. Though the Bright Republic never really liked their neighboring state, Ves still thought it was in its best interest to reinforce the Common.
It's better to contain the damage in the Common Federation rather than letting it spill into the Bright Republic. It's too late now.
From what he could gather from reading all of the political analyses on the news, the leaders of the Bright Republic wanted to use the Sandmen to get rid of the Common Federation without getting any of the blame. As long as the Bright Republic successfully repelled the Sandmen, the Bright Republic could easily double its territory by taking over all of the star systems formerly held by the defunct Common Federation. Ves couldn't help but laugh when he understood the Bright Republic was doing exactly what he had been thinking.
Even my own home state is pursuing its own self-interests.
Of course, by denying the Common any material assistance, the Bright Republic was about to pay the price for their inaction. Once the Sandmen finished consuming the territory of the Common Federation, the aliens would definitely direct their might towards the Bright Republic. If the leaders of the Bright Republic had bet wrong, then they stood to lose their entire state due to their selfish decisions. Chapter 1539 Mutual Strengthening.
Hi.
Gloriana giggled as she hugged Clixie to her chest as she jumped onto her bed.
Working with VS is so fun! I don't ever want these days to end.
Meow.
You approve of VS, right? Meow. I mean, he can be a silly boy sometimes, but he's also the cutest at those times.
Meow.
Our custom mech is shaping to become something fantastic. Though it's difficult to adjust my methods to become more in line with his, I can feel the difference it makes. There is no way I'll ever go back to collaborating with other mech designers. Only VS can enable me to touch the divine.
The hexadric hegemony possessed a rather flexible attitude towards religion. Hexism was neither mandated nor universal in the powerful second-rate state. Nonetheless, many hexers still ascribed to the philosophy, either half-heartedly or wholeheartedly. Many of its tenets fell in line with hexer culture, so it was not that big of a burden for most hexers to follow hexism. When VS heard how the hegemony treated religion, he judged that the hexers were trying to have their cake and eat it too. By propagating a philosophy that closely matched the predominant culture, the state essentially ensured that secularists and believers could live side by side in harmony without any of the usual clashes in beliefs. In essence, the hegemony tried to be both a secular and a religious state at the same time. By offering room for both, the state avoided most of the problems associated with leaning too closely to a specific inclination. Its policies especially opened room for future expansion and assimilation of sorority. No matter if a hexer was a secularist or believer, they both united together in the common belief that women were superior. Of course, Gloriana did not think her state was doing anything special. To her, hexism described the truth. Working with VS so closely had granted her access to a whole new facet of mech design. Though VS did not know it, Gloriana believed that the 6 phases of existence formed the true foundation of his specialty. He just didn't acknowledge yet, but she was confident she could change that one day. As Gloriana continued to cuddle with her Rebarthan sentinel cat while fantasizing about turning VS into a hexer, Melody walked up to her bed with a hexagonal data pad in her hand.
Madame Constance has just been in contact with me. She spoke. Some dynasties have approached her with offers for strategic alliances.
Gloriana's good mood instantly sunk.
I already told my mother that I'm not considering any other boys. I've already set my sights on VS. Haven't you seen how well we pair together? Mr. Larkinson is indeed more remarkable than I thought, but his qualifications still leave much to be desired.
Melody scoffed.
His qualifications are far greater than you can ever imagine. You just can't see it because you're not a mech designer. Even so, your mother still worries about your future. Please look at your list of suitors before you continue objecting. Your mother insists.
As much as Gloriana wanted to throw away the data pad that her assistant passed into her hands, she knew she would just get in trouble. She grumpily skimmed through the profiles as fast as possible.
All of these boys are trash. Gloriana, do you want me to dissect their faults like I did last time? She hissed. I'll even post them on my comm book if that's what it takes.
Melody instantly shut up. If there was anything Gloriana was good at, it was identifying faults. The amount of boys she repulsed by acidly pointing out their many flaws had reached the double digits.
3 years.
Gloriana spoke and stretched out 5 of her fingers.
Tell my mother that VS will prove himself worthy of me in 5 years. If he hasn't excelled in that time, I'll return home and obediently settle with a boy my mother approves of. Is that okay?
Her assistant looked a little more mollified at that.
3 years is a reasonable compromise, if not for Operation K. Don't think I am blind to what you are doing. If it is too dangerous for you to return home, Mr. Larkinson effectively gains more time to prove himself. It won't get to that. We'll succeed, I'm sure of it. Besides, I'm confident VS will astound my mother. Even if he takes more time than I expected, won't it be a good thing that he outperforms every other boy?
Melody shook her head.
It's different. Those boys you are so dismissive about all come from respectable dynasties. Mr. Larkin's son is on his own. Marrying him won't open up any valuable ties for the Wodens. For this reason, your mother has set a much higher bar for Mr. Larkin's son.
Humph!
As if my mother has never set high expectations on me. Tell her that she shouldn't worry about me. 3 years is enough.
Of course, if 3 years wasn't enough for her boyfriend to gain her mother's approval, then she would still stay with VS. She would rather abscond with VS into the frontier than to return to the hegemony alone.
The situation will become very hectic soon, Miss Gloriana. We can't guarantee that you will be able to stay by Mr. Larkinson's side for 3 years. I'll bring VS with me wherever I go. No matter if it's the Sandmen or any other threat, we're inseparable now. This is one thing I won't let my mother interfere.
Time continued to pass. The combined fleet continued its rapid journey after crossing over into Vision space. Though unintentional, the navigator of the stellar chaser charted a route that passed through the Hafner, Klein, Venitz and Emodries duchies. VS had mixed feelings as he passed through the territories of the duchies that he once treated as hostile. The war between the Bright Republic and the Ves Kingdom had long faded from everyone's mind. With the Sandmen threatening everyone, no one had the time to revisit past grudges. He breathed a little easier once the combined fleet passed through the Hafner Duchy without incident. He half expected Venerable Foster to pop up all of a sudden and stir some trouble. Wasn't that what happened in all of the action dramas he used to watch when he was younger?
What's wrong, VS?
Gloriana walked over to his side.
Just thinking about old times.
Both of them looked at a projection that showed their current route. They were only a couple of weeks away from reaching their destination.
Do you hate the Visians?
She asked.
No.
VS shook his head.
They're just aggressive, that's all. I've witnessed a lot of people die during the war, but there's no point holding a grudge. War is war.
He could never forget how many Vandals and Sword Maidens died on the surface of Aeon Corona 7. The Hostland warriors and the meandering monkeys wiped most of their ground forces. Venerable Foster piloting her nearly invincible Belisarius expert mech practically ensured their inevitable defeat. It was a sad thing that taking prisoners was not a universal custom in human space. If all of those Vandals still lived, the Bright Republic would have been in a better shape to resist the Sandmen.
From what I've read on the news, it appears the Bright Republic and the Ves Kingdom has entered into a defensive pact of some sorts.
VS idly nodded.
We make for strange bedfellows, but the Sandmen don't care about our human disputes. We're all obstacles to them. No matter if we are Brighters or Visians, the aliens will engulf us both. Let's return to work. Our design is almost finished. Let's try and bring it closer to completion.
They both left the lounge compartment and returned to the familiar workshop compartment. After more than a month of work, they had made incredible strides in their custom mech project. In truth, customizing an existing mech design for a single mech pilot did not require that much time. Not only did they start with an existing mech platform instead of starting from nothing, the Desolate Soldier design was remarkably simple and easy to manipulate. The reason why they took so long was that they decided to take their time. They spent more time trying to find more ways to collaborate together than actually improving their design. Many methods failed, but the ones that succeeded formed the start of their combined toolbox. Their main goal was to go beyond complementing each other's strengths. They had already discovered early on that their design philosophies didn't overlap too much. Gloriana excelled in the technical domain. VS possessed a competent grasp in the spiritual domain.
Neither domains collided with each other, which meant that they both covered each other's shortcomings with their strengths. That was not enough. Synergy did not arise from fitting two pieces of a puzzle together. Synergy arose when one puzzle piece transformed another puzzle piece into something greater. The whole had to be greater than the sum of its parts. The simplest way to explain it was that Ves and Gloriana worked hard to achieve a result that was greater than 1 + 1 is equal to 2. For their collaboration to be truly worthwhile, they needed to reach 1 + 1 is equal to 3. In other words, Ves and Gloriana sought to generate enough value to match the contributions of three unrelated mech designers. Gloriana never doubted that they could achieve this seemingly impossible result. She held this belief from the very start back at Centerpoint. The only problem was that achieving synergy was easier said than done. Both had to put in a lot of effort and ingenuity to discover ways to integrate and combine their design philosophies to achieve something greater than they could ever achieve by themselves. Both of them knew that two different mech designers could accomplish several synergies at once. As long as both of their design philosophies were versatile enough, there were many different ways to combine their strengths. Ves and Gloriana spent much of the last month in trying to discover as many potential synergies as possible. They hadn't spent their time in vain. After much experimentation and fumbling, they discovered three potential ways to strengthen their mechs further. They both documented their results in their minds, unwilling to commit their findings on a digital storage medium vulnerable to unauthorized access attempts. Currently, they discovered and labeled three promising methods to achieve synergy. Synergy number 1, mutual strengthening. Synergy number 2, spiritual customization. Synergy number 3, conceptual perfection. Of the three, the first one was the most straightforward. As the name implied, mutual strengthening basically meant that both of them reinforced each other's specialties. Ves strengthened Gloriana's specialty by empowering her applications with spiritual force. Gloriana strengthened Ves by making the technical design more receptive to spirituality. The latter sounded very vague to Ves, but ever since Gloriana became exposed to the concept of spiritual components, she managed to find a way to amplify a design's spiritual foundation using purely technical means. The tangible and intangible has to match, she explained to a confused-looking Ves. A god is only powerful if their physical and divine forms are aligned. The greater the alignment between the two, the greater the power. All of it makes sense. Though Ves failed to understand her theory, the results were very evident. Somehow, Gloriana truly managed to strengthen his spiritual applications by manipulating their designs in an abstruse manner. The ultimate result was the emergence of mutual strengthening. Ves amplified Gloriana's specialty, while Gloriana amplified V's specialty. Though it sounded as if they could mutually strengthen each other in an infinite virtuous cycle, that was impossible. At their current shallow level of synergy, it was already good enough to complete a single cycle. That's enough. Gloriana nodded with satisfaction. It's good as long as the fundamentals of this synergy are sound. In other words, they should be happy they managed to achieve 1 + 1 is equal to 3 instead of 1 + 1 is equal to 1.5 or worse. Trying to achieve greater synergy such as 1 + 1 is equal to 4 was something reserved for the future. Compared to mutual strengthening, the other two synergies were much more complicated. However, they both possessed the potential to elevate their collaborative mech designs to much greater heights. Chapter 15 40 Miracles. Of the three forms of synergy they discovered, mutual strengthening was the easiest and most straightforward one. It was also the most limited one, as strengthening each other's design philosophies did not promise any drastic changes. Mutual strengthening merely improved the existing attributes of a mech design. It did not promise anything exciting. It's still very valuable, though, Ves concluded after some time. Mutual strengthening allows our design philosophies to approach the efficacy of senior-level design philosophies while we are still journeymen. Gloriana smiled and leaned against his side as they observed their mostly completed mech design. We've just scratched the surface with mutual strengthening. Theoretically, we ought to be able to feed back our enhancements into each other. Nothing comes for free. There has to be a limit on account of waste. Achieving a perfect conservation of energy is impossible. Oh, we'll see about that. Her eyes glinted. Compared to mutual strengthening, Ves found the other two synergies they discovered to be more promising. Spiritual customization combined their specialties in a more complex fashion. The simplest way to describe it was that it attempted to extend Gloriana's specialty into the spiritual domain. If they only scratched the surface with regards to mutual strengthening, then they achieved even less when it came to spiritual customization. The idea sounded promising, but both Ves and Gloriana were in the dark on how to accomplish spiritual fit. Ves possessed some of the means, while Gloriana possessed some of the expertise. Both of them needed to solve two separate challenges. On one hand, Ves had to find a way to allow Gloriana to work her specialty on something spiritual rather than technical. As for Gloriana, instead of tinkering with the design schematic, she had to find some way to tinker with the spiritual foundation or the design spirit of a mech. Both of them developed some potential ideas to solve these challenges, but exploring them went beyond the scope of their current design project. It doesn't make sense to work so hard to customize the physical aspects of a mech design while only paying lip service to customizing its divine aspects. Gloriana spoke with determination. My design philosophy can only express itself to the fullest when I find some way to bridge into your domain and perfect the divine nature of our custom mech designs. Ves wasn't entirely comfortable with that. A part of him felt that Gloriana attempted to encroach on his territory. What she wanted to do, he could do as well. The only difference was that she possessed a potentially greater intuitive grasp in improving the spiritual aspects of his mech designs. Perhaps he might be able to do the same, but only after spending a disproportionate amount of time and effort to match Gloriana's proficiency. From an efficiency standpoint, it was much better to let Gloriana find a way to apply something she was good at rather than force Ves to become good at something that was not in his nature. Both of them possessed different inclinations. Gloriana is still obsessed over perfection. Even if Ves did his best to steer her towards a more flexible and conditional approach, she would always chase after the perfect solution. Ves was much more inclined to life, which was inherently chaotic and unpredictable. He didn't quibble over whether an outcome could be better, because sometimes life sprung both pleasant and unpleasant surprises at him. Who was he to judge? To him, introducing life into his mech designs entailed accepting that the outcome was never under his control. Sometimes, the variables of life yielded a result that fulfilled his goals, but sometimes the outcome proved detrimental. The more chaotic and uncontrollable his design spirits, the fewer guarantees he possessed that the eventual outcome aligned with his intentions. Ves already grappled with this problem with regards to his Desolate Soldier and Holy Soldier designs. Now that his mechs were being sold and produced by the thousands, a lot of mech pilots came into touch with their common design spirit. One of the hidden reasons why Ves insisted on delivering a lot of Desolate Soldiers to the Bentheim Planetary Guard was because he wanted them to serve as role models for the Solemn Guardian. While the mech pilots of the Planetary Guard weren't perfect, they were better than the alternative. As Ves frequently checked up on the Solemn Guardian, he performed frequent pruning to rid the rapidly growing spiritual product from undesirable elements. Though Ves thought he was doing a decent job at it, he couldn't help but think he was raising an exuberant and temperamental child.
As much as a parent would like to raise a child correctly, the latter always behaved naughtily at times. The best he could do was keep his child from going too far. As for how the solemn guardian actually turned out, Ves didn't have the power to do more. I always feel as if there is more to the solemn guardian than I think. The incessant exposure to the beliefs of the Ilvanans must have left something behind. In addition, the bulk of the solemn guardian's spiritual makeup originally came from Nixie, which resided in the ancient sarcophagus. Ves vaguely sensed that the remnant alien elements in the solemn guardian went active, exerting an unknown influence on its development. So far, none of the status reports he received mentioned anything alarming, but Ves remained cautious. As soon as word came out that the X factor of his latest mech started to turn mech pilots into alien worshippers or something, he wouldn't hesitate to drag the solemn guardian from his designs. Well, it's probably fine. Compared to keeping an eye on the solemn guardian, Ves much rather preferred to focus on achieving greater synergies. Though Ves and Gloriana both invested a lot of effort in trying to make their second form of synergy work, they discovered that they were way in over their heads at the moment. This was why they shelved their intentions to explore this option for later. They hadn't spent much time on exploring the third form of synergy they discovered either. The notion of conceptual perception arose from another conversation about spirituality and godhood. I really can't get used to how you think so little of gods, Ves remarked one day. In most cultures and religions, gods are all-powerful beings who deserve to be worshipped. Gloriana frowned and paused her work. Do you think a god pilot deserves worship? No, but god pilots aren't gods in the eyes of a secularist like me. They're very powerful, but still human as you and me. It's just that their might is so incredible that people can't help but treat them as gods. We're not as different as you think, Ves. God pilots are gods, but gods aren't inherently superior. They are a different phase of existence. God pilots just happen to be connected with the phase of life and phase of godhood at the same time. The same applies to star designers. What about us? As journeymen, we are more than human, but less than gods. We're in a transition phase. Our phase of life has remained constant, but through our efforts, we are slowly approaching the phase of godhood. What does it mean to approach this phase? Ves puzzlingly asked. We hexers haven't adopted a different definition of gods. We still regard them as awesome beings of power. We merely think that phase of godhood is within the reach of everyone. For example, I believe that we are bringing our customers closer to this phase by empowering them with our divine mechs. What is a god even capable of that makes them worthy of notice? Gods are defined by the miracles they can perform. Isn't that obvious, Ves? God pilots achieve miracles through their god mechs. Star designers achieve miracles by developing amazing designs. As journeymen, we have taken our first steps towards accomplishing miracles. As long as we advance to master, we will finally be able to perform the miracles that we have been chasing after since we formed our design philosophies. That is a very strange perspective. I've never equated mech designers to gods. It sounds too superstitious. Star designers with awesome reality-defying design abilities exist, right? Gloriana asked seriously. Yes. Then what do you think exists between a novice mech designer and a star designer? Demigods? Exactly. His girlfriend vigorously nodded. While we don't have the full powers of a god, we are still able to perform weak and minor miracles that bend or massage the rules governing reality. The entire basis of advancing to Master Mech Designer rests on the premise that you'll be able to achieve the impossible when you reach this rank, right? That's what the MTA says. Well, just think about it. Isn't achieving the impossible the same as performing miracles? They share the exact same meaning. It's just packaged in a different way. VS had to admit that Gloriana had a compelling argument. It was just that he refused to accept this comparison. He disliked the word miracle and its religious connotations.
Is there a point in your comparison? I've noticed something about you, VS. You're too much of a secularist to open your mind to the possibilities that you can do. You have an amazing design philosophy, but you have a tendency to approach it with the mindset of a scientist or an engineer.
VS crossed his arms against his chest.
What's wrong with that? We're mech designers, not priests. That you look down on the ladder is exactly the problem I have with you right now.
Gloriana poked his chest with her finger.
Have you ever thought that miracles can only be achieved when you have faith? Look, I'm not saying that you should embrace hexism, she said, adopting a conciliatory tone. Just think of what our design philosophies can do right now, and what they can accomplish in the future. As future gods, we are continually mastering our abilities to affect reality by performing ever greater miracles. What I want you to do is to go beyond the boundaries of established theory and take a leap of faith for once. I don't believe in leap of faiths. I'm much more likely to leap into an abyss if I follow your suggestion. Who says an abyss is a bad place? Perhaps you might be able to find what you seek. She grinned.
VS began to get confused. He always got confused when they talked about these kinds of topics.
Why are we even talking about this?
A hungry grin appeared on her face.
I've got an idea. A very interesting idea. I always kept it in my mind, but I always got stuck because I haven't found a basis to implement my ideas. Even miracles need a basis in reality to work. What's this miracle that you have in mind, then? I think there is more to the divine nature of our mechs than you think. For all it is capable of, you aren't using it to your full potential. Divinity is the stuff that makes miracles possible, but all you're doing is shaping it into a few modest concepts to the proto-gods and divine nature of your mechs. If a concept doesn't match the mech design, it won't be of any help. That doesn't mean we should be timid in playing around with the possibilities. Look, what if we attempt to perform a miracle that makes our mech designs more perfect? I call it conceptual perfection. By applying our powers as developing gods in this fashion, we can turn something that is not true into something closer to our desired truth. An imperfect mech is perfect because we say it is so. Therefore, the mech we've designed is perfect. The end.
VS looked floored.
You're basically suggesting that we lie to reality. Why shouldn't it work? Aren't we on our way to become gods that can perform miracles? If you think about what other master mech designers can do, conceptual perfection doesn't sound so bad. If we keep lying to reality until reality accepts a lie, doesn't that mean our lie has become a truth?
His head started aching from the twisted logic of his girlfriend. He always thought he was a bigger liar than Gloriana. It turned out that he was sorely mistaken. Chapter 1541, Lying to Reality. Though VS reacted badly towards the notion of conceptual perception, he slowly began to admit that Gloriana may be onto something. While he firmly rejected her stance on calling it a miracle, VS nonetheless believed that spirituality was capable of many amazing feats. Spiritual energy was just one of many high-level energies of reality. Why should VS be bound by the constraints of his limited perspective? Something that he considered impossible may just be possible if he found a way to accomplish it through developing a specialized spiritual application. In the past, humans didn't believe they could fly. Only until pioneers invented the first aircraft did those ancient humans expand on the list of what they could accomplish. People no longer regarded flying in the air to be a ludicrous notion. What Gloriana essentially suggested was that VS should keep an open mind.
What a turnaround, he muttered to himself. Normally, I'm the one who's trying to push Gloriana to become more open-minded.
The difference was that his girlfriend attempted to steer VS towards hexism. Perhaps that was her original motive for sharing her idea for conceptual perfection. Lying to reality. How bold! Yet the more he thought about it, the more he became fascinated by the notion. He felt excited about it the more and more he thought about successfully pulling it off. Didn't he consider himself to be a proficient liar? This should have been right up his alley. He wasn't a fan of framing it in miracles, though. Gloriana could think what she wanted, but Ves vastly preferred to think of it as lying to reality. Still, as bold as Gloriana's idea sounded, they were very far from realizing it. At their current state, let alone lying to reality, they probably weren't able to attract reality's attention in the first place. Ves picked up Lucky in his arms and stared at his pet for a moment, while concentrating his mind. You are not a gem cat. You are an organic cat. You are a creature of flesh and blood instead of alloys and circuitry. Meow! Lucky took objection at the lies spewed by Ves. The cat quickly phased out of the grasp keeping him in place, and flew out of reach. Well, that didn't work. Ves ruefully smiled. Maybe I should start with something smaller. He experimented with smaller objects, ranging from an empty cup to a hair he pulled out of his head. Nothing worked. Even when he concentrated his mind and applied a considerable amount of spirituality, the process of lying to reality completely failed. Reality isn't so easily fooled, he concluded after wasting a considerable amount of spiritual energy. To be fair, his earlier experiments were merely whimsies. They had very little grounding in reality or theory. As much as Gloriana suggested to Ves to let go of his mental constraints, he still preferred to keep his thinking at least somewhat grounded. After a bit of thinking, he concluded that he stood a much better chance of success when designing a mech. Gloriana evidently thought the same way. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come up with the notion of conceptual perfection. Different from trying to turn Lucky into an organic cat, both Ves and Gloriana thought that it might actually work. They only disagreed on how it might work. While Gloriana blabbered on about miracles, Ves simply believed that they just needed to get their design seeds to do the work. To mech designers, design seeds encapsulated the bulk of their spiritual power. It held the essence of their design philosophies and sought to make their aspirations related to them into reality. The reason why Ves would never be able to turn Lucky into an organic cat was because his design seed obviously didn't specialize in changing cats into different species. He didn't specialize in turning mechs perfect either. That was Gloriana's domain. However, even she didn't believe that she could lie to reality in this way on her own. She believed she needed to borrow the power of V's spiritual manipulation abilities to accomplish this lie. It's a very interesting idea. Ves scratched his chin. Will it work? He believed there might be a way to accomplish it if they expanded upon the idea and developed a better theoretical framework besides calling it a miracle. Since the notion of conceptual perfection was way beyond their reach, they didn't attempt to apply it to their custom mech project. For now, achieving synergy between their design philosophies through mutual strengthening was sufficient. After several more days of refinement and optimization, they tentatively reached the point where they could no longer progress. It's so close to completion, but we can't quite close the gap, Gloriana commented morosely after another lengthy design session at the workshop compartment. Ves was much more nonchalant about it. So what if they left it unfinished? We only need a couple of days to complete our design once the conditions are right. William Urbish isn't going anywhere. We'll be able to study him and make the final adjustments once we get a hold of him in person. Although they made huge strides in designing their custom mech, neither of them wanted to close this project. Gloriana never designed a custom mech without meeting a mech pilot in person.
medical data and psychological analyses only provided so much input to her work. In order to make absolutely sure her work fit its intended mech pilot as perfectly as possible, she needed to study William Urbish by herself. As for VS, he needed to make at least some effort to customize the spiritual component of the custom mech to William Urbish. He could have made a cheap effort by constructing an image of William Urbish from his imagination before infusing it with his spiritual energy in order to make it more substantial. Yet how well did he know William Urbish? Not much at all. Any image he constructed of the man in his mind would never match with the real Urbish. If VS wanted to tweak the spiritual foundation of the custom mech to be more in tune with William Urbish, then he needed to find some way to siphon a minute portion of the cowardly mech pilot's spirituality. That might be a little risky. Unlike most mech pilots, William Urbish possessed a very minuscule but noticeable trace of spirituality. Since he possessed so little of it, what kind of damage would VS inflict if he took a chunk of it away? Well, it would be fine as long as Urbish didn't die on the spot. Of course, even if he retrieved a mote of spirituality from Urbish's spiritually underdeveloped mentality, VS did not intend to apply it directly. Gloriana's notion of lying to reality inspired him to tamper with the mote of spirituality. What if he could distort the mote by getting rid of the cowardly attributes and replace it with courageous attributes? If he implemented this tampered mote into his custom mech design, then would he be able to influence William Urbish's personality through this fashion? It sounded incredibly dangerous and unethical to VS. He was working on some dubious theories and assumptions. If even one step went wrong, Urbish would bear all of the consequences. You're making that goofy grin again, VS. What are you thinking about? VS shook his head. Nothing. I was just thinking about a test subject. Since they couldn't find a way to bring their custom mech design closer to completion, they wrapped it up and put it aside for later. As the both of them went their separate ways, VS returned to his guest room and decided to get in touch with his favorite double-dealing assistant. Benny, how is the LMC doing? VS asked over the comm. Good. We've overcome a lot of obstacles in the past few weeks since the introduction of the Desolate Soldier and the Holy Soldier models. The latter is doing exceptionally well, but you already know that. The Ilvanans have already fielded the first Holy Soldiers in battle. That caused VS to raise his eyebrows. Send me the footage if possible. I'll review them later. How did the battle go? It was an overwhelming victory for the Ilvanans. They were experimenting with 3 mech companies that consisted entirely of Holy Soldiers when a single basic Sandman fleet dropped into the star system. The Cronins aborted their drills and moved to intercept the Sandman fleet and easily managed to take it down. A single Sandman fleet wasn't that much of a challenge to defeat so long as the defenders held their ground. How many losses did the Cronins suffer? 9 mechs, of which only 3 managed to eject in time. Their carriers also sustained moderate damage. The Cronins believe that they'll be able to reduce their losses once they become more proficient with the Holy Soldiers. VS became a little grim when he heard the results. Losing 9 cheap mechs was no big loss for a state as large as the Ilvane Protectorate. What concerned him more was that the Cronin dynasty lost 6 valuable mech pilots. If VS compared the relative strengths of a Sandman fleet to 120 Holy Soldiers, then losing 6 mech pilots still amounted to a victory. Yet even though many Sandman fleets could easily be defeated, they always harvested at least some lives and mechs. Those 6 missing mech pilots meant that the Cronins had less mech pilots at their disposal when the next Sandman fleet arrived. In the span of a month, more than 20 separate Sandman fleets might invade a typical star system. Even if they arrived one at a time, the defenders inevitably bled more and more mechs and mech pilots after each victorious battle. The most dreadful aspect about the Sandmen was that even if a mech force kept winning every battle, there came a point where they would lose the war. With no way to stop attrition, eventually the umpteenth Sandman fleet would succeed where dozens had failed. While VS grasped some hope at Gavin's mention that the Cronins were attempting to reduce their losses for next time, there was only so much they could do. Both the Holy Soldier and the Desolate Soldier were cheap and disposable by design. Getting hit even once by a Sandman laser strike often spelled instant death. No matter how much faith the Cronin mech pilots held in their Holy Soldiers, it was impossible for them to conjure up a miracle that could block these attacks.
Are the Ilvanans satisfied?
Gavin grinned.
Very so. Reportedly, every Cronin mech pilot who received the privilege of piloting a Holy Soldier doesn't want to go back to their old machine. It's safe to say that customer satisfaction for our Holy Soldier is incredibly high.
Of course they loved his variant. VS expressly went out of his way to incorporate a mote of Ilvain's spiritual fragment into its design.
Have our sales projections for the Holy Soldier changed in light of recent events? Not at first, boss. With how fast our partners are ramping up production, we're very confident we'll be able around 5,000 Holy Soldiers in the first month. As for the second month, our previous estimate of selling 10,000 Holy Soldiers turned out to be on the low side. We think we can at least sell 20,000 Holy Soldiers, if not more. That fast? The Protectorate's mech market is still relatively closed. You aren't facing as much competition there. Once your Holy Soldier entered the market, it has quickly become the only game in town when it comes to cheap and simple space-borne rifleman mechs. Not even the mechs designed by their local seniors can compete against your work.
VS felt a little bad about that, but only for a little while. Even if Ilvanan senior mech designers were a little more backwards in his eyes, they were still very good mech designers. VS wasn't about to put them out of business by stealing their market share.
Chapter 1542 Homecoming.
Home. After a lengthy journey, the combined fleet finally arrived in the Cloudy Curtain system. Almost a year ago, the rural star system was not worth mentioning. Aside from housing the headquarters and the main manufacturing complex of the LMC, Cloudy Curtain only attracted attention for its cloud rice and other luxury crop exports. Yet as soon as the Stellar Chaser transitioned into the star system, VS immediately noticed dozens of starships traveling to and from the only habitable planet. He recognized some of the ships as transports contracted by the LMC. Raw materials constantly flowed into the mech nursery while finished mechs constantly flowed out. However, the amount of vessels in the system exceeded his expectations. As the combined fleet slowly traveled to the inner system, VS browsed the local news to get up to speed on the changes that took place while he was gone.
The state has already settled more than 2 billion refugees on Cloudy Curtain,
VS gasped.
More refugees are being dumped on the surface every day.
Gloriana pressed closer to him and read the article projected by his comm.
Sounds like your planet has just become more important.
The farming consortiums that long ruled Cloudy Curtain from behind the scenes stepped forward and gave the refugees something to do. They set up a multitude of towns built in a matter of days by erecting lots of prefab homes. With so many refugees pouring into the Bright Republic, the state had a lot more mouths to feed all of a sudden. All of those people needed food, and the best way to stave off starvation was to cultivate lots of genetically customized crops tailored for fast growth and maximum nutrition. Vast tracts of land had been cultivated into enormous farms. While all kinds of machinery did most of the work, human labor was still indispensable for various reasons. If not, a competitor could simply dispatch a single hacker to an automated farming operation and spoil an entire harvest. The government also aimed to keep the refugees out of the way while giving them something to do. Who knew what kind of trouble these desperate and emotionally wrecked people could do if left to their own devices? Due to the sheer influx of people pouring into the planet, the Raleigh Consortium and Leuven Consortium no longer dominated the agricultural sector. They simply didn't have the capital and resources to set up all of the farming settlements that the government mandated. Attracted by generous government subsidies, savvy investors from Bentheim and elsewhere founded 8 more farming consortiums to erect thousands of settlements. Through the help of these wealthy new farming consortiums, Cloudy Curtain quickly managed to settle 2 billion refugees in a matter of months. In fact, if the flow of refugees pouring into the Bright Republic didn't abate, then it was very much possible that Cloudy Curtain became host to double or triple that population. Ves could scarcely fathom the changes that would take place in the future. Cloudy Curtain has become very lively all of a sudden. What a difference a single year away can make! Isn't that good for us? Gloriana smiled and pecked his cheek. It's depressing to live on an empty planet. Now that there are so many new people on your home planet, there will soon be lots more to do for us. We don't have to divert to Bentheim in order to go out and have some fun. The influx of refugees and moneyed interests also meant that the planetary political equilibrium would soon be reformed. Fortunately, the LMC still maintained a dominant grasp on the local levers of power. Its enormous influence on the local economy gave it enough leverage to obtain a lot of permits and exemptions. Instead of landing on the spaceport at Orinoco, the Stellar Chaser, the Barracuda, and some of the carriers of the Battle Criers and Glory Battalion all descended directly at a special spaceport erected by the LMC. As soon as the vessels landed on a very expansive landing zone, the combat carriers began to spit out a multitude of third-class and second-class land-bound mechs. Half of the mechs spread out to secure the surrounding terrain, while the other half formed into rows and joined the rows of other mechs that had formed up beforehand. As soon as the Glory Battalion gave permission to proceed, a ramp extended from the passenger hatch of the Stellar Chaser. Ves and Gloriana emerged from the ship in full splendor. Ves decided to wear his full Pride of Dusk ensemble. Already, his overcoat radiated a powerful aura, making him appear more imposing and important. The woman clinging on his arm looked incredibly resplendent. Since this was her first formal introduction to the people working for Ves, she made sure to look as perfect as possible by her boyfriend's side. Her blue ocean dress lovingly caressed her form. Exotics embedded onto its fabric elegantly sparkled in the diffused light of the planet's ever-present cloud cover. A stylish, open coat partially covered her upper torso, giving her a more sophisticated and professional look. Gloriana also braided a portion of her hair in a crown-like braid, leaving plenty of curls to frame her imperious face. The two of them appearing together in this fashion made a very powerful statement to the people gathered at the landing zone. The only incongruous element that spoiled their imposing looks was the identical cat ears affixed to their heads. The cat ears injected a very noticeable amount of silliness and eccentricity to their public image. The journalists invited by the LMC to witness the homecoming of its founder and lead designer looked gobsmacked. How adorable! Ves Larkinson and Gloriana Woden aren't afraid to play around. What a great catch! Ves Larkinson has won one of the greatest jackpots that a brighter could win. With a wealthy hexer at his side, his money problems are a thing of the past. What a detestable couple! The Bright Republic has always been friends with the Coalition. Ves Larkinson has betrayed our state and sold himself out to the hegemony. Neither Ves nor Gloriana took notice of the chattering of the press. They both walked side by side as they descended from the ramp. Behind them, their cats obediently followed after their owners. Lucky had activated his CFA-grade sensors to scan for threats, while Clixie did the same with her own exceptional senses. Nita, Melody, and the guards of the Glory Battalion trailed after the cats. The bodyguards all fanned out and surrounded the two journeymen in a half-circle.
The procession walked forward to a raised stage prepared for the pair. As Ves and Gloriana slowly walked up to the stage, they both studied the hundreds of mechs that had formed up into rows to greet their return. Most of the mechs standing in formation consisted of the mechs of the newly founded Living Sentinels Security Company. The majority of people and assets of the old incarnation of the avatars of myth now wore the livery of the Living Sentinels. 4 of their mech companies turned out in force, their silver and green mechs standing proud under the turbulent skies of Cloudy Curtain. What impressed Ves the most about the Living Sentinels was that they incorporated many of his silver label mechs. Their land-bound mech companies fielded a lot of Black Beaks and Crystal Lords, granting the company-owned force a lot of offensive and defensive power. The space-borne mech companies of the Living Sentinels made an even greater impression. Due to the current crisis, the Living Sentinels furloughed almost all of their existing space-borne mechs in favor of adopting the LMC's new Desolate Soldier model. Concentrating so many Desolate Soldiers in a single place produced a powerful aura that overwhelmed practically every other aura in the air. An enormous sense of duty and purpose arose in the hearts and minds of every person present. Under the influence of this powerful aura, the Living Sentinels became incredibly attentive to the return of the most important person in the LMC. Without the existence of Ves Larkinson, the LMC was just a hollow shell. Only now did the Living Sentinels feel that they could perform their true duty. How powerful! Gloriana softly sighed as she witnessed so many of her boyfriend's mechs. Our Desolate Soldier mechs are more impressive than I thought. Their divinity is so concentrated here that it feels as if I've stepped into a holy land. My mechs do have the tendency to do that when grouped up in great numbers, Ves responded mildly. As impressive as the Living Sentinels appeared, their mechs obediently gave ground to the gold and red-coated mechs standing at the very front. Black Beaks, Crystal Lords, Aurora Titans, and even a dozen Desolate Soldiers all greeted the arrival of Ves with an immense degree of pride. The Avatars of Myth, a mech force that solely answered to him, greeted his return by stretching out their arms. The mechs of the Living Sentinels followed suit a second later. The sight of so many mechs saluting to Ves made him feel unprecedentedly powerful. Though the Avatars of Myth and the Living Sentinels weren't as strong as the Glory Battalion, they ultimately answered to him. Even if the Living Sentinels technically answered to the LMC, he could always regain direct control by exercising his power. That was much better than Gloriana's relationship to her Glory Battalion. Once he finished taking in the sheer amount of mechs under his control, he began to speak. I have returned. His voice boomed over the entire landing zone. With all of the local journalists reporting on the event, Ves was very sure that the rest of Cloudy Curtain witnessed his return as well. Since his homecoming had turned into a grand spectacle all of a sudden, why not take advantage of the free publicity? I have traveled the breadth of the Komodo star sector and visited amazing planets. Yet no matter how lofty Centerpoint seduced me with its wealth, Cloudy Curtain has always been my home. Now that the Bright Republic is in danger, the Living Mech Corporation is ready to assist in the defense of our state. The pervasive aura of duty radiating from the Desolate Soldiers put force in his words. Even the people watching his homecoming from a projection would inevitably be influenced by a portion of this aura. Many people started to pay more attention. The Living Mech Corporation has always existed to serve the people, Ves confidently spoke. During these dangerous times, the LMC is ready to step up. Our new Desolate Soldier model is tailor-made to defend our vulnerable star systems. Not only is it cheap to the point where we're willing to forego a lot of profit, it is also the only mech that can inspire the people and lift up everyone's hearts. Many people had become aware of the Desolate Soldier model, but it didn't hurt for him to add his own voice to the discussion. We know that selling fantastic mechs with unique strengths is not enough, Ves added grimly. For this reason,
I am willing to contribute to the defense of the Bright Republic in a more substantive fashion. We have made agreements with the Mech Corps to accept several vital defense missions to cover vulnerable star systems situated at the border with the Coman Federation. My avatars of myth and living sentinels will soon dispatch some mech companies to bolster the defenses of the star systems under pressure and help resist the Sandmen. To be fair, even if he didn't volunteer his mech forces, the government would have found some way to force him to. With more and more emergency decrees taking effect, the time where private outfits could do what they wanted had faded. Even so, his lofty words strengthened everyone's sense of duty. No matter if they were his subordinates or people tuning in the broadcast from their homes, Ves appeared exceptionally noble and selfless at this moment. It's good to be home. Chapter 1543 Cloud Estate. After giving an extensive speech in front of his avatars of myth and living sentinels, Ves and Gloriana finally departed to their new home via a well-armored shuttle dispatched by the Glory Battalion. Escorted by the mechs of the Glory Battalion and avatars of myth, the armored shuttle made its way to a site close to the mech nursery. Instead of arriving at the headquarters of the LMC, the shuttle instead diverted to a site that was 50 kilometers away. Lush forests and picturesque hills dotted the landscape. Atop the highest hill, an expansive Manian complex stood out. This was the recently built Cloud Estate that Kedis had been responsible for building. Now, it became their new home. As soon as the shuttle landed within the walls of the expansive state, Ves, Gloriana, their pets and their followers all stepped out and took in the sights. Different from what he imagined, the Cloud Estate was not as empty as he thought. More than 30 young children ran and played across the grounds. At a courtyard situated close to a large and regal mansion, a number of older people leisurely chatted with each other or watched the children enjoy themselves. This sight was very familiar to Ves. In fact, if not for the different architecture and the pervasive cloud cover above his head, he would have suspected that he reached the Larkinson estate on Rittersburg. Ves. You're finally home. We have all been waiting for you to return. Kedis walked up to him in a formal business suit that made her appear far more mature than before. The certainty in her steps and the seriousness in her countenance gave Ves the impression that she had grown up in the year he was away. She no longer looked like a lost girl from the frontier. As she came close, Gloriana began to direct a sharp glance at the former pirate. To her credit, Kedis did not respond aggressively. Instead, she offered a meek smile and stretched out her hand. My name is Kedis. Ves has mentored me for years. I'm pleased to meet you, Gloriana. I've heard a lot about you and I admire your skill. I hope to learn from you and work alongside you at the LMC. Ves almost couldn't believe what he heard. Was this actually Kedis? Did someone replace the Kedis he knew with a poorly grown clone? She had never been so polite before. Nonetheless, her subdued posture combined with her polite greeting won Gloriana over. Ves sensed that his girlfriend let down her guard. So you are V's first student, are you? Gloriana smiled and shook the other woman's surprisingly strong and rough grip. I've heard a lot about you as well. I'm curious to see how Ves has taught you. I will make sure to test you to see if you deserve to be known as his student. Ves inwardly sighed now that he saw that Gloriana and Kedis managed to get along. He was afraid that his girlfriend might react poorly to other women, but it seemed that he had been wrong. Certainly, the arrival of Gloriana completely changed the dynamic within his circle. Her status and the way she talked and carried herself made it abundantly clear that she expected to be in charge. Though Gloriana did not own any shares of the company, the LMC had already registered her as their second lead designer. By assigning her this position, Ves had made his stance clear. Gloriana was here to stay and would help with designing the company's mechs. How luxurious!
Many mech companies dreamed of adding a journeyman of Gloriana's caliber to their design teams. Now, due to her relationship with VS, she readily put her skills at the disposal of his company for just a nominal salary. Once Gloriana and Kedis finished introducing themselves, the latter gestured them forward. "The main mansion is up ahead." As they walked forward, VS began to ask the question that had been nagging on his mind. "Kedis, what is up with the Larkinsons here? I thought I told you to build a private home." "That was my original plan, but your grandfather, Melker, and some other Larkinsons made a very persuasive case. They wanted to set up a bigger estate for the Larkinsons living and working at Cloudy Curtain. Since you're all family, why not make your home livelier? The Larkinsons don't want you to grow too distant from your relatives." VS frowned a bit. The Larkinsons acted a bit presumptuously by turning his home into a copy of the Larkinson compound. Nonetheless, seeing the younger and older Larkinsons enjoying themselves on his private territory lessened his objections. There wasn't much harm in living together with the Larkinsons. Kedis was right that their presence instantly livened up the place. The sight of his relatives brought back pleasant memories of the times he spent at the Larkinson compound in his youth. "I'm not very pleased you haven't checked in with me before making this decision, but I'll allow it. How many Larkinsons are living here right now?" "Over 600. Some have moved out to help the Mech Corps fight the Sandmen, though." VS widened his eyes when he heard that. 600? No wonder the Cloud Estate was so large and featured so many structures. "What are they all doing here? Has the LMC really hired so many Larkinsons?" "Not all of them are working for you." Kedis gently shook her head. "The LMC, the Living Sentinels, and the Avatars of Myth employ a lot of Larkinsons. The mech pilots of your family highly favor working for the Living Sentinels, though a number of them have joined the Avatars of Myth. Many of the norms in your family have decided to work for the LMC, though plenty of Larkinsons have also joined the support staff of your two outfits." "What about the Larkinsons who aren't working for me? What are they even doing here? Cloudy Curtain is a rotten planet compared to Rittersburg." "A lot of retired Larkinson mech pilots have decided to work as mech instructors at the Mech Academy they have taken over." VS recalled that he heard about this before. He didn't expect the Larkinsons had actually gone through with this commitment. "What Mech Academy?" "The one in Freslin. They've renamed it the Larkinson Basic Mech Academy. Thousands of young mech cadets are now learning how to pilot mechs by retired Larkinsons. There's even talk of expanding the campus and hiring additional teachers to accommodate the intake of mech cadets from the refugee body." The enterprise sounded a lot more significant to the Larkinsons than VS suspected. If Cloudy Curtain hadn't been flooded by refugees, then the Larkinson Basic Mech Academy wouldn't have been a small and quaint institution. Yet now that the population of the planet ballooned, the academy suddenly became a lot more significant. The only other academy on Cloudy Curtain was in Orinoco. At the planet's previous level of population, the two academies were more than enough to accommodate the local potentates. "The Bright Republic really wants to claim all the refugee mech cadets for themselves," Kedis remarked. "They've invested a lot of money into setting up more mech academies on Cloudy Curtain. They've also allocated a lot of money to the Larkinsons to expand the Larkinson Basic Mech Academy. Your grandfather has even told me that the Larkinsons are in the process of asking for approval to establish the first advanced mech academy on Cloudy Curtain." The news came as a shock to VS. The Larkinsons had never put so much effort in running their own mech academies. Mech academies consumed a lot of money. Not only did it cost a lot to build all of the expensive facilities and purchase a lot of practice mechs, but it also cost a lot to keep it all in shape and up to date. There was hardly any profit in running a mech academy.
The Larkinsons must have spent the bulk of the dividends they received from the LMC to this endeavor. I guess I'll have to talk with my grandfather as soon as I've settled in. He sighed in an exasperated manner. Far too many changes have taken place while I was away. Look on the bright side, VS. A lot of mech cadets attending your family's academy have become devoted to the LMC. The living sentinels and the avatars of myth won't lack for recruits. Perhaps. I'll reserve my judgment. The Larkinsons don't have much experience in running a major educational institution, let alone two. I'm afraid they're biting off more than they could chew. How many mech cadets do they expect to teach? If the basic mech academy finishes its expansion, then it can enroll up to 20,000 mech cadets. As for the advanced mech academy, it will probably accommodate the same amount of mech cadets at the start. That's a lot. While VS knew that there were bigger mech academies, he was worried whether the Larkinsons could even handle 20,000 mech cadets per institution. Teaching future mech pilots was a big responsibility. While VS had no doubt that the Larkinsons were more than capable of instructing mech cadets, that did not necessarily mean they were good at running schools. Keddies noticed his apprehension and gave him a reassuring smile. You don't have to be worried for your relatives, VS. The Larkinsons know what they are doing and they're not running a mech academy by themselves. They're constantly hiring a lot of experienced teachers, administrators, and support staff to shoulder the burden. They arrived in front of the centermost mansion. Unlike the other structures, the grandest building of the Cloud Estate was devoid of Larkinsons. This is your new home. Keddies introduced and waved at the majestic building. Only you and your guests are allowed to approach and enter the main mansion. The other Larkinsons who live at the Cloud Estate have already been instructed to stay away from it to avoid disturbing you. Is it to your liking? VS studied the traditional facade. It looks very stately. However, I remember asking for you to build a defensible home for me. So far, I haven't spotted any defenses aside from mechs. This place is tougher than it looks. Your Cloud Estate is far more defensible than meets the eye. The mansions may look pretty on the outside, but their inner structure is made from compressed alloys. There are numerous turrets and other defensive measures around us, but they're currently retracted beneath the surface. Finally, there's a highly reinforced citadel built under the Cloud Estate that is rated to resist a fair amount of orbital bombardment. That was just some of the defensive measures protecting the Cloud Estate from threats. Nita and the guards of the Glory Battalion listened carefully and nodded in approval. They entered the palatial mansion shortly afterwards. Everything was very large, from the entrance hall to the stairs leading up to the second floor. Though the mansion didn't feel very warm or cozy to VS, that might change once he lived in the place for a while. Gloriana hummed and pressed a finger to her lips. The interior is a little shabby to my tastes. VS helplessly shrugged. You can do whatever you want. He knew her well enough that she would change things if she found something displeasing. She was already treating his mansion as her home. We need to study and upgrade some of the security measures as well, Melody added on behalf of the Glory Battalion. Don't worry, Mr. Larkinson. The Woden dynasty will cover the costs. How grateful of them. The Woden dynasty probably regarded him as a pauper or something. Let's get settled in. I've had a long day and I have a lot of work to catch up to. Keddies, lead me to my office. There's an office here, right? She nodded. I know you like your offices. The mansion has more than enough space to allow you to work from home. Let's go upstairs. Chapter 1544 A Good Time to Fi. As VS and Gloriana settled in the Cloud Estate, elsewhere in the Komodo Star sector a massive mech fleet was about to transition out of FTL. The Sundered Phalanx was the mech military of the Gage dynasty. As the most powerful partner of the Friday Coalition, the Sundered Phalanx enjoyed a high reputation. Right now, the Gage dynasty dispatched two powerful mech divisions to address an emergency that suddenly took place on one of their populated planets. The enormous fleet consisted of many fleet carriers and combat carriers as well as numerous support ships. The firepower it possessed was more than enough to terrorize a third-rate state. "It's very strange, sir," a staff officer reported to the mech general placed in command. "Every quantum entanglement node in the star system disconnected from the galactic net without any warning. We haven't managed to get in touch with the Mindak system for 2 days." "It's fishy." The mech general grimly nodded. His brilliant uniform shifted as he studied the intelligence reports. "We're almost certainly walking into a trap. Regardless of what a disaster has befallen the Mindak system, we need to be as alert as possible. It hasn't helped that we've been ordered to reinforce the Mindak system as fast as possible. The haste in which we left gave us no time to obscure our route. If the Hexers are responsible, then they'll know exactly where and when to lay an ambush. The sundered phalanx is not so easy to defeat. Our fleet carriers carry some of the best defensive shielding our Gage dynasty has developed. We shall see how well they fare." Hours later, the formidable mech fleet was about to transition out of FTL. Every mech pilot entered the cockpits of their mechs. Spacers manned their stations with utmost seriousness, knowing that whatever was about to take place would certainly not be a drill. As the time of transition neared, everyone entered their maximum state of alertness. As one of the premier mech militaries in the star sector, the soldiers' sundered phalanx possessed an immense amount of pride and confidence in themselves. "It's time!" As soon as hundreds of ships transitioned out of FTL, the hundreds of thousands of Friday men that made up the mech fleet knew no more. In a wide zone around their emergence point in the Mindak system, thousands of dark, floating pillars turned active just minutes before the arrival of the sundered phalanx fleet. As soon as the huge and heavily armored fleet carriers transitioned into real space, they instantly tore apart as if they had been rammed through a gigantic cheese grater. Dozens of capital ships that were tough enough to withstand many minutes of bombardment from enemy mechs instantly peeled apart without any opportunity to mount a defense. The smaller but just as resilient combat carriers shared the same fate. Each and every vessel emerging out of FTL acted as if they were passing through an invisible net that was strong enough to cut an entire planet. Since the fleet carriers and the combat carriers all succumbed in an instant, the logistics ships that followed afterwards fared no better. Ships that were almost as large as factory ships easily split apart and turned into separating noodles of alloys. Within minutes, the horror finally ceased. A silent tragedy had taken place in the Mindak system. 2 complete mech divisions of the sundered phalanx had been completely annihilated without having enough time to mount a defense. Worse yet, the Mindak system was not the only star system in trouble. Half a dozen other star systems had fallen silent, prompting the partners of the coalition to raise their vigilance. However, they also dispatched some ships and fleets to investigate. The headquarters of the sundered phalanx and other mech militaries had been in constant contact with the reinforcement fleets. Upon the moment of their transition into the mysteriously silent star systems, something remarkable happened. They lost contact. No one managed to establish contact with the ships and fleets that had fallen out of communication. Either their quantum entanglement nodes suddenly stopped working, or the ships had been destroyed. Horror began to spread among the high command of the Friday Coalition. "How many mech divisions have we lost?" "The entire coalition has collectively lost contact with 16 mech divisions." 16 mech divisions. Though the sundered phalanx alone fielded many more mech divisions, this was still a painful loss. The absence of 160,000 second-class mechs and the expert pilots, carriers, and other ships to support them was enough to tip the balance between the Friday Coalition and the Hexadric hegemony. This is bad. The Hexers have just declared war.
The Hexadric hegemony bombastically made their declaration as soon as the sundered phalanx and the other mech militaries of the Friday Coalition stopped sending in more ships. The Hexers immediately began to send their own mech fleets across the border. They had long been preparing to launch an offensive. As soon as the Friday Coalition learned of the offensive, even more bad news poured in. Several strategic and highly populated star systems suddenly began to fall into chaos. Billions of citizens started rioting for no apparent reason. Although not everyone had gone berserk, many mech pilots and armed guards counted among the ones that lost their minds. As soon as they became affected by the chaos, they began to unload their weapons in every direction, including their fellow soldiers and innocent civilians. Only 9 critical planets had been affected, yet their military and industrial importance was incredibly paramount. Their loss hurt the Friday men severely in their rapidly escalating war against the Hexers. In fact, 6 more planets had almost befallen the same fate, but the local forces managed to discover the plots in time. The hidden machines that caused the surrounding population to go crazy had been found and destroyed in rapid tempo, saving many billions of people from death and damnation. In the first move of what would become known as the Komodo War, the Hexers succeeded in inflicting a severe blow against the Friday men. The Friday Coalition and the Hexadric hegemony were 2 of the most powerful states in the star sector. They also hated each other with a passion. The only reason why they hadn't gone to war in the hundreds of years of standoffs was because it was too risky to initiate. As long as any war broke out between these bitter rivals, either side would back down. Considering how many mechs and how many preparations they've made against each other, a war would certainly last until one side decisively beat the other side. The conflict between the 2 sides represented a pivotal war for supremacy that decided which of the 2 would become the final ruler of the Komodo star sector. Neither the coalition nor the hegemony wanted to tolerate the existence of their rivals any longer. As soon as the fighting between the 2 powerful states broke out, the rest of the star sector immediately reacted with shock. The Sandmen are just about to overrun our states. Why have the coalition and the hegemony decided that this is a good time to solve their grudges? We need their firepower to save our lives. Crazy. 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 This is bad. Those female supremacists have managed to gain an advantage. What if they win? I don't want to lick the shoes of every woman that I come across. To the Bright Republic and the other states fighting against the Sandmen, the incredibly destructive war between the second-rate states couldn't have come at a more inopportune time. Many of them had been hoping for a change. Perhaps the coalition and hegemony felt charitable enough to send some of their powerful mech forces to the beleaguered states. Yet now that they became fully preoccupied in fighting with each other, there was no way they would ever dispatch any help. Even worse, the outbreak of war disrupted the existing pattern of trade. The amount of resources the second-rate states consumed was vastly more than all of the third-rate states put together. While none of the third-rate states were expected to fight on behalf of one of the second-rate states, they were still expected to export valuable exotics and other materials. There was no guarantee that third-rate states would be left out of the conflict. Perhaps the Friday men and Hexers would force them to take sides and fight among themselves. As the news reached the Bright Republic, Ves learned of it as soon as possible. He had barely settled into his new office at the Cloud Estate when the news scared him out of his wits. Gloriana! What is the meaning of this? His girlfriend did not exhibit any surprise upon hearing the news. She leaned against his imposing desk and idly twirled a lock of her hair with her finger. Operation K has succeeded. The war that will decide the fate of this star sector has finally started. Did you know? Yes. She grinned like a shark that had just smelled blood.
In fact, I contributed by customizing some of the mechs that have gone to war. I wonder how many Friday men they'll manage to kill. The more, the better.
Seeing her girlfriend revel in this stupendously ruinous war as if it was her birthday practically floored Ves. He had forgotten that she was an unrepentant hexer. As Ves read the articles about the opening moves of the hexers, a powerful chill went through his spine. He recognized the means the hexers used to strike a painful blow against the coalition.
Project Void Calamity. Project Pandemonium Descent.
He immediately dredged up the details of these two projects from the depths of his mind. A long time ago, Ves and Calabast snuck into the restricted sections of the Starlight Megalodon. Calabast spent a lot of effort to retrieve the files relating to these two ancient CFA research projects. Back then, Ves learned enough about the two projects to make a horrible realization. Both projects were purely designed to break a state. With all of the awful events unfolding right now, Ves felt as if his worst nightmares came true. The classified project files that Ves helped retrieve had been used to an incredibly deadly effect. If Ves hadn't helped Calabast at the time, then this war might have never happened. Shortly after Ves connected Project Void Calamity and Project Pandemonium Descent to Operation K, he made another incredibly vital realization.
Calabast is a hexer.
Correct. A familiar voice sounded out from the side.
Who's there?
A hidden entrance built into the side of his home office opened up. Calabast emerged and walked up to the desk with a confident stride. Surprisingly, the Glory Battalion guards guarding the office did not make any attempts to halt the intruder. Nita looked lost and questioned Ves whether she should intervene.
Calabast, aren't you supposed to be in the Ylvain Protectorate? I'm no longer needed there. She grinned. Don't worry, Ves. My absence from the Ylvain Protectorate won't affect our arrangements there. I've trained another operative to take over my cover identity, as Madame Cecily to act as a caretaker. Right now, I'm much more needed here by your side.
Calabast returned to her old guise. She no longer disguised herself as a mild-mannered scion of the Kirin dynasty. The truth had finally come out. Calabast was a hexer. Ves should have known. He wished he never met her back at the Larkinson system. If not for that, how would he get so entangled with the hegemony? It was already bad enough that his girlfriend was a hexer, but now his strategic partner turned out to be one as well. Both Calabast and Gloriana looked at each other and chuckled.
He's such a boy.
Gloriana smiled affectionately at her boyfriend as he was suffering a mental breakdown.
What did you do to him? He looks like he's at his limit.
Calabast nonchalantly shrugged.
I only used him for a bit, that's all. It's not my fault he's allergic to our state.
Chapter 1545 The Woman from Diva. The outbreak of the war between the two major powers of the Star Sector sent Ves into a tizzy. Discovering Calabast's true allegiance had finally pushed him over the edge. Ves lay on a couch set by the grand windows of his home office. Both Clixie and Lucky cuddled up next to his chest to comfort him. The two playful cats succeeded in pulling him back to his senses.
Meow. Meow. The two of you are too cute.
Ves smiled and stroked both cats by their heads. As much as he wanted to play with the two pets, he couldn't ignore the women staring at him. They both sat on a couch placed on the opposite side of a coffee table with plenty of room in between. The way they sat suggested that even if both of them were hexers, they didn't belong to the same dynasty or faction. That reassured Ves a little. He looked around and noticed that the guards that usually guarded Gloriana had strangely left. A powerful interference field emanated from Calabast, ensuring that they enjoyed total privacy.
Gloriana. Who is Calabast? He asked his girlfriend first. I don't know her personally, but I'm aware of her background. Tell me who she is, then. No more secrets. Calabast isn't my real name. The former spy spoke up, taking over from Gloriana. I once told you that you're better off not knowing my background. However, now that Operation K has taken place, I suppose the cat is out of the bag. Ves stared icily at the older woman. For the sake of our long-term cooperation, I think you owe me an explanation. Fair enough. Calabast smiled and crossed her arms in a confident manner. Calabast isn't my real name. I used to go by another name when I was born in a branch house of the Vracan matriarchal dynasty. Ves grew shocked. The 6 matriarchal dynasties reigned at the top of the hexadric hegemony. The Vracan matriarchal dynasty held as much sway as the Avern matriarchal dynasty, to whom the Woden dynasty answered to. The power they wielded was immense. Throughout her explanation, her accent shifted from what was common in the region to a more clipped one that resembled that of Gloriana. Though the shift was subtle, the difference it made was huge. Why did you change your name? He asked. Do you think that it is good to be born as a Vracan? Our matriarchal dynasty is so large that there are millions of Vracans who share the same blood. I didn't enjoy a pampered upbringing like that of your girlfriend. I needed to fight my way upwards. I did that by working really hard to get into Diva. Diva? Diva is one of the hegemony's intelligence agencies. Gloriana explained. Don't ask me what the acronym stands for. I don't have a clue. Calabast chuckled. I don't know either. I won't tell you about what I did while I was in Diva other than that I managed to become an elite intelligence operative. After completing my mission on Aeon Corona 7, I managed to meet with my boss and buy my freedom. By your freedom? I think you told me once that you quit your old job. I wasn't a slave, Ves, but my debt to the hegemony was considerable. The Vracan matriarchal dynasty has provided me with many resources to enhance my growth. Even if I was an average family member back then, a Vracan is still entitled to treatment that would make you jealous. In addition, Diva's training regime is one of the best in the star sector. Working for Diva has forged me into the woman I am today. So that means the Vracans and Diva expect you to work for them. They invested so much into turning you into this elite intelligence operative that you're never able to get rid of your shackles under ordinary circumstances. Her situation sounded similar to that of Gloriana. The only difference was that Gloriana was more than glad to continue to stay under the Woden dynasty's umbrella. I see you understand, Ves. In the society that Gloriana and I live in, obligations are vastly more restrictive than physical bonds. As much as I benefited from being a Vracan and a Diva intelligence operative, I was destined to act as their pawn for my entire life. Yet you quit, right? She grinned at him. Thanks to you, I managed to return with valuable CFA research data and other gains from the Starlight Megalodon. The treasure trove of data I've submitted to Diva earned me so many merits that I didn't hesitate to buy my freedom. Not only that, but I also used my remaining merits to buy a higher standing within the hegemony. This puts me on par with a member of a dynasty without belonging to one. Why is that important? Isn't it better to upgrade your standing within the Vracans? You aren't thinking enough ahead. Certainly, I could have used the merits I earned to upgrade myself to the same level of prominence that Gloriana enjoys in the Woden dynasty. Yet what use would that be to me? The higher my position in the Vracans, the greater the expectations and obligations placed on my shoulders. That is not conducive to my plans for the future. You mean you plan to force a partnership on me so that you can leech off my accomplishments? Ves grimaced and briefly flitted his eyes over to Gloriana. Does she know? Calabast shook her head. Not yet, but I suggest you do something about that. Gloriana may not be entirely to my liking, but she's clean." "What's that supposed to mean?" his girlfriend burst out. "And what's this about coming clean? Are the two of you hiding a secret or something?"
Inwardly, Ves sighed in relief. Calabast hadn't spilled the beans about the metal scroll.
"All in due time, Gloriana."
Calabast pressed the female mech designer down before turning to Ves.
"Do you understand my circumstances now, kid? I could have gone far if I continued to stay in Diva or the Vraken matriarchal dynasty. Instead, I decisively paid back my debts and amicably cut off my ties with them because there is a much greater tree I can shelter under."
"Me?" Ves spoke.
"Yep." She grinned. "Even though you're merely a sapling at your stage, your growth potential is limitless. Diva, the Vrakens, and even the entire hegemony are trivial compared to where you will be in a few hundred years from now. You can't blame a woman for not letting this opportunity pass me by. The potential you hold is far in excess to anything this stinking star sector can produce." "Wow, Calabast! I thought I was the first one to recognize V's potential, but it seems your eye for mech designers is even better."
Gloriana cheerfully clapped before releasing a low hiss.
"He's still mine, though." "I already told you, Gloriana. I am not interested in little boys."
Calabast briefly interrupted the functioning of her jammer so that she could transmit a message from her comm. Seconds later, a woman wearing an unmarked mech officer uniform appeared into view, alarming both Ves and Gloriana.
"Who?" "Don't worry, she's friendly."
The athletic mech pilot strode forward while Ves tried to piece together her identity. The newcomer looked vaguely familiar to him, and her dark skin reminded Ves of some of the women he met in his life. As the figure came closer, his spiritual senses started to sense something remarkable.
"She's an expert candidate," he called.
Not only that, but the expert candidate was in a very advanced state. Her willpower-infused spiritual energy had almost reached the threshold of apotheosis, which meant that becoming an expert pilot was just around the corner. As the newcomer came close, Calabast stood up and immediately embraced the expert candidate in an intimate manner. Locked in passion, their lips hungrily ravished each other. Sensuous moans escaped from their throats as the lovers enjoyed their reunion. Ves and Gloriana wordlessly stared at the spectacle with their mouths gaped open. Even their intimate kisses hadn't reached this level of passion yet. Once the two women separated, Calabast smiled with a bit of rosiness on her cheeks.
"Ves, remember Commander Dice of the Sword Maidens?" Hi, Commander."
So that was why the expert candidate felt so familiar. Even though advanced surgery changed her appearance to the point where Ves no longer recognized her, Ves couldn't mistake her spiritual fingerprint. Ves remembered that Commander Dice and Captain Orphan both developed a strong mental connection with Kalankso. So long as Kalankso still existed, Commander Dice was still her beast rider. As Ves tuned his spiritual senses carefully, he managed to identify plenty of spiritual attributes that closely aligned with Kalankso. Strangely, they only made up a part of Commander Dice's spiritual makeup. Her spiritual attributes possessed a much more offensive mix. The defensive and protective influence from Kalankso didn't entirely align with the pirate commander's fighting style, which probably hampered her growth somewhat. Ves suspected that as long as Commander Dice managed to resolve the contradiction between Kalankso's spiritual attributes and her own, she would finally be able to enter the ranks of demigods.
"Thank you for taking care of Keddies for us, Ves." Commander Dice smiled in approval. "She's grown up to become a good kid under your care. I hope you can continue to take care of her. Right now, she's not suitable to accompany us. My lover here has big plans for the Sword Maidens."
Though Gloriana maintained some wariness towards Calabast, her attitude changed now that the latter revealed her lover. As long as Calabast made no moves towards VS, she was fine with her presence. The former intelligence operative coughed. Gloriana, I summoned Commander Dice in order to prove that I'm not a threat to you. I'm going to have to ask you to leave now. I need to discuss some private business matters with VS. A few moments of silence passed as Gloriana directed a suspicious glance towards the other Hexer. Okay. Just don't get into any funny business, all right? Bring your cat out as well. I know she's smart enough to understand what we're saying. Fine. Gloriana grumbled. She had been seen through. You Vrakins are always too sharp. Commander Lydia led Gloriana and Clixie out of the home office, leaving Calabast alone with VS. So, he began as he calmly held Lucky in his grasp. Now that his girlfriend had departed the room, VS no longer felt as constrained. You're a Hexer? Yes. Calabast grinned in amusement. As someone who spent a lot of time outside the hegemony, I can understand your apprehensiveness. I'm not like Gloriana, though. The Vrakins are largely secular. We don't buy into hexism. Her words reassured him a bit. At least he wouldn't have to deal with two Hexers who wanted to impose their crazy religious beliefs on him. He already had a hard time maintaining his principles in front of Gloriana. What do you really think about my relationship with Gloriana? I preferred you went for a more wholesome girl like Keddy's. Gloriana. While I have no comment on the love you share with her, in terms of entanglements, I don't think you know what you're getting into. The closer you pursue a relationship with Gloriana, the more you'll enter the orbit of the Woden dynasty. I'm not marrying into her family. That still doesn't exempt you from getting involved, kid. A promising mech designer like Gloriana is a treasure to the Wodens. Anyone who is worthy to capture her heart won't escape their attention. Why is that so bad? Calabast let out an exasperated breath. Forget about it. What is done is done. The situation is not entirely unsalvageable. As a foreigner, you only need to show off your capabilities in order to be treated as an ally rather than a servant. Gloriana and I are already planning to earn their acknowledgement. Good. It seems Gloriana is not blind to your situation. I think she just wants to keep me for herself. VS scoffed before changing the topic. Let's get to the point. Why are you here? That requires some explanation. She sighed before adopting a serious expression. The war that has broken out between the Coalition and the hegemony has turned our star sector into a dangerous place. The Bright Republic won't remain unaffected. What is driving you Hexers to wage this war at this time? Please help me understand. With the Sandmen bearing down on us all, I truly can't figure out why your state picked this time to resolve its grudges with its rival. As someone pivotal to Operation K, Calabast surely understood the hegemony's decision to declare war. VS still remained awfully. He desperately needed more answers. Chapter 1546 Star Sector on Fire. The Komodo Star Sector has long enjoyed a period of relative stability. Do you think it's easy to start a war when order reigns? Calabast's question prompted VS to consider her words from a different angle. So far, VS reacted to the war from the perspective of a hapless Brighter. How would he look at the conflict if he sat in the shoes of a Hexer? The MTA and CFA are apparently preoccupied. Many third-rate states are facing extinction from the Sandmen. Good. You're heading in the right direction, kid. Wars don't happen out of the blue. There are rules and customs that dictate when you're allowed to wage a war. Technically, the Big Two heavily frowns upon wars between human states when an alien race is bearing down on a star sector. Then why have the Hexers decided to pull the trigger anyway? Because the Sandmen are a distraction to us. The true powers in the star sector have never considered the aliens as a serious foe. Their threat level is simply too low.
It's actually favorable to us that they have decided to attack human space because the star sector has become chaotic all of a sudden, which gives us enough of an opportunity to wage a decisive war without risking the intervention of anyone else. Ves furrowed his brows as he tried to parse her answer. It was very difficult for him to approach the circumstances at this level. I'm not a statesman, Calabast. Can you explain it in a way that I can actually understand? Let me give you a simple example. Let's say that you are in a classroom with 30 children. If the two smartest and most promising students suddenly start fighting each other, the teacher and everyone else will immediately try to separate the two. That's good for the classroom, but that's not what the pair want to see, especially if they are confident in winning. So, imagine if the teacher that normally keeps the pupils in line is called to the principal's office. Let's say that during the teacher's absence, a foreign class of students from another school suddenly barges into your classroom and picks a fight with your entire class. What will happen? All of the students will fight the foreign class of students except the two who hate each other more than the foreign intruders. Ves expanded upon the analogy. They're strong enough to beat up the foreign class by themselves, so they don't fear them at all. Instead, they consider each other to be a much greater threat. Yes. And since the teacher and all of the other students are distracted, this is the best time to start a fight and see it through the end. All of that rests on the premise that you can win, Ves remarked. If the Friday Coalition turns out to be stronger than you Hexers thought, then your state risks complete annihilation. If it happens, it happens. Calabast dismissively waved her hand. It will just mean we were too weak to deserve to win. The hegemony has been readying for war for hundreds of years, Ves. We fully know what we are getting into, and the same applies for the coalition. Neither states are willing to tolerate each other's presence in the same star sector. Why, though? Why hate each other so much? Plenty of powerful second-rate states are able to live with their rivals in peace in other star sectors. That's because those star sectors are older and more set in their ways. Their rulers have lost their courage and became too risk-averse to pursue their greater ambitions. Neither the coalition or the hegemony is old enough to forget how much we fought each other since the opening of the Komodo star sector. So past events are sufficient grounds for an all-or-nothing wager with trillions of lives at stake? A cruel chuckle sounded from her throat. Essentially, yes. We don't want to wage a timid war and end it with a peace treaty that only resulted in a change of ownership of a couple of star systems. We want it all, and we are confident enough that we can defeat our opponents. Even though the Hexadric hegemony is ruled by 6 different matriarchal dynasties, we are much more united than the partners that make up the coalition. With the opening blow we struck with Operation K, we're confident we can shatter their tenuous unity apart and pick them off one by one. Is that all? There's also another reason why we decided to launch our attack at this time. Operation K takes a lot of setup. A lot of Hexers were involved in putting the pieces into place. Though we are confident in keeping everyone quiet, there is always the risk that the coalition might discover our efforts. All of this sounded simple, but Ves could scarcely imagine the huge amount of death and destruction that might ensue from this conflict. The Hexers were truly out for blood, and they didn't mind putting their entire state at risk to realize their ambitions. That was the most courageous and reckless decision that Ves ever heard of. Many thoughts started to flit in his mind as he gained some comprehension. Was that what you were doing when we first met at Harkinsonai in the Reanald Republic? She nodded. The hegemony has made many preparations to sow chaos. Destabilizing the Harkinson system was just one of many steps to stir the waters in the Komodo star sector. To be frank, the Sandman invasion took the hegemony by surprise. That said, it's a very welcome surprise, because it is doing a much better job at sowing chaos than our secret measures. I see. Does that mean you guys will leave us alone? Very likely. Neither the coalition nor the hegemony wants to attract attention by getting caught and sabotaging the states that are desperately fighting off the Sandmen. While we don't fear the third-rate states, if too many of them condemn our actions, then the MTA might be persuaded to step in and mediate our conflict. You make that sound like a bad thing. Because it is. In any case, the third-rate states don't warrant our attention anyway. The only reason for us to pay some importance to the Bright Republic is to keep an eye on their exports. Ves grimaced. The Bright Republic is very obviously aligned to the Friday Coalition. Most of our high-value exotics and other valuable exports flow through the coalition. Some of the companies in our state are backed by powerful entities from the coalition. Many mech designers and other professionals have ties to the educational institutions of the coalition. Though the Bright Republic didn't sign a major defensive pact with the coalition, the two states shared a lot of smaller ties. It was enough to make Ves concerned about his future in the Bright Republic. After all, not only did he cut ties with his master from the Vermeer Group, he also started associating with a hexer. This is exactly the reason why I've left the Protectorate and moved to your side. You will need my assistance and my advice to navigate the turbulent waters that you have entered when you return to the Bright Republic. Your home state is no longer as safe as you think, at least not for you. All of those organizations and entities that have ties to the coalition won't make any open moves towards you, but they might be persuaded to move against you in the dark. Sweat started pouring from his brow. Ves became aware that his position in the Bright Republic may not be as solid as he thought. Don't worry too fast, Ves. Don't you have ties with Flashlight? I expect that they will soon clarify their stance towards you. They won't sell you out. Really? For some reason, Ves could scarcely imagine such a situation. Look, the Bright Republic aren't allies with the Friday Coalition. Your state hasn't declared war against the hegemony either. What do you think will happen if the coalition loses the war? Any ties to the coalition will suddenly turn worthless. Ves guessed before shaking his head. No. It's worse. They'll turn toxic. Any lesser state that has been leaning towards the coalition will enjoy less regard compared to lesser states that have supported the hegemony from the start. Exactly. While individuals such as you who have become friends with a hexer are rare, it's in the best interest of the Bright Republic to keep you around, if only as a contingency plan. Once their favored side has lost, your value to your state is immeasurably great. You'll be expected to reduce the bad blood between the victorious hegemony and your puny little state. I see. Ves still thought his position in the Bright Republic was precarious. If not for his extensive business and family ties to his state, he would have packed his bags and moved to the Elvain Protectorate or something. He recalled that unlike the Bright Republic, the Elvain Protectorate maintained light but friendly ties to the hegemony. The Elvainans wouldn't sell him out. In fact, they would probably welcome him with open arms. This was still a bit too much to bear for Ves. He loved his home state. It took a lot of mental adjustment for him to regard it as a potential threat. So what exactly will you be doing? I'll be around, and so will the Sword Maidens under a different name. It's best if I work in the dark, so I won't associate with you in the open. I'll regularly be visiting Cloudy Curtain, Bentheim, and any other location that requires my attention. You haven't explained to me yet what you'll be doing. Calabas sighed. Let's just say that I will be putting out fires and handle threats directed against you before they become a problem. There are already elements in the Bright Republic that seek to gain the coalition's favor by assassinating you or ruining your business. Won't it be better to leave such problems to Flashlight? She looked at him as if he was an idiot. Flashlight answers to the government and has to balance many different interests. They may appear to act with impunity to you, but they are anything but impulsive. Unlike Flashlight, I'm completely on your side. It doesn't really feel that way. You should be more grateful, kid. I've done a lot of work to facilitate your rise and remove some of the obstacles in your way. I know you have a hard time understanding my line of work, but just trust me, you wouldn't have been nearly as successful if you don't have someone like me watching your back. As much as Ves wanted to deny it, he knew she was right. He already noticed hints of her influence, particularly in relation to the Ilvain Protectorate. So what do I do? He asked. Just continue as normal, as if the Friday Coalition and the Hexadric hegemony isn't locked into a heated conflict. It's not your business, Ves, so don't even attempt to intervene there. Just stay put and keep designing new mechs. Your growth matters the most. Even if the entire Komodo star sector is burning down, don't stop improving. Is that it? What about Gloriana? Is she in danger here? No. Calebasse shook her head. The Wodens are certainly aware of Operation K and our intentions to wage a decisive war in this period. They have already assessed the risks of sending Gloriana to the Bright Republic. No one will dare to attack her in the open. With the deterrence of the Glory Battalion, nothing will happen to her. In fact, their presence here will make you even safer, because no one wants to tangle with them directly. Ves didn't completely buy that explanation. It was one thing to allow a very valuable journeyman to leave the hegemony during peacetime. Now that a war broke out, Gloriana suddenly turned into a tempting and vulnerable target. Damn Hexers! He grumbled beneath his breath. How many schemes are you hiding? Chapter 1547, Rooting for the Wrong Side. After Calebasse finished briefing Ves on what he needed to know, she stalked off to parts unknown. The secret entrance to his home office closed as if it never existed in the first place. The fact that Ves wasn't even aware of it signified that he still had a lot to learn about his new mansion. He moved to his desk and began to organize his thoughts. Lucky climbed up the surface of his desk and began to stretch in place. Calebasse is right. He spoke while reaching out to stroke Lucky's back. The war between the Friday Coalition and the Hexadric hegemony is none of my business. Master Olsen and the Woden dynasty can take care of themselves. Thinking about his shallow but memorable relations with certain individuals from the Friday Coalition put a very sour taste in his mouth. He never really wanted to cut ties with the Friday Coalition. However, ever since he started a relationship with Gloriana, there was no way he could realistically maintain them any longer. Master Olsen actually did me a favor by kicking me out of the coalition, he realized. Maybe she knew that trouble was on the horizon. Even if the hegemony caught the coalition by surprise, the latter wouldn't have been blind to the possibility. They simply misjudged the timing and the strange technologies employed by their opponents. Ves did not worry too much about the fate of Master Olsen. Even if the Friday Coalition lost, a master would never be under threat. While Ves did not know how the hegemony would treat its captives and the citizens of conquered territory, it was unlikely the Hexers would kill them all off without remorse. The MTA will never allow such slaughter. The point of forcing human states to wage war with less destructive weapons like mechs is to prevent too much loss of life. The hegemony clearly wanted to conquer the territories occupied by the Friday Coalition and rule the Komodo Star sector as a true hegemon. If all they took over was ash and ruins, then it might take several centuries for the hegemony to repair the damage. At the very least, the common citizens of the coalition wouldn't face any serious consequences. They just exchanged one ruler for another, that was all. The changes to their society would happen gradually in order to make sure the conquered citizens assimilated into Hexer society without too much resistance. As for military officers, senior officials and the like, they would probably face worse treatment. Ves guessed that Master Olsen also happened to fall under this category. For someone like her who likely possessed very strong ties to the coalition, It was better for her to evacuate the star sector and start anew far away from the reach of her old enemies. A master mech designer did not fear a fresh start. With their immense reputation and design ability, as long as there weren't any inherent contradictions, there was no state that would refuse their business. Well, who knows if Master Olson will be compelled to flee? It might be the Hexers who have to flee instead. It was true that the hexadric hegemony started off the war with an immediate advantage. However, he was very well aware that both states possessed an extremely deep accumulation. There was no way that the loss of 16 mech divisions significantly altered the coalition's chances of winning. Their foundation still stood strong. The Friday men would definitely take revenge after suffering so much damage from Operation K. They surely prepared their own devious attacks against the Hexers. If they wanted to shore up their brittle morale, then they needed to make a huge move to reassure their shaken citizens. Even so, Ves believed that the Hexers would not have initiated the war if they did not possess an advantage. Their odds of winning was probably a little bit higher, enough to make the gamble feasible, if still incredibly risky. What would happen if either side won? Well, it won't be good for me if the Friday Coalition comes out as the final victor. Ves would have to depart the star sector ahead of time. There was no way the Friday men would forgive him for turning his back on the coalition and hooking up with a Hexer mech designer. In addition, he didn't want Gloriana to come to harm. He would rather exile himself from his home state than to risk her safety and freedom. Still, the hard part about this situation was that Ves privately rooted for the Friday Coalition. Though its partners each propagated different beliefs, they were all relatively normal. Compared to the abomination that is the hegemony, the coalition is pretty enlightened as a whole. The Friday Coalition was a completely secular state that did not allow any religion to gain significant influence. A star sector dominated by the Friday Coalition didn't sound so bad to Ves. Other than the fact that he and his girlfriend would become hunted by them, he would have liked to live under its regime. Well, who knows if the coalition will stay in place by then? The only reason the partners got together in the first place was because none of them are strong enough to defeat the hegemony on their own. The coalition would probably break apart if its partners no longer faced the pressure of a common, external enemy. Just trying to decide the allocation of the conquered territory was enough to make them have a falling out. It's actually much better for me if the hegemony wins the war instead, he grumbled. He did not like the hegemony at all. Its strong culture that strongly propagated female supremacy sounded awful to a man like Ves. He'd be fine if he was born a woman, but since he was a man, he highly objected to the hegemony's stance on gender. What was more, the Hexers also adopted a religion that reinforced their insane beliefs about men and women even more. If there was one thing that Ves wanted to remove from his girlfriend, it was her fanatical adherence to Hexism. When he thought about the hegemony winning the war and taking over the star sector, Ves started to get goosebumps. Even though he would probably stand to gain a lot of profit for associating with the winning side, he really couldn't imagine living under a Hexer regime. As a man, Ves drew the line at any cultures or beliefs that denigrated his own gender. What do I do if the hegemony actually wins? Right now, the odds were slightly in their favor, so Ves seriously considered the consequences. He didn't have to think too much to come up with a solution. Ha! I'll just embark on my grand expedition and never go back. Take that, Hexers! He laughed. If he stayed, he would definitely transform into one of those pathetically servile males who worshipped the ground that women walked upon. No matter where he went, as long as he was in the same star sector, there was no escaping the spread of Hexer culture. Rather than staying and allowing himself to get contaminated by their beliefs, Ves would much prefer to make his expedition fleet his new home and travel the galaxy.
Perhaps he might bump into an attractive foreign state and decide to settle down. Perhaps he would continue to live aboard a ship and permanently adopt the life of a space-born citizen. Both of these possibilities were much more preferable to living in a hegemony-ruled star sector. He would do anything to escape Hexer indoctrination. People say that running from problems is bad, he told Lucky. Well, they've never had to face the prospect of living among Hexers. Meow. Pff. You're just a cat. You just get pampered by their rich ladies if you fall into their hands. Meow meow. That doesn't mean you should abandon me. I'm a much better cat owner than those cat ladies. Interacting with Lucky brought some much-needed levity to his heart. He felt much better now that he thought the situation through. Regardless how the war between the second-rate states progressed, there was no way he could influence its outcome. My time is better spent on thinking how to lead the LMC through the Sandman crisis. Now that the Desolate Soldier model took the mech market by storm a month after its release, the LMC had become an indispensable part of the local mech industry. There was no way the Bright Republic would treat the LMC unfairly due to his Hexer associations. At most, my company will just suffer some suppression, perhaps, he guessed. However, that wouldn't actually accomplish anything aside from pushing VS away from the Bright Republic. That might be what certain Brighters with ties to the coalition wanted to see, but the government couldn't afford to play along. If the Bright Republic ever acted against VS, then they would probably suffer from retribution if the Hexers ever won the war. The last thing the government wants to do is to take sides. It's best if they stay as neutral as possible to avoid offending either side. Most of the ties between the Bright Republic and the Friday Coalition consisted of smaller relationships. The state wouldn't bleed that much if they were forced to penalize the people who engaged in these relationships. I should follow Calabas's advice and talk to Flashlight. VS scratched his chin. He sent a brief message to Gavin. Some time later, Leland Toll traveled from the headquarters of the LMC to the Cloud Estate. When the spy finally entered the office, VS greeted him with a partially sincere smile. Leland! Long time no see. How is my resident Flashlight agent doing? Leland emphatically raised an eyebrow before approaching the desk and sitting down across VS. I take it the Komodo War has shaken you up, VS. To be honest, we already started to smell the blood in the water. It was only a matter of time before one of the second-rate states ran out of patience. That surprised VS. You suspected? And you didn't tell me? We only had suspicions. Leland innocently spread his hands. If we ever decided to voice them, how do you think the coalition or the hegemony would respond? They wouldn't like it if you spread accurate rumors. Exactly. This is why we kept our suspicions to ourselves. Only the highest officials were privy to our speculations. That is also how the recent peace treaty came about. VS suddenly recalled the circumstances surrounding the abrupt end to the latest generational war between the Bright Republic and the Vesia Kingdom. So that is why Senator Tovar and Prince Colchester acted so chummy with each other. You guys knew that the Friday men and Hexers would clash in the near future. Leland sighed. I told you, VS. Flashlight and our Vesian counterparts only held suspicions. There is only so much we can learn from observing the second-rate states. He was right. VS shouldn't blame Flashlight for withholding such information. If the second-rate states started fighting, does it actually matter if our state stopped fighting the Vesians? It matters a lot, VS. While second-rate states normally don't interfere in the running of lesser states, war can push anyone to desperation. The Bright Republic needs to conserve as much of its strength as possible to handle any eventualities. Well, that certainly came in handy now that the Sandmen decided to run us over.
We didn't anticipate the Sandmen invasion of human space. They haven't done anything for hundreds of years, Leland honestly admitted. The state didn't push to end the war to conserve our forces against the aliens, but you're right in that it turned out to be a very prescient decision. They chatted a little bit about the early end of the war before moving on to the topic that Ves wanted to discuss. What is the Bright Republic's stance towards me? Ves plainly asked. As you know, my girlfriend is a hexer, and not an average one. Leland adopted a serious expression. We are aware. Let me reassure you that the government doesn't regard you as a pariah. In fact, we welcome this development. Really? Senator Tovar has personally outlined the government's stance on you and your relationship with Gloriana Woden. Officially, we don't have an opinion. What does that mean? We won't harm you, but we won't help you either. To us, you're just a brighter who happens to have a foreign girlfriend. Ves scratched his head. Okay. What's your unofficial stance, then? That will take some explaining. Chapter 15, 48 Different Standing. In the end, Leland did not tell Ves much beyond what Calabast already outlined. The Bright Republic's unofficial stance completely matched her predictions. You're our insurance policy, Leland set forth. In the event the Hexers win a decisive victory against the Friday Men, our ties with the latter will turn into liabilities that will weigh us down. Hexers aren't known to be charitable to those who oppose them, so our state will certainly be subjected to significant penalties and sanctions in a possible post-Hexer Star sector. Ves pursed his lips. I'm just one person, though. I can't overturn centuries of friendships and trade relations by myself. We hope you can convince Miss Gloriana to plead for leniency on our behalf. I think you are overestimating my girlfriend's influence. Even if she's a part of the Woden dynasty, she's purely a mech designer and an engineer. She is completely uninvolved when it comes to politics. Mech designers can be influential as well. Leland smiled at Ves in an unsettling manner. We have very high hopes for you and Gloriana. You think very highly of me. Ves narrowed his eyes. Your rise has been meteoric. How can we not take closer notice of you? Flashlight has always looked upon you as a promising young mech designer, but our regard for you has always been due to your potential. We did not expect for you to realize some of your potential in such a dramatic manner recently. My desolate soldiers seem to have made a very powerful impression on you all. Yes. Leland smiled. We had suspicions about your specialty, but it is only when you released your desolate soldier model that we have learned it is more horrible than we thought. The latest mech you've designed is unlike anything we have seen before. While Ves intended to make his desolate soldiers appealing to authority, it still surprised him to hear Leland praise him to heavens. If there was one thing Ves learned about spies like Leland, it was that they never showed excessive emotions unless it furthered their agenda. It sounds like the government appreciates my work. Very much so, Leland readily admitted. Rest assured that we will protect you and shield you from any backlash directed against you. Whether it's your ties to the hegemony or the controversy surrounding your mech designs, we'll make sure you can operate your business openly and fairly. We have already stopped several initiatives intended to force suppliers and distributors to stop working with the LMC. I see. Thank you for that. We are Brighters. The quarrels between the second-rate states should not spill over to our territory. It's unfortunate that some of our fellow Brighters haven't gotten the message. The two talked some more. Leland constantly heaped up praise while offering various reassurances that Ves only grew more and more suspicious. Leland's friendly attitude towards him reflected the Bright Republic's current stance towards him. They were so afraid that Ves might feel unwelcome in a hostile state and decide to emigrate to another state. That would be a disastrous occurrence to the Bright Republic. The state wouldn't gain anything except to further affirm its loyalty to the Friday Coalition. Such a gain was extremely marginal compared to the potential benefits if they kept VS within its sphere. His value was twofold. While VS already expected the state to value his ties to the Hexers, he underestimated their enthusiasm for his products. Even though the Desolate Soldier was just a cheap space-borne rifleman mech design, its unique aura was practically unheard of in the galaxy. This was the power of a Class 9 design philosophy. Even if most weird and unorthodox design philosophies produced worthless effects, VS was different. With the early adoption of the Desolate Soldier by the Bentheim Planetary Guard, millions of people became aware of its now famous ability to inspire duty in mech pilots and bystanders. VS previously thought that the government would only slightly raise his appreciation of him, but now he began to sense that he underestimated his impact. If VS continued to mature and advance to senior, his mechs would become even more valuable to the state. Even if he never managed to advance to master, he definitely held the potential to become the top mech designer of the Bright Republic. However, what was worrisome was that this valuable mech designer might not stick around. Ever since VS started dating Gloriana, he risked getting further into the orbit of the Hexadric hegemony, which was to the detriment of the Bright Republic. VS was no longer a trivial apprentice, nor a promising journeyman. Even though he was still a journeyman, his value to the state became more and more obvious. He was a treasure. With mechs like the Desolate Soldier, the LMC could sweep through the mech markets of every third-rate state in the star sector. In fact, the appeal of his specialty was so great that many other star sectors would clamor for his mechs if they became aware of his products. Such a quality in a mech designer was rare. While every senior from the Bright Republic possessed their own strengths, none of them carried as much universal appeal. This was the power of holding a spiritual component monopoly. Even if the Bright Republic couldn't exactly figure out how VS was able to make his mechs exert a noticeable impact on people, they recognized its rarity. Something good that was also rare was valuable. Incredibly valuable. So much so that the government began to take a great amount of interest in V's attachment to his home state. After all, Flashlight owned a 21% stake in the LMC. As long as VS continued to leverage his unique specialty, his mech company would someday turn into a behemoth with sales that surpassed the scope of mech companies led by seniors. Even though he knew his own worth, VS was surprised the state was astute enough to recognize some of it as well. Even though the Desolate Soldier was merely a taste of what was to come, the government already made overtures to him as if they were afraid that VS would slip from their grasp if they remained aloof. I see. Thank you for clarifying that for me. VS nodded to Leland. He felt much more in control now that he knew he held more leverage in his relationship to the state. In the event the Hexers gain the upper hand, I'll be sure to vouch on our state's behalf. That is great to hear. Leland smiled before changing the topic. Let's discuss something more acute. The war between the second-rate states won't be resolved for years. The Sandman invasion is a much greater threat to us right now. If we botch our defense, we risk getting overrun by the end of the year. I think neither of us wants to see that happen. VS nodded seriously. My company and I are ready to do our part, within reason. If you expect me to don a uniform again. There was no way VS would accept getting drafted in the Mech Corps again. Though he cherished his experiences with the Vandals, that didn't mean that VS wanted to return to subject themselves to the whims of someone else. One time was enough. As if sensing a problem, Leland quickly raised his hand. We don't expect you to. You have already done your time. A mech designer like you can do so much more when you are running your own company as opposed to rejoining the Mech Corps. We already have a sufficient amount of mech designers to fulfill our design needs. That's good to hear. Ves relaxed. The Sandman invasion invalidated a lot of mechs, especially melee ones. Too many mech designers lost their livelihoods due to this. Joining the Mech Corps was the quickest and most convenient way to do something useful, especially since the military promised rich rewards to any volunteers. Contributing to the state was not only the right thing to do, but would enormously further the careers of anyone who answered the call of duty. The last thing the Bright Republic could afford to do was to sit on top of its reserves. The examples of the border states had taught the other states in the firing line the dangers of spending too little resources. As for the debts and obligations the Bright Republic owed to everyone after the crisis had passed, that was a problem for later. At the very least, the state would still remain standing and be in a position to profit from the aftermath of the invasion. We do appreciate it if you and your company fulfill some of our requests. Ves raised his eyebrow. Are you speaking on behalf of Flashlight or another branch of the government? Technically, the requests come from the Ministry of Defense. Leland waved his hand. You'll receive an official missive from MINDEF very soon, I'm sure, but I might as well fill you in so you can get to work as soon as possible. Time is very precious right now, as you know. Let's hear it then. We'd like you to develop several more variants of your Desolate Soldier design. We've already seen your Holy Soldier perform exceedingly well in the Elvain Protectorate. Ah. Ves instantly understood. As much as his Desolate Soldier was selling exceedingly well right now, its applicability was limited. MINDEF doesn't necessarily have to approach me. My Desolate Soldier design is readily available for licensing. Just pay 10 billion bright credits to the MTA, and the license is yours. He would not turn down an easy opportunity to earn some extra money. However, Leland quickly shook his head and sighed. Don't you think we've already done that? Not only us, but several other mech designers have licensed your design in the hopes of designing variants that can fulfill different roles. I take it their results don't match their expectations. Ves guessed. Leland sighed. Much of the charm of your mechs are lost when others begin to alter your mech design. The greater the changes, the more its advantage fades for some reason. We know that this shouldn't happen since your Holy Soldiers function just as well as the originals. Tell me, Ves. Is this deliberate? There's nothing I can do. Ves innocently smiled. The qualities I impart to my mech designs are intrinsic to my design philosophy. Our partner mech designers have guessed that much. They're very cross about obtaining a mech license that turned out to be of little actual value. Ves continued to smile but said nothing. This pertained to his spiritual component, monopoly. There was no way he was willing to share the good stuff. Even if he stood to gain a lot of money by licensing his mech designs to many different competitors, it wasn't as lucrative as selling mechs under his own brand. Not only that, but variants developed by other mech designers didn't earn him any DP. The Bright Republic couldn't coerce Ves to give up his secrets, as the MTA would surely step in. Even if Ves coughed up some of his secrets, his weird Class 9 design philosophy probably required a very unique mindset to reproduce. Since no one else except Ves could design the variants that MINDEF needed, the Ministry could only issue requests rather than demands. Ves recognized that his relationship with the Bright Republic had changed upon his return. The state no longer held all the cards. His rapid rise, his unique design philosophy, his excellent standing in the Elvain Protectorate, and his intimate relationship with Gloriana all served to increase his value to the point where the Republic could no longer dictate orders with impunity. The more he realized his leverage and power over the state, the more he became satisfied with himself. He understood a fundamental truth today. The Bright Republic needed him more than he needed the Bright Republic. All of his advantages elevated him beyond the control of his state. Chapter 1549 Show Who's Boss. Leland left him with a list of 4 variants that the Ministry of Defense wanted Ves to design. The sooner he completed them, the sooner they could be put to service. This changes some of my plans. Ves originally intended to design another mech that was suited to fight against the Sandmen, but the variants requested by Mindef didn't sound so bad. He knew it was better for him to fulfill the requests. Not only did they fall in line with his own goals, but he also wanted to prove that the Bright Republic was right to treat him with deference. Once Leland departed from his office, Ves mulled over the variants. He would need to think over how he wanted to approach their designs. For now, I have a lot of business to catch up. In the next few days, he did his best to familiarize himself with the changes that took place at home. The LMC attracted his attention first. He invited Gloriana along as he commuted from the Cloud Estate to the Mech Nursery. As soon as they arrived at the combined headquarters and manufacturing complex, Gloriana took in the surroundings with a critical eye. Adequate, she judged. It's a little bare here, but your display models make up for the lack of grace. The elegant architecture and the precisely manicured gardens failed to arouse her interest. She only appreciated the black beaks, crystal lords and aurora titans that basked the Mech Nursery with their distinctive auras. 2 new additions added extra influences to the people working at the LMC. First, a fair number of desolate soldiers had been placed around the campus. Distributed in a way to ensure maximum and even coverage, the desolate soldiers constantly inspired duty in practically everyone who worked at the Mech Nursery. In fact, Ves began to fear if employing the desolate soldiers in this fashion was excessive. The permanent presence of these mechs effectively indoctrinated his employees to do their duty to the LMC. This is playing with fire! Ves cursed. The second significant addition was the trophy he obtained from Felixia. Zygra's enormous stuffed corpse had been placed in the foyer of the headquarters. Anyone who entered the main office would inevitably be greeted with the remains of a ferocious crowned cat. Though the sight impressed every employee and visitor who entered the headquarters for the first couple of times, it quickly grew old after a time. Part of it was due to the lack of aura contained within. It's an empty shell, Gloriana observed with a frown. Your mechs are much more impressive because of their divinity. This is a letdown. Perhaps I can do something about that later. Right now, I have other work to do. If he wanted to, he could transfer Zygra's spiritual fragment from his overcoat to the trophy. Perhaps separating a mote would be enough. He didn't do so right now because he had more important things to do than to augment a vanity piece. Ves and Gloriana both went past the foyer while carrying their cats. Since Ves was about to meet with a lot of people, he decided to wear his full Pride of Dusk ensemble. The LMC had gone for a year without his presence, and it was time for his subordinates to realize who was truly in charge. As for Gloriana, she wore a formal suit that complemented his own outfit. Just like Ves, she wanted to make a powerful impression on his company. Of course, both of them also wore their decorative cat ears, which spoiled some of the professionalism they exuded. Ves did not mind, and neither did his girlfriend. In the eyes of others, their shared eccentricities bound them closer together. Gloriana played along because she wanted to keep him in her clutches, while Ves wanted to make himself appear a little more irrational. If Ves presented himself as a sane and boring mech designer, people would inevitably start to have designs on his trade secrets. Until he managed to gain more solid backing from the Rim Guardians, presenting himself as slightly unhinged was the most effective way he could protect himself from the jealousy of others. As soon as the pair reached the penthouse office, Kelsey and Gavin greeted their arrival. "Good job taking care of my company." Ves nodded to Kelsey as he moved to sit behind his desk. "Thank you, sir. I don't claim to have done a good job, but I've done my best to keep everything together. Will you be taking over as CEO now that you have returned?" "No." Ves shook his head. "No? I've realized that I'm far too busy to run a company of this size. The LMC has expanded so much over the years that it deserves a dedicated leader. I'm not a qualified executive, Ves. You're improving though, right?" He smiled. "I've been studying. Some of the Larkinsons and their retainers have also been helpful in getting me up to speed. To be honest, I think our current COO is far more suitable to lead the company in our stead. He's good with numbers, good with people, and he projects stability." Ves remembered Jake. He would meet him and the rest of the top management team later. "Even if you think you aren't entirely suitable, you've been with the company from the start, Kelsey," he reassured her. "I trust you, which is something that is indispensable to me. I'd like you to hold your current position. Can you handle the responsibility?" "I'll do my best, sir." Though Kelsey did not express much confidence, Ves did not expect that much from her in the first place. She merely acted as his agent to represent his interests within the LMC. The senior management could continue to handle the actual running of the company. As Ves spoke with Kelsey, Gloriana curiously inspected the office and the items placed on the display shelves. She curiously picked up the mug which had been stamped with a cartoonish image of Ves in his devil-tongue guise. She scrunched her nose. What poor taste! Even though the mug's awful depiction of his boyfriend offended her, she carefully placed it back. She didn't want to cross any lines set by Ves by tampering with the possessions he cared about. She directed her attention to something more egregious than an amusing mug. "Is that a nutrient pack?" The moment she studied the seemingly aged nutrient pack, she physically grew ill. "Disgusting!" The day progressed quickly as Ves met with a multitude of people. He personally met with every member of the senior management. Some of them had changed and had never met him in person. Once they saw Ves in person and experienced the pressure emanating from his pride of dusk, they soon left with an unforgettable impression of the most important person in the company. After that, Ves attended a virtual board meeting along with Gloriana. Just as with the top management, some of the directors had been replaced by others. To be honest, Ves barely paid attention to their suggestions and their proposals. The directors also acted unusually subdued due to the presence of his girlfriend. Even if she wasn't doing anything except looking attentive, her powerful identity could not be ignored. Ves found it funny that Gloriana's presence acted as a much greater source of pressure than the aura of his overcoat. Those who belonged to the upper echelons of society reacted far more strongly to his girlfriend than someone with a simpler background like Kelsey. The only ones who held their ground were his grandfather Benjamin and Marcella Bollinger. Both of them used to serve in the Mech Corps, so their spines were made of sterner stuff. Once the board meeting ended and the projections of the directors switched off, Gloriana snorted with disdain. "Some of your directors don't seem very honest." "It's fine." Ves dismissively waved his hand. "Everyone knows that I'm in control. The LMC is nothing without my mech designs." They retired for a quick lunch before taking a lift underground to visit the manufacturing floor of the mech nursery. They toured the entire floor and talked with several chief technicians such as Cyril Hockett. Though the scale of production didn't impress Gloriana very much, she admired the work ethic of the mech technicians. "Everyone is of a similar mind here," she noted with a bit of admiration. "Not only that, the mech technicians are all focused on their work. I insisted on that. Ves grinned. His efforts to push for a strong corporate culture that could unite all of his subordinates together under a common identity had borne fruit. Not only that, the mech technicians all embraced the approach that Ves had pushed for in order to strengthen the X factor of the mechs rolling off the production lines. The main reason why his silver label mech sold at a higher price was because of their better preserved X factor. I can see why you have opted for an inefficient manufacturing process in your own company, she remarked. The same team of mech technicians built up a single copy from start to finish. This was different from other production facilities which mainly divided a specific task to a dedicated team. For example, one team was responsible for fabricating mech engines. Another team was responsible for inspecting them. A third team was responsible for them onto a mech frame. Though Ves saw the merits in dividing different tasks to specialized mech technicians, the problem was that it wasn't the best for his mechs. A single team of mech technicians ordinarily consisted of 8 to 20 people. Having that many people work on a single mech led to a moderate amount of disruption in the X factor of the end product. However, if the mech nursery switched over to batch production, then the amount of mech technicians involved in the production of any single mech was in the hundreds. That was why a silver label mech always earned more appreciation than a bronze label mech. It was virtually impossible for third-party manufacturers to emulate the LMC's methods. Even if they did, the LMC would never allow them to use any other label than bronze. Ves always cared a lot about quality. Even if the LMC had to produce as many desolate soldiers as possible to meet market demand, he insisted on remaining true to his principles. At worst, the reputation of his bronze label mechs might decline due to the inconsistent quality of the output of third-party manufacturers. Ves already started hearing stories of struggling manufacturers attempting to cut corners in order to save on cost. For a mech that was already as skinny and cost-conscious as his desolate soldier, further cost-cutting would drastically hurt its performance. One of the reasons he personally attended the board meeting earlier was to ram through a proposal that punished this kind of conduct. Any third-party manufacturer that tried to play games could kiss their license goodbye. Of course, the LMC could only revoke their licenses if they signed a special contract that waived the massive upfront licensing fee. Certain mech designers and mech companies obtained a standard license of the desolate soldier. Even though they had to pay 10 billion bright credits to the LMC, they gained a lot more rights. Fortunately, those who can afford to pay 10 billion credits aren't bottom feeders, he murmured. Though this sum no longer confounded Ves, many other mech companies struggled to borrow or accumulate so much cash. This was also why the LMC gained the leverage to impose restrictive terms on its contracts to third-party manufacturers. A lot of struggling mech companies saw how profitable it was to produce the desolate soldiers. Yet because they were struggling, they could never come up with the money on their own. Of course, mech companies could also try to obtain the cheaper Holy Soldier license. At just 6 billion bright credits, a mech company didn't have to bleed so much to obtain the rights to produce or develop a variant of this mech. What surprised Ves the most was that many mech designers actually licensed the Holy Soldier. Even though most of them consisted of Ilvanan mech designers, some of them turned out to be Brighters, Visions, or Reinaldans. Ves laughed. If they thought they could wipe away the holy aspect while retaining its ability to inspire duty, they had another thing coming. Well, it's free money, at least. I don't accept refunds. The rule in the mech industry was that if you paid to license a mech design, you wouldn't be able to return it. The best you could do was to sell the existing license to another sucker. Chapter 1550 Male God. After they finished touring the manufacturing floor, they headed down to the lab and workshop floor of the mech nursery. Gloriana quickly scowled when she inspected the lab equipment. Trash! I can't believe you are working with these cheap machines. They are all standard equipment in the Bright Republic. Ves innocently raised his hands. They're unacceptable. Luckily for you, I've already anticipated this problem. When I shuttered my flawless mech workshop, I packed up all of my equipment and loaded them onto Stellar Chaser. I'll order some men to install them here. As for your old machines, you can directly scrap them as far as I'm concerned. I don't want any of them to taint my workplace any longer. Ves loudly coughed. My workplace, you mean? Our workplace, she emphasized with a grin. I'm a lead designer of the LMC as well now. While she was right, that didn't give her the power to rearrange his private sanctum within the mech nursery. He quickly halted his protests, though. He knew that Gloriana probably owned some very powerful lab and workshop equipment. His old equipment simply couldn't compare. Since Gloriana generously lent her high-quality equipment to the LMC, Ves gained massively from this development. He'd be a fool to resist his girlfriend, especially when he knew that she would never give up this fight. They quickly left the floor and headed down to the vault. They only spent a brief time there as Ves hadn't stored many valuables. He only showed off a couple notable items to inform Gloriana of their importance. These are my P-stones. He showed off the 4 P-stones. He left the 5th one at his cloud estate so that he could periodically deposit his excess spiritual energy. They're one of the most important exotics I own. What do they do, Ves? They're containers. They possess the capability to store some very good stuff. That wasn't enough for her. She frowned at him. You're being vague again. Stop that. Sorry, Gloriana. I'm used to keeping secrets. Let's just say that the P-stones are capable of storing the stuff I put in my mech designs. Ves provided her with a very shallow introduction of his P-stones, F-stone and B-stone lockbox. As usual, Gloriana instantly interpreted his explanation in relation to divinity. He was used to that. He only wanted to inform her of their value and their utility. The exotics you've collected is quite remarkable, she stated as she picked up a P-stone that was partially filled with excess spiritual energy. This rock kind of feels like you, in a way. As soon as she picked up the P-stone, V's spiritual fragment reacted a bit. This lent some credence to his claim that she sensed his spiritual energy. Nonetheless, he insisted she put it back. The P-stones were far too precious to leave in Gloriana's possession. What would she even do with one that stored some of his spiritual energy? Though his girlfriend looked unwilling, Ves offered her an option to get what she wanted. I'm very short on these 3 exotics. He walked to her side and hugged her side. If you really want a P-stone that reminds you of me, then help me obtain more. As soon as you bring your new lab equipment, I'll allow you to perform some detailed examinations on my stuff. If you can discreetly reach out to your supply network and obtain something identical, it would help me a lot. With more P-stones in my possession, I'll be much more willing to leave one in your hands that carries some of my energy. Her eyes instantly brightened up. Really? Really? I'll do it. She hugged him back and pecked him on the cheek. While it's difficult for me to get in touch with my old suppliers now that war has broken out, I am not entirely cut off. I'll see what I can do. Ves placed his hand on her shoulder. Make sure to be discreet. Don't disclose what these exotics can do. In addition, don't make it obvious that we need them. If others learn that we specifically need these exotics, they'll collect them first and rip us off by charging 10 times their usual price. In fact, that was just an excuse. The real reason why he wanted to keep this search quiet was to avoid tripping off those who were also searching for these materials. Any person or organization who sought for them specifically were entities that Ves did not want to meet. Seeing how much importance he attached to this condition, Gloriana nodded. I understand. Don't delegate the search to Melody or anyone else on your staff. I get it, Ves. After he showed off his exotics, he hesitated a bit about showing off something else stored in his vault. Eventually, he decided he might as well introduce it to Gloriana so she became aware of its danger. The last item in my vault is a bit more special than the others. It's also a lot more dangerous. Maintain your distance and don't inspect the object too closely. That means no concentrating. Though Gloriana looked confused, her face quickly became turbulent the moment Ves retracted the ancient sarcophagus. Is that an alien relic? She gasped. Wait, what's inside? And what is this pressure I'm feeling? This is the ancient sarcophagus. It contains the dead body of some alien. Some treasure hunters retrieved it from the depths of the Nixian Gap. The reason you are feeling this way is because a portion of the alien still remains alive. Do you want to know where I get my spiritual components from? Well, the ancient sarcophagus here is one of my most important sources. Gloriana quickly realized what he meant. Ves! Don't tell me that there is a god locked inside this coffin. Though Ves did not feel that the entity inside deserved to be called a god, he didn't bother to correct her terminology. Nixie. What? I call it Nixie on account of its origins. She frowned. Is the alien male or female? I'm pretty sure it's a male, but I'm not sure. Nixie possesses the temperament of a male at the very least. I see, she replied flatly. Her interest in the ancient sarcophagus and what it held inside instantly faded. That explains the cruelty, aggressiveness, and dominance I am inexplicably sensing. Nixie is a very angry god, it seems. A very male god. Ves shrugged. I don't blame him. I did cut off 1/50th of its essence and heavily processed it in order to create the spiritual component for my desolate soldier design. Well, please get this filth out of my sight. Your imprisoned male god is ruining my mood. As long as Gloriana knew not to mess with the ancient sarcophagus, Ves didn't care what she thought about Nixie. He did wonder what would happen if Nixie turned out to be female. Would Gloriana demand he free the trapped spiritual entity or something? He shook his head. Not for aliens. God or not, the Hexers at least didn't worship aliens. They left the vault shortly afterwards. They returned above ground and calmly walked across the grounds. They quickly reached a small fortified base that housed the avatars of myth. Different from last time, it was a lot more emptier since his last visit a year ago. Most of the avatars of myth had transferred to the living sentinels, thereby leaving his original mech force with the best and most loyal mech pilots. Melker! Good to see you again! Sir? Melker nodded stiffly to Ves before directing his visor to his girlfriend. I'm pleased to meet you, Miss Gloriana. I'm Ves Larkinson, commander of the Avatars of Myth and V's cousin. I'm already familiar with you. She smiled and eyed his physique like a tailor eyed a client. We planned to design a custom mech for you, in fact. That was new to Melker. Did you? Ves sighed. I wanted to design a laser rifleman mech to reward you for your services, but the Sandmen eat lasers like breakfast. I understand, sir. Other projects take priority. I'm glad you don't have any hard feelings. How can I be upset at something I've never enjoyed? I can wait. Besides, I'm not sure I should be the first avatar to receive a custom mech designed by the two of you. While I don't have a lot of avatars left, the ones that remained are very skilled and dedicated. I've even recruited some amazing talents recently that will certainly grow to become our elites.
The group walked to the administrative building while they talked.
How many avatars do you have right now? He asked. Enough to field 18 land-bound mechs and 16 space-borne mechs. I'm trying to get those numbers back up to a full mech company each. How is recruiting? It won't be as slow as before. Different from last time, our foundation is solid now. Our structure is mature, and the mech pilots I have right now form a very solid cadre that can keep the avatars cohesive even if I double our numbers in a matter of months. I hope to fill out our mech roster within a month. A month? Ves reacted with surprise. That's pretty fast. Are you sure you are maintaining our standards?
Melker chuckled.
It's not as hard as it sounds. The avatars of myth is not as obscure as before. What's more, I expect some of our new recruits to consist of Larkinsons. Young Larkinsons.
Once they reached Melker's office, Ves met with Crinden again.
Sir? Hello, Captain Crinden. How are you doing in the avatars of myth? Commander Melker has been showing me the ropes. His Kinner bondsman responded. Overall, it's clear that I have a lot of work in store.
Upon his return to Cloudy Curtain, Ves decided to transfer Crinden to the avatars of myth. While he could have opted to keep Crinden on his direct staff, Ves needed someone trustworthy to take charge of the virtual security department of the avatars. Only someone as impeccably loyal to Ves as Crinden was suitable for this position. The newly instated captain of the virtual security department explained what needed to be done.
Many experts that formerly worked at this department have transferred to the Living Sentinels, thereby leaving us deprived of skilled hackers and security experts. I've only recently started recruiting, but it will take some time to bring this department up to par. As per your instructions, I'm being exceedingly careful about the loyalty and trustworthiness of new recruits.
Ves nodded in satisfaction.
I hope you can do a good job. There is no hurry. I would rather you take it slow than to make too much haste and risk introducing a traitor in our ranks.
Once he finished discussing matters with Crinden, the Kinner left the office.
How is our guard infantry department? Is that old dog Koyan Larkinson still around? Captain Koyan Larkinson still leads our Soul Guard infantry company,
Melker replied with a thin smile.
Our uncle is a little hard to work with, but he's taking a liking in leading his own unit with much more autonomy than he ever enjoyed in the military. Do you want to talk to him, perhaps?
Ves quickly waved his hands.
No, thanks. I don't need to talk to all of your men. I think you're doing a good job so far. Even with the reduction in numbers, the avatars still remain promising. Anyway, let's get down to business. Checking up on the avatars is only one of the reasons why I'm visiting.
I know, Melker said. He activated his desk terminal and projected a map of the Bright Republic.
It's time we discuss the deployment of our avatars of myth and our living sentinels. How many avatars and sentinels are willing to be dispatched to the front? Well, it's mandatory for the avatars, so all of us will go. As for the sentinels, you should speak with their new commander to hear the details. From what I've heard, about half of them are willing to do their duty. Just 50%?
Ves frowned. With all of the desolate soldiers in their mech roster, he would have thought the sentinels would be glad to do their duty.
Melker shrugged. You know what these mech pilots are like. Even if they are willing to do their duty, they cherish their families.
Even the desolate soldiers could only do so much to compel people to do their duty.